What if everything you've been told about how your own body is supposed to function is actually just a massive, outdated software bug?
Welcome to Haanaan Wins. I'm feeling incredibly recharged today. I finally got my coffee machine working this morning, and honestly, that little ritual of a perfect morning cup saved my entire mood.
And I'm just here trying to figure out why my left eye is twitching in rhythm with some forgotten spell. I think the universe is still trying to process that tower card I pulled last week. Everything is a bit unstable.
Speaking of unstable, Jane's not with us today. She's currently limping around like a character from a Dickens novel after a run-in with a street performer and a very aggressive curb.
Poor thing. But anyway, we have a heavy hitter for you today. We're looking at something that isn't just a book, but a necessary system update for the human psyche.
We're diving into Come As You Are by Emily Nagoski. We aren't talking about fixing anything, but rather deconstructing the wrong stories we've been programmed to believe about desire and biology.
It's time to patch the bugs in the way we understand ourselves. Let's get into it.
Okay, so before we get into the meat of the text, we have to acknowledge the sheer weight of the praise on this opening page. I mean, look at this list. Peggy Orenstein, John Gottman. These aren't just random reviewers. These are the heavyweights of psychology and sex education.
It's a lot, isn't it? But it sets the stage. It's presented as this authoritative, almost scientific intervention.
I'm just looking at this one quote from Book Riot. They say reading this was like a punch to the gut. They actually said they started crying because they realized they weren't broken. That's a hell of a way to start a conversation.
It's a visceral reaction, and it leads right into the author's introduction. She starts with these vignettes. Very mundane, very human. She's in dining halls, hotel lobbies, even a park bench, and people are just approaching her.
It's so relatable. It's not these grand, dramatic confessions. It's just, why am I not wet? Or, I think I peed when I had an orgasm. It's the small, messy, slightly embarrassing realities of being alive in a body.
But notice what she does with all those scattered, chaotic questions. She filters them down through a single massive universal anxiety.
Right. She says under all that, there is really just one question. Am I normal?
And then she gives the answer immediately. Yes. That's such a powerful way to anchor the reader. You're already feeling the anxiety, and she just puts her hand on your shoulder and says, yes.
But then she pivots. She doesn't just stay in the validation zone. She moves into the why we even have these questions in the first place.
And this is where she makes her first big claim. She says, we've been lied to. She doesn't say it was a conspiracy, though. She says, it's no one's fault, but still.
It's about that wrong story I mentioned earlier. The idea that Western science has basically been running on a buggy, outdated operating system for centuries.
Exactly. She uses this specific phrase, men's sexuality light.
Men's sexuality light? That is such a brutal way to put it.
It's perfect, though. Look how she unpacks it. She says the medical establishment just assumed that because men have orgasms from intercourse, women should too. And if they don't, well, the bug in the software is that the woman is broken.
And then she drops the data. This is where the update starts. She says only about a quarter of women orgasm reliably with intercourse. The other 75%, they're totally healthy. They're totally normal.
Wait, so the standard we've been measuring ourselves against is actually a massive outlier?
Precisely. She's deconstructing the benchmark, and she does it again with physical response. She brings up this concept, and we're going to talk about this a lot later. Arousal Nonconcordance.
I love that term. It sounds so clinical, but it describes something so deeply personal. The idea that your body might be, well, let's say participating physically while your mind is totally elsewhere, or vice versa.
Like when you're at a party and you're physically fine, but mentally you're just thinking about, I don't know, would you left the stove on?
Exactly. The hardware is running, but the software isn't engaged. And she applies this to the very concept of desire, the spontaneous versus responsive thing.
This is huge. The myth is that you should just, boom, sudden, out of the blue hunger for sex, like a vending machine.
But she's saying that for many, desire is responsive. It only shows up once the context is right. It's not an unprovoked attack, it's a reaction to a stimulus.
So, we're moving away from this idea of spontaneous hunger and towards something more contextual.
Yeah, but look, Anne, this is where I want to push back a little, or at least look closer She doesn't say men and women are fundamentally different species. She actually pulls back. She says, in reality, women and men are different, but then she immediately follows it with, but wait.
She's complicating the distinction. She's saying that men also experience nonconcordance. Men also experience responsive desire.
Right. She's refusing to let us retreat into men are X, women are Y binaries. She's looking for the underlying mechanism.
And she uses this brilliant metaphor for it. She says looking at sexual behavior, like how many times a week you have sex, is like trying to understand love by looking at a couple's wedding portrait and then their divorce papers.
That's heavy.
It is. The behavior is just the record of what happened, the marriage and the divorce. But the reason they married, the reason they fell out of love, that's the stuff in the underlying processes. The biology, the psychology, the social pressure.
So we aren't just looking at the what, we're looking at the why.
We're looking for the source code. So, we've established that the old way of looking at this, the men's sexuality light version, is just guesswork. But now, she's moving into the actual mechanics. She says we're at a moment because we're finally moving past the what and into the why and how.
It's like she's finally handing us the documentation for the hardware.
Exactly. And she points to a specific breakthrough in the late 20th century, the Janssen and Bancroft dual control model. This is the core architecture of the book.
The dual control model. I'm already picturing a high-speed car chase.
Sort of. But it's more like a car with a very sensitive pedal system. She says the brain has two universal components, a sexual accelerator and sexual brakes.
And they respond to everything: genital sensations, visual stuff, even the emotional context.
Right. And here's the key. The sensitivity of those brakes and that accelerator varies from person to person.
So, some of us are driving Ferraris with zero brakes, and some of us are driving, I don't know, a Volvo in a school zone?
Precisely. And she uses this beautiful way to frame it. She says that while arousal and orgasm are nearly universal, how we experience them depends on those sensitivities. It's not about being broken, it's about your specific settings.
I love how she follows that up with the apple tree metaphor. It's so grounding.
It is. She says an apple tree is healthy whether it's a seed, a seedling, or full of fruit. And some varieties need direct sun, while others like the shade.
Wait, so she's saying the shade is just as valid as the sun?
That's the whole point, Paco. She says no organization is better or worse than any other. You are healthy when you need sun, and you are healthy when you need shade.
That is such a relief to hear, especially when you're feeling all unsunlit. It takes the pressure off having to be this constant, high-energy, spontaneous version of yourself.
It's like saying the software doesn't need to be optimized to be perfect. It just needs to be running correctly for its specific environment.
Exactly, but then she gets practical. She lays out the roadmap for the book, and it's structured almost like a system manual. Part 1 is the not-so-basic, the hardware, body, brain, and context.
And she's not shy about the parts. She says chapter 1 is about genitals, and she's literally going to prove that they are perfectly healthy and beautiful just as they are.
I mean, if the science can back that up, I'm all in.
And then she moves into the sex in context section. This is where she ties it back to what we were saying earlier about the external stuff. She says context your emotions, your relationship, your stress is just as crucial to your sexual well-being as your actual biology.
Which is huge because we often forget that the brain is an organ in the sexual response too. You can't just ignore the software and expect the hardware to perform.
And then she drops this absolute bombshell in the third part, sex in action. She says she is going to bust 2 long-standing and dangerous myths.
Here we go, the myth-busting phase.
The first one is that pleasure and desire might not have anything to do with what's happening in your genitals. She brings us back to that arousal nonconcordance we mentioned.
It's that gap between the body and the mind. And the second myth? She says that after you read chapter 7, you will never again hear someone say sex drive without thinking, but sex is not a drive.
Wait, what? Sex is not a drive? Is she saying we don't have an instinct for it?
No, she's reframing it. She's pushing us away from this idea of an unprovoked biological hunger that just happens, and back toward that responsive desire we talked about. It's not an engine idling, it's a reaction to the environment.
It's such a massive shift in how you view your own agency. You aren't losing your drive, you're just waiting for the right input.
I'm also looking at how she handles the stories in the book. She's using these composites: Olivia, Merritt, Camilla, and Lori.
Right, they aren't real individuals, but collages of snapshots. It's a way to protect privacy while showing the larger narratives.
It makes it feel more universal, doesn't it? Like she's telling you about the shared themes of hundreds of women rather than just one person's struggle.
I also like the too long, didn't read idea at the end of the chapters. Too long, didn't read. It's very modern.
Very much so. She even suggests you use them to playfully tease your partner. See, honey, arousal nonconcordance is a thing.
Imagine that at dinner. Pass the salt and also remember that my brakes are currently very sensitive.
But she does end with a serious nota cavit. She clarifies her use of male and female when talking about biology, but emphasizes man and woman as identities. And she's very honest about the limitations of the science that most of it is still based on cisgender women.
It's an honest way to start. She's not claiming to have the whole map, just the best version of the map we have right now.
Exactly. She's saying, the map is incomplete, but let's start by fixing the parts we can see. Okay, we are officially moving from the why into the how. We're looking at the author's rationale here. She says, and I love this, that she's been very intentional about what she includes.
Yeah, she's basically saying, I looked at all the fascinating scientific puzzles and I just cut them.
I mean, I get it. If I'm reading a manual for a new phone, I don't need to know the history of silicon mining. I just want to know how to use the camera.
Exactly. She's stripping away the empirical puzzles to keep only what has immediate relevance to everyday lives. She's not trying to write an encyclopedia, she's trying to write a guide for survival and joy.
And she doesn't shy away from how heavy that survival part is. She talks about the damage done by the lies we discussed earlier. She says so many women come to her workshops feeling sexually broken, dysfunctional, or abnormal.
And it's more than a feeling, right? It's the way people talk to them. The just relax, or the have a glass of wine.
Or the real dismissive ones. Women just don't want sex that much. Get over it. That's such a classic way to shut down a conversation about actual biological or psychological needs.
It's a way of gaslighting the body. And she mentions how people even dismiss physical pain. Sometimes sex hurts, can't you just ignore it?
That is straight up dangerous. That's a total system failure.
But waitin', this is the part that really got me. She says there's a specific neurological process that traps people in that despair. She says we can find science-based ways to get out of that trap.
But then she drops the heavy line. Listen to this. She says, whatever you're experiencing is the result of your sexual response mechanism functioning appropriately in an inappropriate world.
Wow.
It's a total reframe, isn't it? She's saying you aren't the broken part. The world is the broken part.
It's such a massive shift in perspective. She even says that's actually the bad news.
Wait, how is that bad news? The world is broken sounds like a pretty easy way to stop blaming yourself.
Because if the problem is you can fix yourself. If the problem is the world, then you have to do the much harder work of changing your environment and your brain to maximize your potential despite the brokenness.
It's much more work than just taking a pill or relaxing, but it's more empowering. And she has the receipts. She shares these notes from her students.
I love the energy of these. I am normal in all caps. It's like a victory cry.
It really is. One student even wrote, "Women vary," and "no two alike." It's this collective realization that the standard we were all chasing didn't even exist.
It's beautiful, and it leads us right into chapter 1. She starts with no two alike and introduces us to Olivia.
Okay, so we're meeting Olivia. She's she's quite comfortable with herself. She likes to watch herself in a mirror while she,
She's using a full-length mirror, propping herself up on an elbow. It's very visual, very intentional. She's exploring her own anatomy.
And she's even teaching herself breath orgasms. That is incredible. Talk about optimizing the hardware.
But then she hits a snag. She sees her clitoris, thinks it's large like a baby carrot, and concludes that because it's big, she must have more testosterone, which makes her a horny lady.
And here comes the software update again. The author steps in with the science. She tells her there's no evidence of a relationship between an adult woman's hormone levels, genital shape or size, and sexual desire.
I can almost see the O on Olivia's face. That single syllable.
That O is doing a lot of heavy lifting. It's the sound of a whole belief system crashing.
But look at how the author handles it. She doesn't just shut her down with a fact. She realizes that for Olivia, it wasn't about the science of testosterone. It was about the struggle to embrace what she sees.
Right. The science was just the excuse. The real issue was the fear that being different meant being wrong.
So she pivots back to the core message. She tells her, your clitoris is totally normal. Everyone's genitals are made of all the same parts, just organized in different ways.
The differences don't necessarily mean anything. They're just varieties of beautiful and healthy.
And she ends this section with a hook. She tells Olivia that this realization that variation is just variation could be the most important thing she ever learns.
And I think we're all about to find out if she's right. That's a heavy note to end a segment on. I need to stretch my hips.
I'm with you. I need a snack and a moment to process that.
All right, let's pick this back up. All right, everyone, take a breath. We are starting a brand new season today.
Finally! I've been waiting for this since I finished my morning yoga.
And I've been waiting since I woke up with my eye twitching.
Can we please focus? We have a massive mission today. We are essentially performing a software update on the female libido.
That's a great way to put it, Jane. We're looking at Emily Nagoski's Come As You Are. The goal is to strip away all those old buggy cultural glitches and look at the actual hardware.
Exactly. I mean, I've been reading the opening chapter, and it's already calling out the wrong stories we've been fed.
It starts with some heavy linguistics. He's looking at how anatomists used to describe female genitals.
Oh, it's brutal. He mentions the word pudendum. It comes from the Latin pudere, which literally means to make ashamed.
Yikes. So the very name implies that being seen is inherently shameful?
Right. The whole logic back then was that because female genitals are tucked away, it's because women are naturally designed to be, well, ashamed.
Which is obviously complete nonsense. It's a classic case of what we've been talking about, taking a biological fact and forcing a meaningful narrative onto it.
And that's where Nagoski starts her rebuttal. She says, look, if we ignore the shame for a second, which is easy, because it's eye-rollingly obvious, why are they positioned differently?
And she gives this brilliant, purely mechanical answer. It's not about modesty, it's about logistics.
Logistics. I love it. Like, sorry, I can't be modest right now. I'm busy transporting DNA.
Exactly. She points out that the clitoris is right up front, just like the penis, it's just smaller. Because, as she says, women don't need to transport DNA from inside their bodies to someone else's.
In the labia, they're in the same place as the scrotum. They just don't extend as far because the ovaries are internal.
And the ovaries are internal because, pregnancy. It's not a secret. It's just how the plumbing is laid out.
It's all about the hardware. She uses this concept of biological homology.
She says it so clearly, all the same parts organized in different ways.
Wait. So you're saying the difference is just a matter of arrangement? Like a different way to fold the same piece of origami?
Precisely. She takes this amazing leap into embryology. She talks about two fertilized eggs, one XX, one XY. At the start, they are identical. They have the same prefab universal genital hardware.
It's only at about 6 weeks that a wash of hormones hits. If the embryo responds, it goes male configuration penis, testicles, scrotum.
And if it doesn't respond to that specific wash, it stays the female configuration clitoris, ovaries, labia.
So the blueprint is the same. It's just what did she call it? The
masculinizing hormone wash. It's like a conditional statement in a line of code. If hormone presence equals true, then execute male pattern.
God, Seth, stop making everything sound like a Python script.
Fine, but look at how she applies this to the actual parts. She mentions nipples.
Oh, the nipple bit is classic.
She says evolution is as lazy as it can get. Since nipples are already there at the start of development for all mammals, evolution just leaves them. It's easier than trying to program a delete command for males.
Honestly, I relate to that. Why work harder than you have to?
But then she gets to the grand central station of the whole book, the clitoris.
And she doesn't hold back on the scale of it.
She calls it the grand central station of erotic sensation. And get this, it can be 1/8 the size of a penis, but packed with nearly double the nerve endings.
Double? That's a complete hardware overhaul.
and there's this massive misconception she's trying to smash. People think the clitoris is just this little nub at the top.
But the biological reality is much more, well, expansive. It includes the glands, plus these legs, the crura and bulbs that extend deep inside, wrapping around the vaginal opening.
It's like discovering that the nub you see is just the tip of a much larger iceberg buried under the surface.
Which brings us back to her main point. The hidden nature of female anatomy isn't a cultural mystery or a source of shame. It's just an anatomical reality of how the parts are organized.
So, the bug isn't in the body. The bug is in how we're reading the manual.
Exactly. We need to stop looking through the cultural lens and start looking through the biological one.
So, we've established the hardware is the same, just a different layout. But Nagoski doesn't stop at the clitoris. She goes straight into the anatomy of the penis to prove the point.
And it's so interesting because she's looking at the external parts, the glands, and the shaft end, showing how the internal parts are mirrors of each other.
Right. She points out that the clitoral hood is the exact homologue of the foreskin. They perform the same job, protecting the head of the organ.
So it's like different types of protective casing for the same sensitive electronics?
Exactly. And she even finds this Y spot, the frenulum, on the male side, and links it to the female fourchette.
The fork? The little curve of tissue at the bottom of the vagina?
That's the one. And she calls it highly sensitive and undervalued real estate on all bodies.
I love that phrase, undervalued real estate. It's like we're all walking around with these incredible hidden features that we just never mapped out.
Which brings us to the map, because she basically tells the reader, stop reading and go find it.
She literally gives a tutorial. Find it visually, find it manually. She's like a field guide for your own body.
She even gives tips. Use a mirror, spread the labia, use your finger. She even suggests using spit or coconut oil to help you find that rubbery little cord under the skin.
It's very tactical. But the reason she's being so, well, instructional is because of the story she tells.
Oh, I saw this part. This is the part that made me want to enough to go find a billboard.
It's about a student in her class. The student was Skyping her mom, mentioning the lecture slides had actual photos of vulvas.
And the mom, who was 54 years old, said, and I quote, "I don't know where the clitoris is."
54?
Oof. That is a massive system error right there.
It's a total failure of the software we've been running. Nagoski says this story is why the whole first chapter is about anatomy. She wants to put up billboards in Times Square, animated GIFs. She wants everyone to just know.
And she says, knowing where your clitoris is, that's power.
I mean, she's not wrong. Knowledge is the first step to any kind of agency.
But it's more than the where. She gets personal here. She admits that when she first looked at her own clitoris as a student, she cried.
Because she was 18 in a bad relationship and just looking for answers.
And finding out that it wasn't gross or weird, it was just part of her. It belonged to her.
That's a heavy way to frame it. It belonged to me. Like he was a territory that had enough been occupied by shame until she reclaimed it.
Exactly. And then she moves into the lips, both great and small. She's basically saying, look, there is no standard version.
She breaks down the labia minora, the small lips, and says they might be hidden or they might extend out. They might be one color or a gradient. Pink, beige, brown, all normal.
And the outer labia? Same thing. Hairy, not hairy, puffy, flush with the body.
She's really attacking that porn standard, isn't she? The idea that everything should be tucked in and perfectly even-toned.
Yeah, she points out that softcore porn often uses digital editing to make everything look less detailed. It creates this narrow, false normalcy.
So we're all comparing our natural selves to a digitally edited lie. No wonder everyone feels like their hardware is glitching.
And then she hits the final big myth, the hymen.
Oh boy, here we go. The freshness seal.
She absolutely destroys this. She says, virtually everything you were even taught about the hymen is wrong.
I mean, she's being kind of blunt here, but she's right.
She clarifies that while intercourse can be painful if there's no lubrication, which is the much more common culprit, the hymen isn't some permanent breaking seal.
Right. It doesn't break and stay broken. If it tears or bruises, it heals. And it doesn't even necessarily bleed.
It's more like it becomes more flexible over time as it's stretched.
Exactly. It's not about damage, it's about adaptation.
So, if we go back to our software update idea, the hymen myth is like an old corrupted file that's telling you the system is compromised every time it's used.
And we just need to delete it, replace it with the actual biological data.
Which is exactly what she's doing, building the foundation piece by piece. So, we've debunked the breaking of the hymen. But Nagoski uses it to launch into something even more wild. She says the hymen is just one more example of extreme variation.
Right, it's more than broken or not broken. She says some women are literally born without one.
Wait, like zero? Just no seal at all?
Exactly, or the opposite in imperforate hymen, where it's a solid membrane covering the whole opening.
Which sounds like a massive medical nightmare.
It can be, but she focuses on the why, and her answer is just as lazy as the nipple theory. She says the hymen has no reproductive function, it's just evolutionary leftovers.
A little bonus left behind by the juggernaut of evolution. I love that. It's just biological debris.
Like the crumbs at the bottom of a popcorn bag.
But here's the kicker. She says the only reason the hymen is a thing in our heads is because of the stories we tell, and those stories are about control.
She gets so much darker here. She says the idea of the hymen as a marker of virginity only exists because, historically, women were treated as property.
Which makes sense. If you're buying a person, you want to check the security seal on the package.
Exactly. She calls it a gated community. The vagina becomes this valuable real estate that needs a barrier to prove it hasn't been accessed.
That is incredibly bleak.
It is, and it's not even a metaphor. She points out that in some cultures, women are actually beaten or killed because of what people believe about their hymen.
So the software error in the culture is literally killing people. That's a system-wide crash.
And she points to the reconstruction surgeries as proof. People are literally paying to surgically create a barrier that has no biological purpose, just to satisfy a social myth.
Man, I mean, where's the surgery to reconstruct male nipples?
Exactly. Sorry, I need to look more natural. Please add some evolutionary leftovers back onto my chest.
It really highlights the absurdity, but she shifts gears to something a bit more practical. She wants to clean up our vocabulary.
Thank God, because people use vagina and vulva interchangeably like they're the same thing.
It's so annoying. It's like calling your forehead your throat.
Right. She lays it out. Vagina is the internal canal, vulva is the external parts, and the mons pubis is the mound where the hair grows.
Okay, I'm with you. I can update that part of my dictionary.
But then she moves into the sticky bits, and this is where she gets into the actual mechanics of arousal.
She talks about the Bartholin's glands. They release fluid to reduce friction.
And she makes this really interesting point about the wetness metaphor. We always talk about vaginas getting wet as a sign of being ready.
Yeah, the standard indicator.
But she points out that the male body gets wet too. The Cowper's gland produces preejaculate.
So why do we only use wetness as a metaphor for the female side?
Because we've hyper-focused on the male hardness and female wetness as these two separate gendered poles of arousal.
Wait, so you're saying the software is intentionally ignoring the fact that both sides do both things?
Precisely. She says it's a cultural thing. We put a spotlight on male erection and a spotlight on female lubrication, but the biological reality is that both bodies experience changes in blood flow and secretions.
It's like we're looking at a split-screen movie and ignoring the fact that both actors are doing the same choreography.
That is such a great way to put it.
And she doesn't stop there. She gets into the Skene's glands. These are the female version of the prostate.
The prostate. Okay, now we're really talking about the same hardware.
Right, they swell during arousal, which can actually make it hard to pee right after an orgasm.
I think a lot of us have experienced that holding it moment.
Yet the cleansing breath struggle is real.
But she uses the Skene's glands to lead into the big topic, female ejaculation, or, as it's known in the tabloids, squirting.
And there it is, the controversy.
She notes how confusing the messages are. On one hand, it's seen as too much or unfeminine because it's so emphatic.
And on the other hand, it's this rare commodity that gets put on display in porn.
She's pointing out that women are stuck between being shamed for being too wet and celebrated for it only when it's a spectacle.
It's like being a unicorn. You're only cool if you're rare and magical, but if you actually show up in real life, people are like, wait, that's too much glitter?
Exactly. And she brings it back to the fundamental point. It's all just variation. Some women do, some women don't. It's a byproduct of the glands.
And she ends this section with something beautiful. She talks about the scent of the vulva.
Oh, here we go, the scent talk.
But she's not talking about hygiene in a clinical way. She describes it as a rich and earthy bouquet with a hint of woody musk.
Sounds like a high-end forest candle.
Or a very expensive cologne. But she's making a point. Your body has a fragrance. It changes with your cycle, your diet, your age.
And she says, if you find it weird or gross, it's because you were taught to feel that way.
That's the core of the whole update, isn't it?
It is. Loving your body just as it is will give you more intense pleasure and desire.
Man, if we could just delete all that shame code, imagine how much better the system would run. Man, I need a refill. My brain is enough starting to glitch.
Same. Let's take 5 before we get too deep into the biology.
All right, let's settle in. All right, everyone, let's settle in. We're starting a new season today, and I think we're looking at something that's less about a discovery and more about a much-needed software update.
Exactly. Like, the hardware is fine, but the operating system we've been running on for centuries is just full of bugs. It's buggy, it's outdated, and honestly, it's crashing our confidence.
And I'm here for the patch notes. I mean, if we can fix the anxiety about looking normal bug, I'm in.
Let's just get to the text. I've got enough caffeine in me to survive the heavy stuff, but let's not pretend this isn't going to hit some nerves.
Right. We're diving into Come As You Are by Emily Nagoski. And Emily, you're actually the author here, so you're literally walking us through your own brain.
It's a little surreal, Seth, but let's look at this opening. I start off with this pretty bold claim. This is why I don't need to see your genitals to tell you that they're normal and healthy. You got all the same parts, just organized in your own unique way.
Wait, all the same parts? That sounds like a Biology 101 lecture, but there's a catch there, right?
It's the organized differently part. It's a homology argument. She is saying the fundamental building blocks are identical.
It's a very Lego way of looking at anatomy. Same bricks, different instruction manual.
Exactly, but the struggle is finding the proof. I write about how I use my anatomy lecture slides to show variety, and I tell this story about searching the internet for these photos. And I find a lot of things, but not what I need.
Let me guess, you were looking for classic anatomical diagrams?
I was looking for diversity, and I tell this story about talking to my friend Camilla, who's an illustrator. She calls me out. She asks, seriously, Emily? You're Googling what, like black vulva? At work?
I mean, she's not wrong. That is a very specific search term for a Tuesday afternoon.
It's a professional necessity, Paco. Leave her alone.
But look at what follows. Camilla's point is the real kicker. She points out that if you're white, you can find normal images on Tumblr, but if you're black, Asian, or Latina, you're stuck with what?
Porn or medical pictures.
Which, let's be honest, are 2 of the worst places to learn about normalcy. One is a fantasy, and the other is, well, it's a clinical, often dehumanizing view.
Right? It's either superhuman or specimen. Neither one feels like...
And then Camilla drops this heavy concept. She talks about Escher girls.
I know that term. It's from those impossible drawings, right? Where the perspective is all twisted.
Yes. She says these comic book characters have abdomens so flat there's no room for organs, and spines so twisted you can see their boobs and their butt at the same time.
Oh man, I've seen those. It's like physics just gave up.
It's physics, Paco. It's a psychological blueprint. She says, I saw those as a teenager and I felt like that said everything about what a female was supposed to be. And because that wasn't what being female felt like to me, I decided my first identity is geek.
That is a heavy realization. The idea that if the visual standard doesn't match your biological reality, you reject the category entirely. You don't say, I'm a different kind of woman. You just say, I'm not a woman, I'm a geek.
It's about belonging, and that leads into my main thesis here, all the same parts organized in different ways. I argue that this is the most important thing anyone can learn.
Because it's the equalizer?
Precisely. I use this great example of height. The average difference between men and women is only about 6 inches. But the variation within the groups, the difference between the shortest man and the tallest woman, is way larger than the difference between the averages.
It's a statistical way of saying the overlap is where the reality lives. There is more diversity within a gender than there is between the genders.
It's a way to dismantle the us versus them biological narrative. If the overlap is huge, the difference loses its power to categorize you.
So it's about more than the anatomy. It's about the vibe of the parts.
It goes deeper. I end this section with a story about my friend Lori. She's a mom, and she's struggling because her body changed after having her son. She feels like a deflated balloon.
That's a brutal way to describe yourself.
And everyone tried to hit her with the "but you're so beautiful" routine, which, as she told me, was the opposite of what she needed. She didn't need a compliment. She needed permission to be sad that her body had changed.
This ties back to what we were saying at the start, the software update. It's not about ignoring the change, it's about accepting the new configuration of the parts.
So the update isn't about fixing the balloon. It's about learning to navigate the new shape.
Exactly. Whether it's genitalia or the way a body carries the history of motherhood, the parts are the same. The organization has just shifted. And that's still normal. That's still beautiful.
All right, I think I need a drink after that one.
Same here. Let's take a break before we get into the actual mechanics of the dual control model. Okay, so we're moving from the big theoretical, everyone is the same stuff, into something much more practical, much more visceral.
Yeah. Because, let's be real, you can tell someone your body is beautiful 1,000 times, but if they're looking in the mirror and seeing a defect, those words just bounce off.
They don't just bounce, they feel like lies.
Exactly. So I propose an assignment. I call it a change how you see exercise. Step 1, get a hand mirror or use your very phone in selfie mode. Look at your vulva.
Okay, wait, we're actually doing the homework?
We's doing the homework. But here's the rule, you have to make a list of things you like. And when your brain, because it's a jerk, tries to pivot to everything you don't like, you don't include those. You just keep going until the noise gets quieter.
My brain would just give me a blank list and a suggestion to go buy more chocolate.
But look at the psychological mechanism she's tapping into here. She calls it cognitive dissonance. It's forcing the brain to hold two conflicting ideas at once, the cultural shame versus the physical reality you're actually seeing.
And then she adds the second part. This one is, wow. She says, if you have a partner, ask them to look, too. Turn on the light, take off the clothes, and ask them to tell you what they see.
That sounds terrifying.
It is. It's incredibly vulnerable. But the key is the prompt. Ask them to tell you what they feel and what memories they have of your body. You're asking them to participate in the validation.
It's a way to bridge that gap between the private self and the shared self. But I love how she transitions from this very intense physical exercise into a garden.
A garden? Is this a gardening podcast now? I didn't bring my trowel.
No. It's a metaphor. Think about it. She says we're all born with a plot of fertile soil. Different plots, but all fertile.
But the planting isn't up to us.
Right. Your family, your culture, your early environment, they come in and start planting. They plant language, attitudes, knowledge about what's safe and what's pleasurable. Is essentially landscaping your sexual identity before you even have a say in it.
And some of that landscaping is great. Some of it is, well, toxic.
Exactly. You might find you need to uproot some junk and replace it with something you actually chose for yourself.
So the software update we talked about earlier, that's basically just weeding.
That's a perfect way to put it, Paco.
It's also a way to reframe the shame narrative. Because if the bad stuff is just a weed that was planted by someone else, it's not you. It's just something that's growing in your garden that doesn't belong.
That leads into this amazing story about Olivia. She was using her hormones as a shield. She'd say, "It's just my hormones, it's natural," to defend herself against being called a slut or nymphomaniac.
Oof. The shame weeds are aggressive.
They are. And the brilliant thing is that once she embraced the all the same parts idea, she didn't need the shield anymore. The shield was actually keeping her isolated. The science, the actual biological reality, connected her back to the human continuum.
It moved her from, I'm a freakish exception, to, I'm a unique variation.
Which brings us to the too long didn't read at the end of the chapter, which honestly is a great summary for anyone who's like me and needs the highlights.
Hey, I love a good summary.
If you're experiencing pain, see a doctor. If not, you're normal. Also, porn is digitally altered to look tucked in. Don't believe the hype. And finally, knowing where your clitoris is power.
I love that. Knowing where it is power. It's anatomy as agency. It's taking back the map of your own territory.
That is a heavy way to end the chapter.
But it's setting us up for the real heavy hitter. Because she's about to move from the garden to the engine.
And the engine is the brain, specifically the dual control model.
And here comes the drama. We meet Lori.
Poor Lori. She's in this loop of maybe I'm tired, maybe I'm depressed, maybe I'm broken. She thinks her sex life died with her child.
That broken part. That's the most dangerous word in the whole book.
No, it's that the brakes are being slammed on so hard that the accelerator can't even move the car.
And she's hiding it from him because she's afraid he'll be, what? Unhappy?
She's afraid it proves she's broken as a partner. But then she hears the concept, the accelerator and the brakes.
This is the moment the entire software update starts to make sense. It's not that the engine is dead, it's that the brakes are being slammed on.
All right, I think we need to pause here. We've gone from mirrors to gardens to brakes. My brain needs a second to catch up.
Mine too. Let's grab some water. We'll be back to talk about the brakes in a minute.
Okay, we're back, and I think we need to shift gears from the garden metaphor into something a bit more clinical, a bit more lab coat and clipboard.
Please, I've had enough nature for one day. Let's get into the science.
All right, because Emily is taking us back in time, way back. She sets the even in 1964. Imagine you're a researcher at Washington University in St. Louis. You're working with the legends, Masters and Johnson.
Oh man, I can see it now. Retro lab coats, heavy machinery, and... Wait, what was the recruitment method?
It was intense. She says they were basically posting want ads in the local paper. They were looking for ordinary people who were willing to come into the lab, hook themselves up to machines that measure heart rate, blood pressure, and genital response, all while the scientists are right there watching.
For science. That is the best excuse for being incredibly awkward.
It's systematic, Jane, and awkward. She walks us through the protocol. You show up, they take your medical history, they check your physicals, and then this is the part that makes you want to hide under the table. The next time you come in, you practice having an orgasm in the lab, first alone, and then with the research team in the room.
No? That is a level of vulnerability I am not prepared for. I wouldn't even want a stranger watching me eat a sandwich.
But they did it. And because they were measuring everything, they could map out exactly what was even happening. She breaks down the 4-phase model they created. It starts with excitement. Heart rate goes up, blood pressure spikes, and the labia and clitoris swell and darken.
The physical hardware reacting to the stimulus.
Exactly. Then plateau. This is where things get really visceral. The vagina tense around the cervix. The clitoris actually retracts inward, and you get sex flush, this redness over the chest. And then orgasm, the sudden release of all that accumulated tension through involuntary muscle contractions.
And finally, resolution, where everything just returns to baseline. The heart rate drops, the swelling goes down. It's a beautiful closed loop of physiological data.
It sounds like a perfect little machine. Everything goes up, everything comes down. Very efficient.
And for a long time, that was the foundation of everything. If you had a problem like anorgasmia or premature ejaculation, this model gave you a way to fix the mechanics.
But there was a glitch in the machine.
There was, and it came from a psychotherapist named Helen Singer Kaplan in the 1970s. She was looking at all these patients who were successfully treated by the 4-phase model, but there was one group that just wasn't responding.
Let me guess. The broken group?
The group that lacked interest. Kaplan realized the massive oversight. The original model completely ignored desire.
And it makes total sense if you think about the context. If you're in a lab in 1964 and you've recruited someone specifically to masturbate for a study, they don't need to feel desire. They just need to respond to the equipment.
The software was missing because the hardware was being tested in a vacuum.
Right. So Kaplan adapted it. She created the triphasic model. She added desire as the first phase, this appetite for sex, like hunger or thirst. Then she merged excitement and plateau into arousal and ended with orgasm.
So she moved it from the lab to the real world, from doing the task to wanting the thing.
And for decades, that was the gold standard. It was even in the DSM's big diagnostic manual. You could have problematic desire or problematic arousal. It gave doctors a way to categorize people.
But we're back to the software update idea. Because even with Kaplan's model, we were still just looking at the phases. We weren't looking at the control.
Precisely. We fast forward 2 decades to the Kinsey Institute. This is where it gets revolutionary. A pair of researchers, Janssen and Bancroft, proposed the dual control model.
The accelerator and the brakes. I knew we were getting to the good part.
This is the aha moment. They realized that sexual response isn't just a sequence of events, it's a brain mechanism. Your central nervous system is a series of partnerships between an accelerator, the sympathetic nervous system, and brakes, the parasympathetic nervous system.
And they applied that to sex. Your brain is constantly weighing sex-related stimuli against potential threats.
So, the broken feeling we talked about earlier with Lori? It's not that the engine is dead.
No, it's that the brakes are being slammed on so hard that the accelerator can't even move the car.
That changes everything. It's not a lack of something, it's an excess of something else.
Exactly. And the most incredible part? While men might have more sensitive accelerators and women might have more sensitive brakes, the variation within the groups is massive. It's not a men versus women thing, it's an individual sensitivity thing.
So, if we can figure out what's hitting the brakes, we can actually start the update.
That is exactly where we're heading. Next time, we're looking at the threats. What on earth makes our brains decide to hit the brakes?
I'll bring the toolkit. Let's see if we can find the brake lever.
All right, my brain is officially fried from all this physiological terminology. Let's take 5.
Agreed. I need to find my glasses anyway. Okay, we're back. All right, everyone, let's settle in. We're diving straight into the engine room today.
Oh, I am ready. I've been waiting to get to this part. It's like the moment you finally get the source code for why your own body behaves the way it does.
Or why you suddenly want to do something stupid at 2 a.m.
Please, Paco. Your stupid is just a lack of brake calibration.
Well, speaking of calibration, we're looking at Emily Nagoski's Come As You Are. And she starts this section with a heavy hitter, a quote from Daniel Kahneman about how you only realize a theoretical advance has happened once you can't understand why you were ever too blind to see the obvious.
It's such a powerful way to frame it. Like, once you understand this dual control model, everything else, all the confusion, the why am I like this, it just clicks.
Until you realize the obvious is actually just a complex neurological tug-of-war.
Exactly. And she gets right to the hardware. She says the model isn't just a metaphor. It is a literal description of the central nervous system. You have the sexual excitation system, the SE, which is your accelerator. It's constantly scanning. Smells, sights, even just a random thought. It's all sending turn-on signals to the genitals.
And it's happening way below our consciousness. You don't even know it's working until you're suddenly, physically there.
Which is great until you're in a business meeting and you smell someone's really specific perfume and boom. System error.
That's where the other part comes in. The sexual inhibition system. The SI. The brakes.
Right. And she makes a really crucial distinction here. She says inhibition doesn't mean being shy. It means neurological off signals. And she breaks it down into 2 different types of brakes. There's the foot brake, the one that responds to immediate threats.
Like, wait, there's a risk of an STI, or wait, my grandma is walking into the room.
The grandma switch. That is a legendary way to describe a neurological override.
It really is. But then she talks about the second one, the hand brake.
And this is the one that's much more insidious. It's a chronic low-level no thank you signal.
It's like driving with the handbrake partially engaged. You can move, sure, but you're burning way more fuel, it's taking way longer, and you're just struggling.
She links the handbrake specifically to the fear of performance failure. Not the fear of the consequence, but the fear that you won't achieve the goal like, what if I don't orgasm?
Man, that's heavy. That's exactly what I feel when I'm trying to impress someone and suddenly I'm overthinking my entire existence.
And that's the software update we're talking about. It's not that you's broken, it's that your handbrake is just stuck.
Wait, look at how she applies this to a real person. She brings in Olivia. She describes her as one big yes. This woman is just vibrant. She loves everything. New toys, new places. She's just fully present in her body.
Sounds like a dream, or a very loud neighbor.
But then she asks Olivia if she's ever done things and thought, why did I do that? And Olivia admits that when she's super stressed, she just goes. She does stupid shit.
That's the out of control feeling.
Exactly. She describes it as an itch that no amount of scratching will help. And here's the kicker, she links it back to the hardware. It's not a character flaw or a hormone imbalance. It's a sensitive accelerator.
This is the part that changes everything. We always assume sexual dysfunction is a lack of something, a lack of desire, a lack of drive. But Nagoski says the problem is rarely the accelerator. It's much more likely that the problem is too much brakes.
It's not that the engine won't start. It's that you're slamming on the brakes while trying to floor it.
Precisely. And she moves into this idea of sexual temperament. She says these levels how sensitive your SE and your SI are traits. They are stable, like introversion or extroversion. We're all on a bell curve.
So, there's a group of people, maybe 2 to 6%, who are basically redliners. High accelerator, very low brakes.
And that can lead to that out of control feeling or riskier behavior, especially when stressed.
And on the other end, you have the flatliners, the ones whose interest just vanishes when life gets heavy.
It's a spectrum. And the most important takeaway from this chunk is that once you identify which system is being hit, is it the foot brake, the handbrake, or is the accelerator just not getting enough signal? You can actually start to figure out how to create change.
It turns sex from this mysterious, shameful mystery into a way to tune your own engine.
I love that. It's not a defect, it's just a calibration issue.
So, we just talked about the redliners, the ones with the super sensitive accelerator. But Nagoski turns the lens in the other direction now. She asks, what if you had the opposite combination?
The heavy-duty brakes paired with a pretty sleepy accelerator.
Exactly. She says this describes about 1 to 4% of women. And she's not being vague here. She links it directly to the big three: trouble getting aroused, lack of interest, and difficulty with orgasm.
So, the engine is idling, and the parking brake is pulled all the fucking way up.
That's a brutal way to put it, Jane, but she's essentially saying that if your brakes are sensitive, you are hyper-responsive to every single reason not to be turned on.
And if your accelerator isn't very sensitive, you can't just rely on a random spark. You have to use deliberate attention just to tune in. It's like trying to find a radio station through a massive amount of static.
That sounds exhausting, like you're constantly working a second job just to feel,
And check this out. This is the part that really sticks. She cites a 2008 survey of over 200 women. She found that the strongest predictor of all kinds of sexual problems isn't the accelerator, it's the brakes. Specifically, these arousal contingencies.
I love that phrase, unless things are just right.
Just right. That is the handbrake. Unless the lighting is enough, the temperature is exactly 72 degrees, and my partner has been talking to me with the exact right frequency of empathy.
But she's serious. She points to people worrying about taking too long. The anxiety about the performance itself. The fear of not reaching the goal actually becomes the very signal that shuts the system down.
it's a feedback loop of doom. The more you worry about the brakes, the harder you slam them.
To help us map this, she actually includes this, well, she calls it a Cosmo quiz adaptation. It's a questionnaire. She's very careful to say, don't mistake this for actual science, but it's meant to guide your understanding.
I'm looking at the inhibitors section now. It's hitting all the psychological notes. Sometimes I have so many worries that I am unable to get aroused. If I am uncertain how my partner feels about me, it is harder to get aroused.
There it is, the uncertainty brake, the do they even like me signal.
And then the exciter side. This is much more visceral. Seeing a partner doing something that shows their talent or intelligence.
Sappy sexuality. It's right there in the hardware.
Yeah, but then she hits a break even in the excitement section. If it is possible someone might see or hear us having sex, it is more difficult for me to get aroused.
The fear of being caught break. We talked about this earlier with the foot break, the immediate threat.
But look at the scoring. This is where she starts categorizing us. If you score low on the SI, the inhibitors, she says you're basically not so sensitive to the reasons not to be aroused. Most circumstances can be sexual for you.
Sounds like a recipe for a very messy life.
Well, she says the challenge for that group is actually reining yourself in. You might find yourself redlining like we discussed with Olivia.
But the high SI group, that's the one that's struggling. She says you need a setting of trust and relaxation. You can't just jump into it. You need the environment to be curated.
And it's the same for the accelerator. If you're low SE, you might need more intensity like, hey, grab the vibrator, we need to boost the signal.
A software patch for the libido.
But here is the most beautiful thing she says. She looks at the medium group, and she says most people, more than half of the women she surveyed, fall right in the middle.
Medium means you can say to yourself, hey, I'm normal.
That is such a massive relief. To realize that being middle of the road isn't a lack of passion, it's just the standard setting.
Right. The value isn't in discovering you're a freak of nature. The value is realizing that the accelerator and the brakes are separate. You can have a great accelerator, but if your life is full of hand-brake triggers, you'll never feel the speed.
So, you don't need a new engine, you just need to learn how to release the brake.
And maybe find some better sexy contexts.
Exactly. The software update is already there. We just need to learn how to run the program without the interrupts. Okay, so we've established the mechanics, we have the accelerator and the brakes, but now, Nagoski moves from the theory into a real-world case study. She introduces us to Camilla.
Oh, I love a good case study. It makes the science feel human.
Exactly. And Camilla is described as this brilliant, curious artist. She's the type of person who doesn't just read about sex, she reads the original research.
So, she's basically a version of Seth.
Maybe, but here's Camilla's dilemma. She's intellectually hungry for sex knowledge, but she has this contrastingly small desire to actually, do it.
Wait, so she's not lacking the interest? She's just not experiencing that out-of-the-blue spark?
Precisely. She doesn't get that spontaneous lightning strike desire. So, Nagoski starts running the diagnostic we talked about earlier. She asks the inhibitor questions. Do things have to be just right? Do you need total trust? Are you worrying about sex while you're having it?
And
the answer is, not really, and not really. Her brakes aren't the problem.
So, if it's not the brakes,
she moves to the exciter questions. Does seeing your partner do something skillful turn you on? Are you aroused by smells or fantasies? And Camilla's response is, not really, heck no, and what fantasies?
Ouch, that is a very quiet engine.
It's what she calls low SE. It doesn't mean she's not interested in the idea of sex. It just means her brain requires a massive amount of stimulation, a huge pile of on signals, just to cross the threshold into actually being aroused.
so she's not broken. She just needs a lot of fuel to get the car moving.
Exactly. And she even mentions that for Camilla, orgasm can sometimes be more of a distraction than a goal. She loves the intimacy, the playing, but sometimes she's just as happy cooking with her husband as she is having sex.
I mean, honestly, I get that. Sometimes the vibe is just dinner.
But there's a tension there, because her husband Henry wants her to initiate more. And Camilla asks the big question, is this something a person can change? And Nagoski's answer is a definitive, yes it is.
That is the software update again. The code is there, we just need to rewrite the triggers.
But before we get to how she changes, Nagoski takes a full step back to look at the population level. She reiterates that on average, men have more sensitive accelerators, more an easy way to get the engine revving.
And women have more sensitive brakes.
Right, but she makes this huge, crucial point here. She says we shouldn't use these averages to create new, shitty stereotypes. She says women are easily turned off and difficult to turn on is just the new version of the old bad metaphors.
because it ignores the individual.
Exactly. It's like saying all cars have a certain top speed, but ignoring that some cars are Ferraris and some are tractors. The real magic is in the variation within the groups.
And she links it to something we haven't talked about much yet: mood and anxiety.
Yeah, this is fascinating. She notes that about 10 to 20% of people, both men and women, actually see an increase in sexual interest when they are anxious or depressed.
Wait, what? You get more turned on when you're stressed?
It sounds counterintuitive, right? But she explains it through the hardware. If a man wants sex more when he's anxious, it might mean his brakes are less sensitive. The stress isn't shutting him down. But if a woman wants sex more when she's anxious, it might mean her accelerator is actually highly responsive to that specific stress signal.
So anxiety is just another way to slam the gas or the brake.
It's like she's saying our biology isn't a fixed destiny. It's a system that's constantly reacting to the environment.
And that leads into her most mind-blowing point in this section. She says that the things that turn us on or turn us off aren't necessarily innate. We aren't born with a list of sexy things.
We are born with a turn-on list?
No, she compares it to learning a language. You aren't born speaking French, right? You learn the language of the environment you grow up in. And she says we learn a sexual language.
So our preferences, they're learned.
She uses these incredible rat studies to prove it. She talks about researchers training male rats to associate the smell of lemons with sex.
I mean, I've definitely been there. A little lemon, a little excitement.
But the point is, the rats didn't start liking lemons. They learned to link the smell to the experience. In one study, if a rat's first sexual experience happened while wearing a little rat jacket, the next time they were with a female without the jacket, they actually inhibited themselves.
Because the brain thought, no jacket, no sexy times, system shut down.
Exactly. The jacket became a part of the accelerator's signal. The brakes learned that the absence of the jacket was a threat or a non-sex signal.
So the software is being written in real time by our experiences.
Everything. The smells, the sights, the /fiction fantasies, the huge, beautiful bathtubs. It's all learned association. The hardware, the accelerator, and the brakes is innate. But what they react to, that's the language we learn from our culture, our partners, and our own lives.
So we aren't just stuck with the factory settings. We're constantly updating the library.
Exactly. We are the architects of our own arousal. We just have to learn how to read the code.
My brain needs a second to process the lemon rat imagery.
Agreed. Let's take a quick breather and grab some water. Okay, we're back. Okay, we are back. And I think for today, we're looking at the software update we've been talking about.
Exactly. We're not here to fix a broken body. We're here to debug the programming.
Which, honestly, is a relief. I mean, my left eye is still twitching from that tower card earlier, so I'm already halfway to a system crash.
Can we focus? I'm still trying to process the fact that we're treating human desire like a laboratory rat with a lemon fetish.
Well, that's how Emily Nagoski starts this section. She uses the rat example to make a huge point. Even the things we think are hardwired, like a female rat being fertile, actually have to be learned through experience.
Right. It's about more than you are born this way. It's about what the environment teaches the brain to notice.
It's a bit unsettling, isn't it? The idea that there's no pure innate drive, just associations?
It ties back to that idea of the garden from the first chapter. But look, she moves into this much more human, much more heavy story. She talks about a student, Merritt.
And this is where it gets visceral. Merritt describes her sex life as years of struggle.
That's heavy.
She realized she had what Nagoski calls sensitive brakes. She could feel the desire of the accelerator was working, but it felt trapped.
And she used this phrase, noisy brain. Seth, listen to how she describes it. She says her accelerator and brakes were activated at the same time.
Like windmilling on a cliff.
That is a terrifying mental image. Imagine trying to drive a car where you're slamming the gas and the emergency brake at once. You're just burning rubber and going nowhere.
But that's the bug, right? It's not that the car is broken. It's that the driver is panicking.
Exactly. And Nagoski hits on a distinction here that I think is vital. She says the sensitivity of your brakes, your SI, or sexual inhibition system, is a stable trait. You're born with a certain level of sensitivity.
You can't really change the hardware. You can't just decide to have less sensitive brakes.
Wait, so what can we do? Do we just live with the squealing?
That's the patch, Paco. She says you can't change the mechanism, but you can change what the mechanism responds to. You change the context.
It's like, you can't change the fact that your brakes are sensitive, but you can stop throwing obstacles in front of the car.
So, less threats to the brakes.
But look at the next example she gives. This one actually made me wince. She talks about Lori.
Oh God. Lori is a disaster zone of stress.
It's not that Lori had sensitive brakes. She had an avalanche of stuff hitting perfectly average brakes. A kid, a brutal job, a stressful master's degree, and this is the kicker: she felt guilty about not loving her body because she was a feminist.
The meta-stress. Being stressed about being stressed?
I mean, I do that with my tarot readings. Oh no, I'm judging this card too much, now the reading is ruined.
It's a loop, and Nagoski points out that even the solution, like a massage, can become a new break because then you feel expected to have sex after the massage.
It's a feedback loop. The context becomes the threat.
So, the software update isn't about upgrading the processor. It's about cleaning up the background processes and closing the 40 tabs you have open in your brain.
That is a perfect way to put it, Jane.
It's about creating space. Just creating space for how sex actually works rather than how we think it should work.
Okay, I think I need to go close some of my own tabs. And maybe eat some chips.
We'll be right back. All right, we're back. And I think we need to slow down for a second. We've been talking about the hardware and the software, but Nagoski is moving into the actual user experience now.
She's getting into the why does this happen to me part.
Exactly. She starts with the story about a woman named Camilla. And look, she gives us a bit of a baseline here. She says Camilla is a low SE woman.
Translation: her accelerator is naturally a bit sluggish, only in the 4 to 8% range.
Right? She's not driven by every little stimulus. But, and this is the important part, when she got married, she was sensitive. The context was perfect.
But then, 5 years later,
5 years later, she's in the kitchen. Her husband comes up behind her, kisses her neck, and instead of mating instantly, she's just like, I'm trying to make dinner.
Oh, I have been there. The not now, I have a casserole to finish vibe is a real mood killer.
It's not a mood killer, Emily. It's a grocery list. The brain is elsewhere.
And Camilla is spiraling. She thinks she's emptied her lust tank. She literally asks, do people have a lust tank that can be empty?
I mean, I feel like my motivation tank is empty by 10 a.m. most Tuesdays. Is that a thing?
Well, Nagoski shuts that down immediately. She says, no, well, sort of, not really. She replaces the tank metaphor with something much better, a shower.
Oh, I love this. It's not a finite reservoir of liquid.
Right? It's a shower. Sometimes the water pressure is great, the temperature is perfect, but sometimes the shower head is all gummed up with smuts.
Schmutz. That's a very polite way to describe life's chaos.
But the water is still there. The water is always there. It's just the pressure and the temperature, the context that changes.
And that's what Camilla was asking about, right? She was like, so what is context? Candles and flowers, bodice ripping?
Please tell me the bodice ripping is scientifically validated. I need that in my research.
Not quite, Paco. Nagoski says those are just situations. She says context also means your brain state.
Which brings us back to the software issue. If your brain is stuck in work mode or anxiety mode, the shower head is effectively clogged.
But then she brings in the data. This is where it gets really interesting. She cites McCall and Meston, who looked at what actually activates the accelerator, and she breaks it into 4 categories.
Let's walk through them because they're actually quite beautiful. First, love and emotional bonding.
Like feeling secure, protected, or getting that special attention. She even tells a story about a guy flying halfway around the world to surprise a woman for their anniversary.
Okay, that man definitely got laid. That's a high-pressure water setting right there.
Exactly. Then there's the explicit or erotic cues. This is more, well, direct. Watching a sexy movie, or even just hearing the neighbors having sex through the wall.
I feel like I've lived in a lot of apartments where that was a cue.
Hey, it's part of the environment.
Then we have visual and proximity cues. This is fascinating. It's about class, grooming, even just the way a shirt fits. She mentions a friend who said the sight of pristine white cuffs peeking out from a suit jacket is a massive turn-on.
It's about the vibe of competence and care. It's subtle.
And finally, romantic or implicit cues. This is the slow burn. Dancing, a shared massage, looking at a sunset, or even just the smell of someone. She tells a story about a woman whose libido spiked specifically because she and her husband took long, hot baths together on vacation.
It's all about building the pressure.
But, and here is the massive but, she then pivots to the researchers Graham and others who looked at the brakes, the things that keep the brakes on.
And this is where it gets heavy. It goes from I'm tired to I don't feel good about my body. Or I'm worried about my reputation. Or the fear of being too much.
The social policing of our own desires.
It even includes things like, does my partner accept me? She shares a story of a woman whose sex life shut down because her husband wasn't accepting of her orgasm sounds. He made her feel wrong.
That's a massive break. That's like someone putting a padlock on the shower handle.
And it's not even external. It's unwanted pregnancy fears, or even just a negative mood because you're upset with your partner.
It's all interconnected. But then, and this is the part that really tripped me up, she brings up something controversial, something that seems to contradict the context theory.
Oh, here we go.
She mentions John Gottman's research. He found that women in abusive relationships, women facing actual physical violence, sometimes reported that some of their best sex happened immediately after the acts of violence.
Wait, what? How does that even work with the context and safety thing?
That sounds like the absolute opposite of creating a safe space.
It's jarring, right? And she brings up Daniel Bergner's work, two women who felt magnetically drawn to men who were objectively jerks and objectified them, even though they couldn't get aroused by the respectful guys.
So the software is even more glitchy than we thought.
So, if the context of safety isn't the only thing driving the accelerator, what is it?
She says context is everything. She argues that even these extreme, seemingly contradictory stories are explained by the dual control mechanism's relationship with other motivational systems.
Like the brain's ability to find intense, even chaotic, stimulation in the midst of high arousal but high stress situations.
Exactly. The context isn't just peace and quiet. It's the complex, often messy intersection of your stress, your biology, and your immediate surroundings. The evidence is showing that women's responses are just more sensitive to these shifts than men's.
So we're back to the same point. We can't change the sensitive brakes.
But we can start looking at the schmutz in the shower head. We can look at the variables.
I think I'm going to go wash my hands. And maybe check if I have any white cuffs in my laundry.
We'll be right back. All right, we're back. And I think I need to apologize to everyone. I said this was the nerdiest, scienciest chapter, and I wasn't kidding.
I saw that warning. You practically told us to dust off our thinking caps before we even turned the enough page.
I just didn't want anyone to be surprised when I started talking about chronoception and thermoception.
Too late. I'm already mentally checking out. I think it's a sign.
Wait, no. Jane, stay with me. Because even though it sounds like a biology textbook, she uses this incredibly simple, almost visceral example to prove her point. It's about tickling.
I love the tickling example. It's so universal.
Right. She says, imagine you're flirting with someone special, and they start tickling you. It's playful, right? It's potentially leading to, well, you know.
Nookie. Got it.
Exactly. But then she says, imagine you're feeling annoyed with that same person, and they try to tickle you.
Oh no, that is the absolute worst. It's not funny anymore. It's just invasive.
It's the exact same sensation. The physical input, the fingers on the skin, is identical, but the perception flips from playful to, I want to punch you in the face.
Because the context changed. The person went from beloved to nuisance.
Exactly, and she takes this and scales it up. She says it's true for everything. Smells, taste, even temperature. She uses this great image of being stranded in a car on a scorching, humid day, and finally reaching an air-conditioned gas station.
That sounds like heaven.
Right, and that 72-degree air feels like a frigid blast, a massive relief. But if you were already freezing on a bitter, windy day, that same 72-degree air would feel like a warmed oven.
So, the temperature didn't change. The person's experience of the temperature changed.
Precisely. And she's arguing that our sexual brains work exactly like that.
So we're back to the software issue. It's not that the sensation is bad, it's that the brain is misinterpreting the signal because of the surrounding noise.
And she brings us back to Lori. Remember her? The one who was windmilling on a cliff with her brakes and her accelerator?
The one who tried to fix her sex life by booking a romantic getaway to a fancy hotel in the mountains?
Yeah, she tried to replicate the external circumstances of her best sex. The location, the luxury, the fancy hotel vibe. But she says the plan failed utterly.
Why? They were in the right place. The hardware was there.
Because the context was wrong. They argued on the drive there. They were exhausted. The pressure of expectation was just overwhelming.
The expectation is a massive break. You're so worried about performing the romance that you can't actually feel it.
Right. And then she says something really profound. She says Lori and her husband Johnny sat down to figure out what was actually different. And Johnny asks her, what did it feel like? Not where were we?
Oh, wow.
And Lori, she just burst into tears. She started talking about how much she loved him, about how she felt swamped by her life as a mother, a student, a boss. She was grieving her lost sense of self.
That's heavy. That's not a sexy conversation.
But, and here is the aha moment, she says that when the tide of that grief finally ebbed, they had great sex.
Wait, so the ugly cry actually led to the sex?
It did, because the context changed. The emotional release allowed her to move from a state of threat and overwhelmed back into a state of connection.
It sounds like a complete contradiction. She says, we go on a romantic getaway, nothing worse than nothing. But I ugly cry. And we have hot and dirty sex.
I mean, if that's the secret, I need to start crying more often at dinner.
It's not about the crying, Paco. It's about the release of the tension that was acting as a brake.
It's so much more complex than just use lube or try a new position. It's about the entire emotional landscape.
And she gets even more specific. She says this isn't just in your head. She cites studies where the knowledge of a drug's effect actually changed the chemistry in people's blood. Context changes your actual biology.
So, if you perceive a partner's touch as supportive, it might actually change your physiological response to it.
Exactly. She gives this great example of watching a partner do chores. If you feel supported, seeing them do the laundry might be an erotic cue. But if you're resentful because you do all the laundry, it's about time.
I feel that in my soul, my core-based libido is currently at 0.
See, even the brakes can be triggered by something as mundane as a pile of dirty dishes.
It really reinforces that software update idea. We're not looking for a new engine, we're looking to stop the resentment from clogging the fuel lines.
Exactly. We're looking to identify the one ring of our own emotions, the things that govern how we perceive everything else.
It's a lot to process, but I guess if you can change the perception of a tickle, you can change the perception of everything else.
We'll be right back.
My brain is officially fried from all this biological context.
Let's take 5 and grab some water. All right, everyone, settle in. All right, everyone, settle in. We're diving back into Emily Nagoski's Come As You Are. If you've been with us, you know we've been talking about this idea of the software update, how we've been running on outdated, buggy biological narratives for way too long.
And today, we're looking at the most important patch, the context patch. It's about the environment the hardware is running in as much as the hardware itself.
Which, let's be honest, is a lot like my current state. I'm trying to run a fun, relaxed program, but my brain is currently distracted by the tower card I pulled earlier. Everything feels a little unstable.
Can we please not make every conversation about your tarot anxiety, Paco? We have much more interesting things to unpack, like the fact that Nagoski is suggesting sexual submission isn't about weakness, but about turning off the brakes.
Right. Look at how she phrases this. She says, sexual submission requires relaxing into trust, turning off the brakes, and allowing your partner to take control.
And she ties it to something so heavy. She says in a culture where women spend so much time with the brakes on constantly saying no, Or being on guard, it's no wonder we have fantasies about just abandoning all control.
It's a survival mechanism, really. If you're always scanning for threats, the only way to experience pleasure is to find a context where the threat is explicitly consensual.
But wait, she doesn't just leave it at trust is good. She brings in the heavy hitters. She brings in rats.
Yeah, she goes full nerd mode here. She uses this study involving rats and Iggy Pop to prove that context changes how the brain perceives sensation.
It's wild. So you've got these rats in a free-chambered box. In the normal lab setting, if you stimulate a specific part of the brain, the nucleus accumbens, they show approach behaviors. They're curious. They're like, what's this?
But then you move them to a spa chamber. Quiet, smells like home, very safe. And suddenly, even the stimuli that used to make them move away now make them move toward. In a safe environment, almost the entire reward system just activates approach motivation.
But then comes the chaos. The third chamber. Blinding lights, and suddenly, Iggy Pop is blasting at random volumes. Total sensory overload.
Exactly. This is the bad nightclub vibe. And in the stressful environment, it doesn't matter which part of the brain you stimulate. The rats just react with what the hell is that? Behavior. Pure avoidance.
And this is the core of her argument. She's saying that if your internal or external context is stressful, it doesn't matter how sexy your partner is or how fancy your underwear is. Your brain is physically incapable of the approach response.
It's a bug in the system. You think you're failing at sex, but your brain is actually just doing its job detecting a threat.
Okay, but she follows this up with a story about Merritt, and man, this hit home.
It's a brilliant case study. Merritt has sensitive brakes. In real life, a tiny noise or stray thought can shut her down completely. But she writes erotic fiction, specifically 50 Shades of Gay.
Which is such a specific, wonderful detail.
But here's the kicker. She's writing about intense power dynamics, men being tied to trees, all this high-intensity stuff. She's getting turned on by the idea of it, but in her actual relationship with her wife, Carol, she struggles.
Because the context is different. When she's alone in bed, she's safe. There's no threat. The brakes aren't being triggered by a said loud noise or stranger. The fantasy is a great context.
But if those 5 big unknown men actually showed up in her bedroom, her brain would scream, run, fight, freeze. The brakes would slam on so hard she'd probably jump out a window.
And then she says something that completely shifted how I think about intimacy. Merritt tells the author, I trust 150%. I'd jump off a cliff blindfolded if you said there was a crash pad.
And Carol just hits her with, that only leaves one other person for you not to trust. Huh?
Ouch.
It's brutal. Because Merritt realizes the problem isn't the partner, it's herself. She says, I don't trust me. I trust my intellect. I trust my heart. But do I trust my body?
And she says, honestly, no, and for good reason.
That is such a profound way to frame it. We spend so much time trying to fix our bodies, but we haven't even addressed the fact that we don't trust the very mechanism we're trying to use.
It's like you're trying to install a new software update, but you're still afraid the computer is going to explode if you click install.
Exactly. And Nagoski moves into the nerdy part of the brain, the mesolimbic cortex, to explain why this happens. She talked about liking, wanting, and learning.
She's saying we shouldn't just call these pleasure centers. That's too simple. It's more complex. It's about the brain evaluating, planning, and deciding whether to move closer or move away.
It's the multifaceted beast, as she calls it. We aren't just looking for a hit of dopamine, we are looking for a way to navigate the world safely.
We're going to take a break, but when we come back, we're going to look at that soil metaphor, how the deep subconscious parts of our brain are actually transforming these sensations before we even realize they're happening. All right, we're back. We just left off on that heady realization that even when we trust our partners, we might not trust our own bodies.
And now, Nagoski is pulling a total Tolkien move on us. She starts talking about the One Ring.
Oh, great. So we're moving from sex ed to Middle Earth? Is there a Gandalf in this chapter?
Not quite, but the metaphor is actually incredibly precise. She says the One Ring is the single neural cluster that processes everything emotional. It covers sex, stress, disgust, love, and social connection. It's the One Ring because it mediates all your motivational systems at once.
So, when she says that pop science articles claim the same brain parts light up for sex as they do for cocaine, she's basically saying, duh. It's the one ring, it's the part of the brain that handles all intense cravings.
Right. It's not that sex is drug-like in a vacuum. It's that the hardware for wanting is the same hardware we use for everything else. And she breaks this down into 3 specific, incredibly cool functions: liking, learning, and wanting.
Okay, liking sounds easy. That's the yes or no part, right?
Exactly. She calls it hedonic impact. It's the is this good, how good part of the brain. She uses a great example in newborn baby. You put a drop of sugar water on their tongue and the liking system just explodes. Sugar is innately rewarding. Salt, not so much.
It's the pleasure component, the perception of beauty, the joy of love, the thrill of winning a game. It's all managed here.
But then there's learning, and she's being very specific here. She's talking about implicit learning. Not like memorizing a poem for a test, but the kind of learning where you don't even realize it's happening.
Like Pavlov's dogs?
Exactly. The dog salivating at the bell. Or those rats we talked about earlier, linking specific jackets or smells to sex. It's the brain creating a map. This thing usually leads to that thing.
And learning is totally neutral. It's not good or bad, it just notes relevance.
Which is a huge point. Your brain can learn that a specific touch is sex-related without actually liking it. That's where it gets scary.
Which brings us to the third part, wanting. This is what scientists call incentive salience. It's the accelerator. It's the force that pushes you towards something or away from it.
So if wanting is activated by stress, you're running towards safety?
Yeah, you're searching for an exit. But if wanting is activated by, say, affection, you're seeking connection. And in sex, it's the drive to pursue stimulation.
And here is the software update moment. She says the sequence is this. First, something sex-related happens, and the brain goes, hey, that's sex-related. That's learning. Then, if the context is right, the brain goes, hey, that's nice. That's liking. And if the stimulus is good enough, the brain goes, ooh, go get more of that. That's wanting.
But it only works if the liking part isn't being drowned out by the brakes.
And she illustrates this with a heartbreakingly relatable example. Context 1. You're pregnant, or just pregnant, and you're having a lovely, relaxed cuddle. The learning and liking are active. Wanting joins the party, and everything is great.
But then, context 2, 2 months after birth. You've been woken up from a rare, precious sleep. You're exhausted. You're lactating. Your body feels different. It's even been pawed by little baby hands all day.
And your partner's hands start to wander.
The learning is still there. The brain recognizes the touch as sex-related. But because the context is stress and exhaustion, the learning doesn't lead to liking. Instead, it leads to dread.
Wanting to avoid sex.
Exactly. And the worst part is the aftermath. The partner thinks, I don't understand. This used to be great. They think the hardware is broken, but it's the context that's changed.
It's the same thing she said about the rats in the nightclub. High stress makes wanting turn into an avoidance response. What the hell is that?
She even takes it further. She introduces us to Olivia and Patrick. They're a great couple, totally in love, but they have these opposite tuning settings.
Let me guess. One of them is a flatliner, and the other is a breadliner.
Precisely. Patrick is a flatliner. When stress hits him, his brakes slam on, he shuts down. But Olivia, she's a redliner. For her, stress actually acts like fuel for her accelerator.
So when they're in finals week at grad school, they are at total opposite ends of the spectrum. Olivia is at her peak interest, and Patrick is at his lowest.
And it creates this chasing dynamic, which honestly sounds exhausting.
I mean, if I were in that situation, I'd probably just go play some music and hope for the best.
But as she points out, the frustration feeds the cycle. Patrick feels guilty that he doesn't want sex, which increases his stress, which hits his brakes even harder. And Olivia feels rejected, which increases her stress, which pushes her accelerator even more.
It's a feedback loop of purely biological mechanics, all driven by the one ring reacting to the environment. It's not a lack of love, it's just a very intense software conflict.
We're going deep into the mechanics here, but my brain is starting to hit a wall.
Wait, the delivery guy is literally ringing the bell right now. Foe is here!
Perfect timing. I'm starving. Let's stick 5. Okay, we're back. Okay, so we're back. We are diving into the heart of Emily Nagoski's Come As You Are.
And I am so ready. I've been feeling so much more fluid lately after that massage, but I want to get into the mechanics. We're looking at this idea of the software update, that we aren't broken. We just need a better operating environment.
A software update for your libido, I love it. Though, looking at my week, my hardware is currently just a series of random muscle spasms.
Join the club, Paco. My ankle is still a disaster. But let's get to the text. It starts with this heavy scene, this chick show involving a couple, Patrick and Olivia. They're stressed, they're starving, and Olivia is, well, she's struggling.
Right. Look at how she phrases the problem. She says, I was sort of hoping we could fix me.
That line, it's so heavy. Fix me. It's that exact broken narrative we've been talking about. She thinks she's a defective unit that needs a repairman.
But the author, Emily, she just shrugs her off. She says, easy. Work out a plan when you're both calm and then use the plan when you're stressed.
Easy for you to say, author. But look at what Olivia says next. This is the part that gets me. She says she feels this drive to orgasm, but it disconnects me from my body and from Patrick. She feels like a visitor in her body.
That is a profound way to describe it. And Nagoski labels it right there. It's a perfect example of wanting without liking.
Wait, hold on. I need to unpack that. We usually think if you want it, you must all like it, right? But she's saying the biological wanting is firing, the engine is revving, but the liking, the actual pleasure or connection, is totally absent.
It's like being hungry enough to eat a raw onion, but you still hate the taste of onion. The drive is there, but the joy isn't.
And it's happening because of the context. The stress is hitting the brakes.
Exactly. And she uses this brilliant, almost scientific illustration here. She talks about the mesolimbic system, the reward center. She mentions a study on cocaine addicts where images flash for only 33 milliseconds.
33 milliseconds? That's faster than a blink.
Way faster. And the subjects didn't even know they saw the images. They couldn't tell you what they saw, but their wanting systems lit up like a Christmas tree.
So, the brain is reacting to things we aren't even consciously aware of. That's terrifying. Or incredibly liberating, depending on how much you trust your subconscious.
It's both. It's why she uses italics for wanting, liking, and learning. She's saying these aren't just casual words. They are these deep, automated biological processes.
Which brings us to her big metaphor, the garden.
Right. She says the gardener that's us can weed and water and fertilize, but the gardener doesn't actually make the plants grow.
I like that. It takes the pressure off. You can't just grit your teeth and command your genitals to be excited.
Exactly. You just create the best possible environment. The weather, the soil, the nutrients. That's the context.
And here's the kicker, the real aha moment of the whole chapter. When sex doesn't feel great, it doesn't mean there's something wrong with you, which means that you can create positive change without changing you.
Oh, read that again. Without changing you.
It's a total paradigm shift. If the software is struggling, don't rewrite the code, just change the inputs. Change the environment.
It's so much more empowering than the medical approach. The medical approach says, you have a deficit, let's supplement it. This approach says, your system is fine. Let's just turn off the sirens and the smoke so the system can actually work.
But she admits it's not one size fits all. She talks about context being different for everyone. For some, it's a wild hookup in a closet. For others, it's slow, romantic devotion.
And then we get to Camilla. Her story is a beautiful way to close this loop. She uses a different metaphor, the shower.
Because the garden metaphor was too much work?
Maybe. She says her accelerator is like a hot water heater that takes a long time to heat the whole tank. It works, it just needs patience.
And her partner Henry realized he couldn't just chase her. He had to wait.
There's that line again. I can't chase you if you're moving toward me.
That is such a sharp insight. By rushing to meet the plan, she was actually preventing the liking from catching up to the wanting. She needed that delay, that tension to let the pilot light catch.
Man, I think I need to go check my contacts for the rest of the week. Maybe less caffeine, more whatever it is that makes the water heat up faster.
Just start by not being a broken person, Paco. It's a good start.
Okay, let's pick up right where we left off. We just talked about the gardener and the shower, but now the author starts getting really, really practical. She's moving from theory into, well, actual homework.
Oh, I love the TL dot is section at the top. It's like she's saying, look, if you tuned out during the neurobiology, here's the cheat sheet.
Or she's just making sure we don't miss the point, because we were too busy arguing about whether the brain is a garden or a plumbing system.
Fair. But look at this first point. She uses tickling. It's such a simple, visceral example. She says, if your partner tickles you when you're already feeling turned on, it can be fun. But if they tickle you when you're angry, it's just irritating.
Exactly. Same physical sensation, completely different perception. It's all context.
It's like when I play the tambourine. If you're dancing with me, the rhythm is magic. If you're trying to sleep and I'm practicing a new beat, I'm basically a domestic terrorist.
We've all been there, Paco.
And she takes that and scales it up. She says, when you're stressed out, your brain interprets just about everything as a potential threat. When you're turned on, your brain could interpret just about anything as sexualated.
Because the context is shifting the entire lens. It's like if the brakes are slammed on, the brain is in survival mode. And in survival mode, sex is a luxury you can't afford.
Right. You're scanning for tigers, not looking for, well, you know.
And then she hits us with the wanting, liking, and learning again. She says you can anticipate without wanting, which is just, that's dread, isn't it?
Yeah, like when you see the check engine light on your car. You anticipate the repair, but you definitely don't want the experience.
But look at what follows. This is where the book turns into a workbook. She gives these massive, detailed worksheets. She wants you to list everything from your mental and enough physical well-being to partner characteristics and setting.
Oh, great. I was hoping for a light read, not a self-help audit. How's your body image today? Does your partner's smell trigger your shame? Please fill out in triplicate.
But wait, Jane, look at the purpose of it. She's asking you to identify sexy contexts versus not so sexy contexts. She wants you to look at things like distractibility, anxiety, or even work-related stress.
It's brilliant, actually. She's forcing you to look at the variable. If you realize that distractibility is the main reason sex fails for you, then you stop trying to fix your libido and you start trying to fix your environment. You move the phone, you dim the lights, you create a space where you can actually focus.
It's like optimizing a server. You don't blame the code of the CPUs at 100% capacity because of background tasks. You close the tabs.
Precisely, and she pushes it even further. She asks you to pick 2 or 3 changes that are concrete and specific. Not be more romantic, but this is what goes on our to-do list.
Change 1, buy more wine. Change 2, stop talking about work after 8 p.m. I mean, I guess I could do that.
It's about agency, Jane. It's moving from I'm broken to I have a plan.
But then she pivots. She moves away from the worksheets and back into the stories, and this one is heavy. She introduces Merritt.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Merritt says, why should I trust my body? My whole adult life, my body has been unreliable and falling apart. When I get stressed, everything just shuts down. I get sick, I get injured, and that includes sex.
That is heartbreaking. That's not just a sexual problem. That's a fundamental rupture with the self.
It's a broken narrative. Her body isn't a partner, it's an adversary.
And Nagoski notes that while it fits the sensitive breaks model, there's something deeper. Something about how a body that has learned to survive through shutting down creates a very specific kind of architecture.
Man, we went from tickling to existential betrayal really fast.
That's the thing about the software update, Paco. Sometimes you're trying to recover a lost connection to the hardware itself.
Okay, let's pull ourselves together. We just went from a very heavy place with Merritt, that feeling of the body being an adversary, to some of the most practical, almost instructional writing in the book.
It's such a pivot, but it's necessary. She's taking that raw, visceral pain and saying, okay, let's look at the signals. And I love how she frames it. It's not about the specific situation, but these primal, evolutionary messages.
I am at risk versus I am safe. I am broken versus I am whole. It's so stripped down, no fluff.
It's like checking the dashboard lights. You don't need to understand the entire internal combustion engine to know that if the red light is flashing, you shouldn't try to hit 100 miles per hour.
Exactly. And she brings us back to that one-ring concept, the emotional center. She says the two systems with the most immediate impact on pleasure are stress and love.
And she defines them so clearly. Stress is the runaway system. Love is the join the tribe system.
But then she gets into the messy part, the part where they overlap.
Right. The I am lost state, where you have the passion of love but the agony of discord. She calls it sex that advances the plot.
Sex that advances the plot. I love that. It's like, okay, the drama is high, the tension is killing us, but at least something is happening in the narrative.
But then she hits us with this massive counterintuitive claim about how to actually deal with stress. This is the part that actually changed how I think about my own workouts and tension. She says the key to managing stress so it doesn't wreck your sex life is not just relaxing or calming down.
Wait, what? I thought the whole point of self-care was to just...
That's the trap, Jane. She says you have to allow the stress response cycle to complete. You have to discharge it. You can't just suppress the fight or flight energy. You have to let the body finish the loop.
So you can't just meditate the stress away. You actually have to do something.
She uses this incredible image of an animal. Think about a lion. You run, you escape, you reach the village, you celebrate, you eat the lion, you have a burial service.
A bit of a long dinner, but okay.
But the point is, the end. The feeling of, I am safe. The cycle has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And you have to reach that I am safe part to stop the engine from revving.
And that is where it gets scary. Because if you can't fight or flee, if the threat is too big,
you freeze.
Exactly. The brakes response, the tonic immobility. The body just shuts down to try and survive.
That explains so much. That explains why Merritt feels like she's falling apart. Her body isn't failing. It's stuck in the freeze part of the loop. It's all that adrenaline and cortisol, but there's no action to burn it off. It's just stale.
It's just sitting there, poisoning the well.
She uses this beautiful, haunting image here. She talks about an animal that survives an intense threat and then does something extraordinary. It shakes. It trembles. It heaves a great big sigh.
It's shaking itself off.
Yes, self-paced termination. It's the body's way of purging the residue. It's the body's way of finally saying, the danger is over. We can move back to I am safe.
Man, I feel like I need to go shake my entire body right now. Just shake that incompetent boss stress out of my limbs.
We all do, Paco. We all do.
But how do you do that when the stressor is just your email inbox? You can't exactly hunt a lion in the middle of the office.
That is the million-dollar question, and she's about to start answering it.
I think my brain is officially full for a second.
Let's take a breather and grab some water.
All right, let's get back into it.
Welcome back, everyone. We're continuing our deep dive into Emily Nagoski's Come As You Are. If you're joining us midstream, we've been talking about how our biological hardware isn't actually broken. It's just running on outdated software.
And today we're looking at the bugs in that software, specifically the massive glaring glitch called stress.
And let me tell you, my left eye is still twitching, so I am personally very invested in this chapter.
If you's all done with your personal dramas, can we look at this opening anecdote? It's pretty visceral. Nagoski starts with a kid coming out of anesthesia. He's batshit crazy pants, she says.
She doesn't hold back. He's screaming, flailing, yelling that he hates everyone, and this is the part that caught my eye. He's cycling his legs like he's trying to run away.
Right, and she connects that directly to the fight-flight-freeze mechanism. The kid is in a medically induced freeze from the anesthesia, and when he wakes up, his body is trying to complete the cycle. He's trying to run.
It's wild, isn't it? He's not actually in danger, but his body thinks there's a predator. He's got the feels.
The feels. Such a casual way to describe a full-on neurological meltdown. But look at what the mom does. She doesn't fight him. She just holds him, stays calm, and tells him he's safe.
and it works. He moves from the flight and fight back to relaxation and sleep. It's a complete cycle, and that's the setup for her main point here. The stress response is functional, but only if the context allows it to finish.
Which is exactly why she says, to have more and better sex, reduce your stress levels.
I knew it. I was hoping for a sex is actually a superpower twist. Instead, we get eat your vegetables for the libido.
Wait. Don't dismiss it yet, Paco. She's saying it's more than just relaxing. She's saying that stress specifically, chronic stress physically shuts down the systems we need for pleasure. She mentions that over half of women report stress, depression, and anxiety decrease interest in sex. It can even mess with fertility and physical response.
And it's more than feeling stressed. She breaks it down. Fear is there's a lion, run. Anger is there's a lion, kill it. And depression? That's there's a lion, cleave dead.
And none of those are good times to get laid.
They definitely not. If I'm playing dead, I'm not exactly in the mood for a romantic dinner.
But look at the nuance here. She says for about 10 to 20% of people, stress actually activates the accelerator. They want sex more when they're stressed.
But here's the kicker. Even for those people, the liking part, the actual pleasure, is still blocked. You might want it, but the stress prevents you from enjoying it.
So you're basically chasing a high that your body won't let you actually feel. That's actually pretty devastating.
It's the information overload problem. The brain is triaging. If the brain thinks there's a charging lion, which, in the 21st century, might just be an unread email or a mounting pile of laundry, it prioritizes survival. Breathing, eating, staying in the group. Sex is a secondary function. It's literally too low on the priority list.
And that brings us to this girl, Olivia. This part actually gave me chills. She used eating disorders as a way to manage her feels.
Yeah, she was using binging and exercising to cope with emotions that felt too big.
And she says something so profound at the end of that section. She used to walk through doors sideways because she thought she was too big to fit. But she realized it wasn't her body she was worried about. It was her anxiety.
That is heavy. It's like the physical world becomes a metaphor for the internal chaos.
It ties back to what we were saying earlier about the software update. Her software was trying to process massive amounts of anxiety by using her body as a target.
But Nagoski gives her a way out. She says that by using exercise to actually complete the cycle, to let that energy out, she's learning to manage it. And she says you can do the same thing with sex.
I don't see it. That's how the chapter ends. She's just standing there like, okay, how?
And then she hits us with the real problem. Our culture. We don't have lions anymore, so our stressors are chronic. They don't have an end. We don't run. We don't fight. We just sit there with the stress hanging in our bodies.
And our culture's solution is to just relax. Or, even worse, to sedate the stress away, which, as she points out, can actually lock you into a freeze state, leading to things like PTSD.
It's like we're stuck in a permanent low-grade freeze, wondering why our libido has gone MIA. We aren't broken, we're just never finishing the cycle.
So, we've established that the lion is still chasing us, even if it's just an unread email. But Nagoski points out something really interesting about our ultra-social brains. She says we're actually too good at self-inhibition.
Right, like we're actively sabotaging our own survival.
Exactly. She says we stop the stress response mid-cycle because, quote, now is not an appropriate time for feels. We suppress the rage or the fear just so we don't freak anybody out or ruin social cooperation.
Which is basically the definition of being a functional adult in a corporate office. Don't freak anyone out, Jane. Just keep the panic inside your ribcage.
But she says that's exactly how we've locked ourselves into permanent fear and rage. We've literally eliminated all the appropriate times to actually process the stress.
And she says we have to build the time and space. We can't just grit our teeth and expect the stress to go away.
I love her metaphor here. She says, just as you can't grit your teeth and make a garden grow, you can't force a stress response cycle to complete.
So what do? Do we just sit there?
No. You have to remove your foot from both the accelerator and the brakes and allow yourself to coast to a stop. You have to create the context where your body feels safe enough to finish the movement.
And she gets very practical here. She asks, What does your body recognize as the behaviors that save you from lions?
And the answer is running.
Well, yeah, if a lion is chasing me, I am definitely not staying for a chat.
But since we can't run from a deadline, she suggests we mimic the movement. You run or walk, or get on an obstacle, or even just dance around your bedroom. She says physical activity is the most efficient strategy for recalibrating the nervous system.
It's more than exercise is good for you in a vague way. It's exercise is the literal biological signal to your brain that the predator is gone.
She also lists things like sleep, affection, meditation, even a good old primal scream. Though she does add a warning, don't just wallow in the stress when you cry.
Right. She mentions that if you've ever sobbed for 10 minutes and then felt that massive, heavy sigh of relief, that's the transition. From I am at risk to I am safe.
I like that she brings in the groomery aspect. She talks about the ritual showering, painting nails, putting on makeup as things that can transition you from a stressed state to a warm, social state of mind.
It's like a mini ritual to tell your body, we are back in the tribe. We are safe to be social.
She even says, and I love this, our fellow apes eat insects out of each enough's fur. Maybe bath bombs and body glitter are the modern human equivalent.
Honestly, I'll take the glitter over the insects.
But she hits on a massive distinction here. She tells a story about these student educators who organized this huge sextravaganza event. It was a massive success. The event ended, but they were still totally exhausted and stressed.
Because they dealt with the stressor at the event, but not the stress.
Exactly. The event was over, but their bodies still thought the lion was chasing them. They needed to do something to communicate. You have escaped and survived.
Which brings us to the much darker part of this chapter, the part where the lion isn't just a metaphor for a bad day, but actual deep trauma.
Yeah. This is where the tone shifts.
She talks about women coming to her in private, too ashamed to even look her in the eye, because they have these grotesque, disturbing, sometimes violent sexual thoughts that they think make them bad people.
And she is so incredibly validating here. She says, I can explain why these thoughts don't make you bad people.
She links it back to intrusive thoughts and OCD, that the distress doesn't come from wanting to do these things, but from the fact that the thoughts are so contrary to who you are.
It's the anxiety manifesting as the very thing you fear most.
But then she moves into the heavy stuff, the real systemic stuff.
She doesn't shy away from it. She says we can't talk about women's sexual health without talking about trauma. She gives the statistics 1 in 5, maybe 1 in 3 women experiencing sexual assault.
And she explains the biology of it so clearly. Trauma is what happens when control is taken away and the body is forced into a freeze or shut down.
The petrified shutdown, total paralysis.
Where the brain decides you can't fight and you can't escape, so it just disconnects, going into shock.
It's broken software, isn't it? When the survival mechanism itself becomes the barrier to being able to feel anything at all.
We've been moving through some incredibly heavy territory. We just talked about how the body uses freeze as a survival mechanism, and now Nagoski is looking directly at the most extreme version of that, sexual violence.
And she starts with this quote from Tom Tremblay. He calls rape the most violent crime a person can survive.
That's a heavy way to put it. A crime a person can survive.
It's because he frames it as an attempted murder, where sex is just the weapon. He's saying the physical intent is the same.
And look how she expands that definition of violence. She says it doesn't always look like a movie. There's no gun, no knife. Sometimes there isn't even aggression in the way we think of it. It's just coercion. The removal of choice.
Right? It's the theft of agency. And she explains why people don't fight back. It's not cowardice. It's the body choosing freeze, because it's the only way to maximize the chance of staying alive, or at least dying without more pain.
That is heartbreaking. The body is literally calculating how to suffer the least.
And she pushes it further. She says trauma isn't always one big event. It can be a slow erosion, like a relationship where you say yes to sex because you're afraid of what happens if you say no.
Because you feel trapped, because the freeze has become your default, because you've learned that fighting or running won't work.
But there's this distinction she makes that I think is vital. She says survival is not the same thing as recovery.
Explain that, because to me, if you survived, you won, right?
No, because survival is automatic. It's that medically induced freeze we talked about earlier with the kid. Your body does it to keep you alive, often even against your will. But recovery? Recovery requires a completely different environment. It requires security. It requires the ability to finally let the panic and the rage out to actually complete those cycles we've been obsessing over.
It's like the body is holding its breath, waiting for the predator to leave. But the predator, the trauma, is still living in the memory.
And she brings in this couple, Camila and Henry. And honestly, after that heavy intro, I was bracing for a tragedy, but it's actually strangely hopeful.
Well, I hope so. I don't think my heart can take another attempted murder metaphor today.
Right. So Henry is a gentleman, a geek. He's dating Camilla, who is a survivor, and he's struggling with how to approach sex.
Because he's terrified of doing something wrong. He loves her enthusiastic desire, but he realizes she needs a massive amount of warming up before she can even get to that point.
And then she asks the question that makes everyone uncomfortable. Is it really desire and consent if she wants to want sex rather than plain old wanting sex?
Wait, what? That sounds like, I don't know, is that even consent?
It's a profound question, Paco. She's talking about the gap between the intent and the biological response. If your brakes are stuck on because of past trauma, you might be wanting the intimacy, but your body hasn't caught up yet.
Exactly. And look at how Camilla explains it to him. She uses this brilliant metaphor about her own hardware. She tells him, I don't have sensitive brakes. I have a stubborn accelerator. I'm a fully loaded moving van, accelerating from a dead stop at the bottom of a hill.
I mean, that's a hell of a way to describe a libido.
But the point is, she tells him, moving forward slowly isn't the same as wanting to stop, right? She's reassuring him that the slow start isn't a rejection. It's just the process of getting that pilot light lit.
It's beautiful, really. He's navigating her bants by focusing on the accelerator. He just needs to know she'll tell him when it's time to stop.
So, it's about building that trust, the context we keep talking about.
Exactly. But, and here's the pivot she brings it back to the clinical reality. She explains how trauma fundamentally rewires the information processing for both the accelerator and the brakes.
This is the part that really hit me. She says that sensations or even sexy contexts that used to be pleasurable might now be interpreted by the brain as threats.
So, the software sees a romantic setting and triggers the brakes. It sees intimacy and says, warning, danger, shut down.
And she even mentions that the brain can become compulsive, like picking at a scab or a pimple.
Yeah, she says the brain can get stuck in a loop of trying to undo or rado the trauma through sexual behavior. It's not about bad choices. It's the brain trying to solve a problem it can't let go of.
It's so much more complex than just having a hard time in the bedroom. It's a deep structural attempt at healing that often goes sideways.
Which is why she recommends the top-down, bottom-up, and sideways approaches. She's basically giving a manual for recalibrating the system.
The top-down is the cognitive, stuff changing the thought patterns. The sideways is mindfulness. But the bottom-up, that's the somatic stuff. The bottom-up beals,
Like what we were talking about with the dancing and the running?
precisely, using the body to signal to the brain that the lion is gone.
She ends this section with a really poignant observation about why these bottom-up therapies take so long to become mainstream. It's because, as a culture, we simply don't trust our bodies. We try to override them. We try to think our enough way out of trauma.
And all we do is end up like Olivia. We lock the stress in, we suppress the feels, and we wonder why the software is so buggy.
I think I need to go do some stretching, or a primal scream. Or both.
I think that's a very healthy bottom-up approach, Paco. We'll see you next time.
I'm serious. My hamstrings are basically made of frozen cables right now. I need a literal minute.
Let's take it. I need to move a little bit anyway.
All right, let's dive back in. Welcome back. We're stepping into a heavy one today, but I think it's exactly what we need. We're looking at the software update for how we relate to our own bodies specifically, how we handle the glitches that feel like permanent damage.
And I am so ready for this. Because honestly, I think most of us are running on much older, much more stressful operating systems than we realize.
If my operating system is any indication, it's currently just a series of error messages and a pop-up window asking if I want to buy more chips.
At least your error messages are funny, Paco. Mine are just... Anyway, let's get to the text. I've been dreading this part because it gets visceral.
It does. We're picking up where Nagoski talks about organic intelligence. She mentions a practitioner, Chamberlain, who says we shouldn't try to manage what comes up from the body, but rather work with it. She says the result is that physiological stress can change and release.
I love that. Work with it, not against it. It reminds me of when I was doing those deep asanas the other day. My lower back was screaming, and instead of just gritting my teeth, I had to actually listen to the tension.
See? That's easy for you. For me, when the tension comes up, it feels like a hostile takeover.
But look at how Nagoski phrases the solution here. She says, and when you find the stuckness, simply grant it kind, patient, gentle attention. The stuckness will change in the warmth of your attention. It will melt like snow under the sun.
That is actually incredibly beautiful. Melt like snow. I need to write that down for my next set.
Don't start, Paco. It's a bit much.
But wait, she's being poetic. But she also follows it up with a very specific biological claim. She says emotions are physiological cascades that want to complete their cycles. They want to be travelers, not residents.
That's the key, isn't it? The traveler part. Like the stress isn't the person, it's just something passing through.
Right, but she warns that if you don't let them pass, they become residents. You might tremble or cry or curl up in a ball.
Which, honestly, sounds like my typical Tuesday.
But then she pivots. She introduces a sideways strategy. She says, perhaps the gentlest approach is the most indirect. She's talking about mindfulness.
And she's not talking about that clear your mind of all thought nonsense that makes me want to scream.
Exactly. She says you don't even have to address the trauma directly, you just notice. She gives this specific, almost algorithmic instruction. Start with 2 minutes. For 2 minutes a day, direct your attention to your breath.
2 minutes? I can do that. I can even do it while I'm waiting for my toast to pop.
But look at what she says happens next. She says the first thing that will happen is your mind will wander. And she emphasizes, that's normal. That, healthy, that's actually the point.
Because the real work isn't the breathing. It's the noticing that you wandered and then choosing to come back.
It's like training the part of your brain that holds the leash.
Precisely. She says by practicing the skill of noticing, you are teaching yourself to be in control of your brain so that your brain is not in control of you.
Wait, that's a huge reframe. It's not about suppressing the bad thoughts. It's about just deciding whether or not you want to water them.
She uses this incredible metaphor. This is a sideways strategy for weeding out trauma from your garden. It's a way of simply noticing a weed and then deciding if you want to water it or not, pull it or not, fertilize it or not, or ignore it or not.
That is so much more empowering than the idea that we have to confront our demons with a sword. Sometimes you just don't water the weed.
Okay, fine. I'll admit that's a decent metaphor. But then she moves into the origin of love bit, and suddenly we're in ancient Greece.
Yeah, she brings in Aristophanes from Plato's Symposium. The whole story of the original humans being doubled, having 4 arms and 4 legs until Zeus cut them in half.
Which explains why I feel like I'm missing a limb every time I lose my keys.
But the point of the myth is that love is the pursuit of our own wholeness. We're wandering the earth looking for our lost half.
And she ties it back to the science. She says, this isn't actually why we fall in love, but it's closer than you might think. Why we fall in love is attachment.
And that's where it gets heavy. She's saying attachment is just a biological mechanism for, well, survival.
Right. She connects the pain of childbirth, the feeling of being separated from a part of yourself, to the way we experience love. She even quotes Christopher Hitchens, when you're a parent, your heart is running around inside someone else's body.
Oof. That's a heavy way to describe a diaper change, but I get it.
But look at the flip side she presents. She talks about the proximity seeking in adults, like the texting, the checking social media, the walking past their locker 6 times thing. It's all just an extension of that infant caregiver bond.
But she adds the but, the part where the system breaks.
Yeah. She says the same brain mechanisms that make us feel whole during attachment are the ones that cause heartbreak. because our bodies, biologically, haven't caught up to the fact that we won't die if our partner goes to a conference.
So yeah, love feels good. I am whole. Except when it hurts like you're dying, I am broken. Because attachment.
Man, that hit me right in the ribs.
It's a brutal cycle. You're seeking safe haven and proximity, but when that person is gone, the separation distress kicks in. The system thinks the threat is real.
It's just another way of saying we're all running on incredibly outdated, highly sensitive hardware.
And the goal, if we follow Nagoski, is to find a way to update that software 1 2-minute breath at a time. Okay, we're coming back to the text. We left off on that heavy idea of attachment being a survival mechanism. And Nagoski starts this section with something called a secure base.
I love that term. It sounds so stable.
It is. She says, wherever that person is, that's your emotional home. And she gives this really sweet, relatable example of her sister, Amelia. Her husband is a music teacher who travels to Europe with his choir, and even though Amelia is the one staying home, she feels homesick.
Wait, how can you be homesick in your own house?
Because the person is the home. She calls him her secure base. When he's gone, she experiences separation distress.
I get that. It's like when the Wi-Fi goes down. Suddenly the house feels empty, unreliable.
If you compare your partner to a router, Paco, I'm leaving.
But look how she uses this to pivot to literature. She brings in Jane Eyre. She quotes Rochester describing this incredibly intense, almost painful connection to Jane. He says it's like a string, tightly and inextricably knotted between them, and if they are separated by the sea, he's afraid the cord will snap and he'll take to bleeding inwardly.
That is so dramatic. But also, it perfectly illustrates that string of attachment we were just talking about.
It's also incredibly high stakes. And that's exactly where she's heading, right? Into the dark side.
Yeah, she moves from this romanticized string to something much more unsettling. She talks about the overlap of attachment and stress, specifically distressed relationships.
Okay, here we go.
She brings up John Gottman's research, the stuff we mentioned earlier, about women in abusive relationships. She notes that some of the best sex actually followed immediately after acts of violence.
Wait, what? How is that even possible?
It sounds like a total glitch in the system, right? But she explains it through the lens of attachment. If the relationship, the very thing you need for survival, is being threatened by violence, you do anything to hold on to it.
Because the stakes are life and death, biologically speaking.
Exactly. And then, and this is the part that really gets to me, she cites Harry Harlow's monster mother studies.
Oh man, I haven't have heard of those, the monkeys, right?
Yeah, the rhesus monkeys. Harlow used these mechanical mothers that provided warmth, but also they would shake the infants, or spike them, or blast them with cold air. They were essentially abusive machines.
That's horrific.
But here's the kicker. The monkeys didn't run away. They ran back. They would coo and groom and flirt exactly like human babies just to try and fix the relationship. They would even abandon their actual friends to prioritize that broken connection.
It's terrifying. It shows that the drive to repair the attachment is stronger than the drive to escape the pain.
And she applies that directly to human sexuality. She talks about a woman named Isabel who craved sex with a commitment-phobic ex, but had no desire for her stable, awesome current boyfriend.
So the spark she was feeling, it wasn't actually desire?
No, it was separation anxiety. Her dopamine and oxytocin were driving her toward the person who triggered the I am lost feeling.
So, wait, are you saying that crazy intense sexual craving is often just a desperate attempt to use sex as a bandage for an unstable relationship?
That's exactly what she's saying. She calls it solace sex. It's sex motivated by the desire to prove you are loved, to bring the attachment object closer to stabilize the connection.
That is so much more depressing than I wanted this to be. It turns passion into a survival tactic.
But it explains the glitch. If you're in a stable relationship, the I am lost fire isn't burning. There's no crisis to solve. So, no spike in craving.
Which leads to the big problem. How do you keep things interesting when you're actually safe? She says the solution is to advance the plot.
Like a TV show? Next time on Stable Relationship, will they try a new restaurant? Will they discuss the mortgage?
Sort of. She uses romance novels as an example. The best ones aren't just porn for ladies. They use sex to move the characters through the markers of attachment. They move from I am lost to I am home.
So instead of relying on the stress of the relationship breaking to create excitement, you intentionally introduce newness. You create plot through shared experiences or new stimuli.
It's a software update for the board. Instead of waiting for a system crash to trigger a response, you manually trigger a new sequence.
She wraps this up with a story about her friend Lori. Lori had a vacation fiasco and an ugly cry moment with her partner.
And the sex was hot and dirty?
Yeah, but the interesting part isn't the sex itself, it's what happened after. Lori fell asleep for 3 hours.
Which sounds like luxury.
And Nagoski's takeaway was that the crying allowed Lori to discharge the accumulated stress that was hitting her brakes. By letting the stress cycle complete, she finally freed up her accelerator.
So the fix isn't more passion, it's more release.
Man, I think I need to go cry in a particular corner for a bit, just to, optimize my engine.
We'll find you a comfortable corner, Paco. We'll find you a corner.
I'm just going to go find my corner and some tissues.
Don't forget to bring your logic with you, Seth. I know how much you struggle with the unstructured parts of a breakdown.
Oh, here we go. The classic Jane critique of the analytical mind. All right, let's get back into it. Welcome back to the circle. Today we're looking at a way to patch the bugs in our most intimate connections. We're talking about upgrading the software of our desire by understanding the hardware of our attachment.
And how to stop the system from crashing when things get heavy.
I'm just here for the part where we learn how to stop the internal screaming. My brain is currently a collection of unpatched errors.
Join the club, Paco. I'm just here to see if this book finally explains why my body decides to shut down the moment I actually want to be present.
Well, let's dive into the text. We're picking up right in the middle of a conversation. Someone, a friend of the author, is giving some pretty radical advice. They suggest stop having sex. Make it a rule, no sex for a month.
A month? That sounds like a nightmare.
Wait. Let me read the reasoning. They say the stress of life is hitting the brakes. Remember that concept from our last session? And the bonus worry about feeling like you should be having sex just makes the brakes slam on even harder.
Actually, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, look at me. If I'm already stressed about my back or my ankle, and then I feel this pressure to perform, my entire nervous system just exits the building.
Exactly. The author is saying the goal isn't to end the sex life, but to change the context. They're trying to remove the performance anxiety that comes with feeling obligated.
It's like, if you can't fix the engine while the car is speeding down the highway, you just pull over into a safe driveway first.
Yeah, but the person in the book is like, we go away together and just get mad at each other. I cry all the whole time and we get busy. And the advice is still stop. It feels so counterintuitive.
But look at what the author says right after. She says, stop stressing about the fact that stress is hitting your brakes. Accept it. Welcome it.
Welcome the stress? That's easy for a book to say.
But she's connecting it to something much deeper here. She moves from the specific no sex role into the concept of attachment style.
Right. This is where the software comes in. The idea that who we are in relationships, how we cling, or how we run is programmed in childhood.
And it's all about whether the caregiver was reliable. If they show up when you cry, you're secure. If they're inconsistent, well, you're insecure.
Which leads to the two archetypes we all know too well, the anxious and the avoidant.
Let's look at the anxious description. It says they cope with the risk of abandonment by clinging desperately. They experience intense separation distress.
And then there's the avoidant. They cope by not attaching seriously. The text even says they're more likely to approve of anonymous sex.
Ouch. That's a heavy way to say safe.
But here's the kicker. The research shows that secure attachment isn't just about being nice. It's the literal engine of sexual well-being.
Yeah, the author lists it: more positive emotions, higher levels of arousal, better communication, and more frequent sex.
So if you're secure, you're basically winning at life?
Not exactly winning, but you aren't fighting your own biology. But look at what happens to the anxious type. This is a huge claim in the book. They use sex as solace sex, using it as an attachment behavior to try and find closeness.
And that makes sex intense without making it pleasurable.
Exactly. It's high intensity, high drama, but low satisfaction. they're trying to use a physical act to fix an emotional void. It's like trying to patch a server error by just sending more traffic to it. It just crashes the system harder.
In the avoidant types, they experience sex as less connected with their lives. It's just there, like a background process you forgot to close.
So, if we're all stuck in these loops, how do we actually do anything? We can't just rewrite our childhoods by Tuesday.
Well, the author offers a patch. It's called the sleepy hedgehog model.
A sleepy hedgehog? What? Do we just find them in our pillows?
Pretty much. She says, treat your difficult feelings like sleepy hedgehogs you find in inconvenient places. When you find one, say, a feeling of jealousy or shame, don't run.
Step 1. Find out the hedgehog's name. Just label it. I am feeling hurt.
Step 2. Sit peacefully with it. Don't judge it. Don't yell at the hedgehog for being in your chair.
And step 3, listen to its needs. Ask what will help.
And the most important part, John and I think this hits home for enough for you, is that the help is entirely voluntary. It's not your partner's job to fix the hedgehog. It's your job to let the feeling discharge and complete its cycle.
It's about creating safety for the emotion to just happen. To let the cycle finish so the brakes can finally release.
I might try sitting with a hedgehog tonight. If I can find one that isn't as loud as my left eye twitching.
One step at a time, Paco. One step at a time. Okay, let's get back to the hedgehog. Because there's this really vital piece of advice here about how to actually use this tool with a partner.
It's about more than labeling the feeling for yourself, right?
No, it's about presenting it. The author says you have to communicate the feeling and the need. Like, instead of just withdrawing, you say, I feel threatened by the time you spend with your coworker, and I could use some kind of plan that will give me reassurance.
Or, I'm still hurting from that thing you did, and I need space to walk through this emotional tunnel so I can find the light at the end.
See, I tried that with a hedgehog once. I just yelled, sleepy hedgehog, at my roommate.
And the author is basically saying, don't do that. You can't just shove the spikes into your partner's lap and expect them to deal with it.
Exactly. It's your hedgehog. If you're calm, you're less likely to get hurt or hurt them. It's about making the difficulty something you both collaborate on.
Speaking of things being thrown at people, hey, I'm coming!
If that's the universe delivering more bad news, tell it we're busy.
It's just the delivery guy. I ordered those extra spicy chips.
Go, Paco. Secure your snacks. We'll be here.
Okay, I'm back. The chips are safe. Now, where were we? The hedgehog's spine?
We were talking about healing, and the author makes this really profound distinction here. She talks about a friend who left a bad relationship and said, I choose to hurt no.
That sounds so empowering on Facebook, but she's saying it's actually a mistake?
Right. From an attachment perspective, it's a mistake. You can't just delete the data. You have all this pent-up rage, grief, and fear that has to be allowed to discharge.
I choose to allow the hurt to heal.
Exactly. She compares it to a broken finger. You can't choose for the bone not to hurt while it's mending. You just have to trust the process.
That's so much more compassionate than just trying to snap out of it.
But then she brings up this weirdly cool concept, tend and befriend. Like a marriage between stress and attachment.
It's fascinating. She says as an ultra-social species, we don't just fight or run, we collaborate. And she notes that women, specifically, might be more likely to use this affiliate response dealing with threats by connecting with others.
Which brings us back to the software problem. We want to connect to feel safe, but the social rules tell us to shut it down.
This is the part that actually made me stop and think. The author says modern culture forces women to be the managers of relationships.
Like the emotional shock absorbers.
Exactly. She says when things get tough in a relationship, it often falls to the woman to rein in her own stress response just to create space for the man to feel his feels.
So she's essentially being told to swallow her own brakes so he can drive?
Yeah. And because she's holding on to that uncompleted stress cycle, holding it in so she stays socially appropriate, she becomes the one who gets stuck. Her sexual interest and response are the ones that suffer most.
Wow. That's a heavy way to look at being the bigger person.
It's not even being the bigger person, Paco. It's being a structural component of the relationship's stability at the cost of your own biology.
She even blames Charles Dickens. She mentions Mrs. Cratchit, who hides her grief because she doesn't want to show weak eyes to her husband.
And the author is just yelling at the book, "Lady, your child died. It's not weak to cry."
I love that the author is officially a fan of messy emotions.
Because the home, we need the place where we can actually discharge. The stress is a place where we can experience the full range of intensity. Anger, fear, shut down, and receive a loving presence that doesn't judge.
A place where you don't have to be appropriate. Just present.
Man, I think I need to go find a dog, or a god, or just a very non-judgmental bag of chips.
We're all just looking for that home, Paco. We're all just looking for home. Okay, let's pivot. We've talked about the heavy, stuffy attachment, the stress, the hedgehog management, but the author, Emily, brings us to a place that feels much more visceral. She uses this metaphor of a garden.
And it's more than a pretty picture. She says when trauma happens, it's like someone snuck into the garden and ripped out all the plants you worked so hard to grow.
Typical. Someone breaks in, ruins the landscaping, and you're left staring at a patch of dirt and a pile of debris.
But she doesn't leave it there. She talks about this friend, Merritt, who literally stops the author in the street to share a poem. It's a Rumi poem.
Oh, I love Rumi. Is it one of those everything is one vibes?
It's about a quest. The poem says, "The water of life is here. I'm drinking it. But I had to come this long way to know it." And Merritt's interpretation is, love is the water of life.
That is so beautiful. It's like the resource was always there. You just had to navigate the terrain to find it.
But look how Emily uses it to ground the science. She takes that water and rain and applies it to our previous discussion. She says if female sexuality is the garden, then love is the rain, and stress is the eve in the sun.
And we all know what happens when the sun stays out too long.
Exactly. Too much sun and the garden wilts. But she goes further. She starts describing individual gardens based on the biological hardware we talked about earlier.
Like Olivia, who has a sensitive accelerator. Her garden is like a desert full of Joshua trees and heat-loving plants. She thrives in the sun, but even for her, too much heat causes a wilt.
So, some of us are just built for the heat. I mean, I'm more of a tropical rainforest guy. Lots of humidity, maybe some unexpected thunderstorms.
And then there's Camilla, who is the opposite. Her accelerator is less sensitive, so her garden is a shady, mossy forest. It needs less light, more stability.
But then you get the real tragedy. She mentions Merritt, whose breaks are so sensitive that even a mild drought makes her garden wilt. And then there's Lori.
Right. Lori's garden feels like it's facing global warming. The climate is changing faster than her plants can adapt, and she's terrified that if the garden dies, she'll lose her partner.
That's such a heavy weight to carry. The fear that your very ability to be you is tied to the survival of the relationship.
It's like the software is constantly trying to patch itself against a changing environment, but the hardware is just stuck.
But then, we get to the software update moment. The author tells this story about Johnny and Lori. Remember, they had decided to stop having sex to reduce the pressure?
Okay, let's see if the no-sex experiment actually worked, or if they just ended up roommates.
It actually opened something up. Because there was no, "Are we going to do it tonight?" anxiety, they just sat in the silence. And Johnny said something to her. He didn't say, "You look great," or "I love you." He just said, "Because you are beautiful."
Oh, my heart.
That's a heavy hitter. You are beautiful. Not you look beautiful, just the state of being.
But wait, the text says Lori burst into tears.
Because she realized how much self-criticism she was carrying. She was looking at her imperfect, parts the droopy boobs, the squishy tummy, as if they were moral failures. Like having a baby was a paltry thing that ruined the garden.
It's that shame we talked about. The idea that your body is failing a standard of perfection that doesn't even exist.
And Johnny, he wasn't just ignoring it. He was actually touching those parts and saying, "I love that though."
He was reclaiming them. He was saying his body is their body. Your belly is our belly. And this is the most important part of the whole chapter. The mind-blowing sex they had afterward wasn't because they broke the rules, but because they were whispering, "We aren't supposed to be doing this."
The forbidden element, the pressure of the supposed to, actually worked in reverse.
Exactly. The supposed to usually acts as a brake, but here, the rebellion against the social norm actually helped them bypass the shame.
It's a glitch in the social programming.
It is, and she wraps this all up with this incredible, biting critique. She says we are being raised in a sex-negative world, where we are given all these no messages, fear of disease, shame, stigma, but then, the moment we turn 18, we're expected to be sexual rock stars.
Yeah, the expectation is uninhibited and multi-orgasmic immediately. No training, no manual, just...
It's like being handed a high-performance racing car and told to drive on a track made of ice without even being told where the brakes are.
And that, I think, is the bug in the system. The culture plants the weeds and then blames the garden for not being a pristine meadow.
Well, I guess we should go check our gardens for weeds.
I'm just checking mine for more chips.
One step at a time, everyone. One step at a time.
If you're going to keep analyzing the weeds, Seth, I'm going to go find a real one to pull.
Everyone, let's just take a quick second hands behind your heads. A simple heart opener stretch.
All right, let's settle in. All right, let's settle in. We're moving into Chapter 4 of Come As You Are.
I need it. My brain feels like it's running way too many background apps today.
Sorry, these chips are just... they're life-changing.
If you don't stop that, Paco, I'm going to use your spleen as a percussion instrument.
Let's focus. We left off on the idea of the stress cycle, how the body needs to finish the loop of tension. Now, Emily Nagoski is pivoting. She says Chapter 4 is about the long-term context, the years of no messages we've absorbed.
Years of no messages? That hits hard. It's like, we aren't born with these inhibitions, right? She says, you began these lessons long before you were capable of thinking critically about whether you wanted them.
Like being programmed by a buggy piece of software before you even have an OS.
Exactly. And the beauty of her argument is that since it's learned it's unlearnable, she's proposing a massive system update. But first, she has to identify the viruses. She calls them the 3 core cultural messages: the moral, the medical, and the media.
The triple threat of bad vibes.
And she says they're encroaching on our gardens. I love that metaphor. Like we're all trying to grow this beautiful, healthy sexual self, and these messages are just weeds.
Well, some of those weeds are more like toxic ivy.
Wait, look at what she says about body self-criticism. She says it's so embedded in Western culture that most women hardly notice how ubiquitous and how toxic it is. She even claims many women think it's beneficial.
That's so true. I see it all the time in yoga, that push harder, fix the flaw mentality. We think if we criticize our bodies enough, we'll optimize them.
Optimization is just another word for anxiety with a better marketing team.
Spoken like a true comedian, but look, she's actually using research here. She says if the only change you make is reducing body self-criticism, it will revolutionize your sexual well-being.
Well, if that's the case, I'm already a saint. I only criticize myself about 90% of the time.
90, you're slacking, Jane.
Anyway, she's moving into the 3 messages. This part is wild. She says her students often think they know a lot about sex, only to realize they actually just know a lot about what culture believes about sex.
And she proves it with a direct comparison. She pulls up a manual from 1926, Ideal Marriage. Look at this definition of normal intercourse. It's all about simultaneous culmination, both partners hitting orgasm at the exact same time, specifically through ejaculation.
1926? That's prehistoric.
Right, but then she holds it up against the Height Report from 1976, which says sex can be anything intercourse, no orgasm, genital, just intimacy, whatever seems right to you.
Hey, sorry guys, I think I left the oven on, or maybe I just smelled something burning.
Paco, we are in the middle of a deep dive into sexual deconstruction. Go check your kitchen.
It's probably just my dignity burning. I'll be back.
If he comes back with a burnt spatula, I'm leaving.
Anyway, back to the text. She asks her students, which of these is more like what you learned growing up? And the answer, she says, is no contest, ideal marriage.
That is so heavy. Even with all the progress, the old, rigid 1926 version is still the default setting for so many people.
Because it's part of the moral message, and this is where it gets dark. She defines the moral message as, you are damaged goods. She quotes this 1766 sermon by James Fortes. He basically says that if a woman enjoys public diversely, like going to the theater, it pollutes her soul and makes her a prostitute.
Wait, so if you have fun, you're unlovable?
That's the logic. If you are sexually desirable, you are, by definition, unlovable.
It's a perfect trap. You can be pure and unlovable or desirable and a slut. There is no middle ground in that software.
Okay, the oven is fine. But I did find a burnt piece of toast. Does that count as a medical message for my breakfast?
Not now, Paco. We are literally talking about the destruction of the female psyche.
Just saying, the toast is also a victim of the media message. It looked much fluffier in the advertisement.
Let's get back to the medical message. This is the one that says, you are diseased. She says this message claims that if your sex drive doesn't work exactly like a man's specifically, if it doesn't follow the desire, then arousal, then orgasm loop, then you have a medical issue that needs medication, or possibly surgery.
The fix-it culture.
She even gives an example of a woman whose doctor told her her low libido was just her body shutting down to prevent pregnancy.
And what was her response?
Hell no. She tells the doctor he needs to read chapter 7.
I love her. She's just completely refusing to accept the buggy code.
Okay, we've covered the moral and the medical. Now let's look at the third one, the media message. And if the first two are about being damaged or diseased, this one is about being inadequate.
Oh, I can feel that one in my teeth. It's so loud.
It's relentless. Look at how she lists the requirements for being a good sexual being. She basically goes on a roll, spanking, food play, threesomes. She even asks, you've had clitoral orgasms, vaginal orgasms, uterine orgasms. You've mastered at least 35 different positions.
35? I don't even have 35 different types of pasta in my pantry.
If you find a way to make 35 positions work with Pinai, let me know. I need the tutorial.
But look at the follow-up. It's a lose-lose. If you don't do all these things, you're frigid. If you don't have a collection of vibrators or enough partners, you're a prude.
And it's about more than what you do. It's how you look. She says you're too fat and too thin. Your breasts are enough too big and too small.
If you're satisfied with yourself as you are, you're settling. That is such a toxic modern way to live. It's like we're never allowed to just exist.
Exactly. And she points out that this isn't just some abstract vibe. She points to the drugstore checkout counter. Those bright sans serif fonts on magazine racks telling you exactly what you should be doing.
It's like a constant low-grade software hack, right? Even if you think, oh, it's just a magazine, it's not real. She says, it's there, affecting your garden, whether you welcome it there or not.
The garden metaphor again. It's getting a little crowded in there with all these weeds, isn't it?
It really is. And to illustrate how deep this goes, she brings in a student, Camilla. And this is where it gets actually fascinating. Camilla was looking at old romance novels from the 70s and 80s.
Oh, God. The era of big hair and even bigger bad decisions.
Right. But she wasn't just reading them for fun. She was analyzing the context they created. She found this recurring bizarre pattern, the good girl archetype.
I think I know where this is going.
It's a loop. The good girl has no accelerator, and her brakes are super sensitive. She has no sexual feelings until she meets the hero. And the hero, well, he just ignores her brakes and has sex with her anyway.
And then what the purity of her vagina just tames him.
Exactly. The purity and goodness of her squeaky clean vagina tames the hero, and they fall in love and get married.
That is spectacularly awful. It's like a bad fever dream.
But wait, look at what Camilla realizes. She realizes that if the stories are this distorted, maybe the way we think about actual sex is just as broken. She asks, what if everything about how sex works is just as poorly drawn as the Escher girls?
That's a heavy realization, that the very map we're using to navigate our own pleasure is just a bad drawing.
And Nagoski hits us with the punchline. She says, and of course it is, she's made up all the same parts as everyone else, organized in a unique way.
It's so validating. It's like she's saying the hardware is fine, the software is just corrupted.
But then she gets really real. She goes back to the body. She asks, on the day you were born, how did you feel about the chub of fat on the back of your thighs?
I don't remember. I was a bit preoccupied with breathing and crying.
But she makes the point. As babies, we are celebrated. Every roll, every bump, it's all perfect and lovable.
And then puberty happens, and the seeds of body self-criticism are planted.
And look at this experiment she does with her students. She asks them, what would happen if you met your friends at dinner and said, I feel so beautiful today?
I bet they'd look at you like you'd grown a second head.
They told her no one would do that. But then she asks, how often would someone say, I feel so fat today? And they all say, all the time.
Because we have cultural permission to criticize ourselves. We're literally trained to do it.
And she connects it directly to the physiology. She says there is a direct trade-off between sexual well-being and body self-criticism. This 2012 review she cites found that women who feel worse about their bodies have, well, more pain, less pleasure, and more unwanted consequences.
Because of the breaks.
Exactly. She asks you to imagine sex when you're insecure, when you're trying to hide parts of yourself. Does that activate the accelerator? No, it hits the brakes. Hard.
It's like trying to drive with the emergency brake engaged. You're burning the engine, but you're not going anywhere.
But then, imagine the alternative. Imagine sex when you feel tremendously confident and beautiful, when you love every inch of yourself.
The mechanism moves toward sex and toward yourself, without conflict.
Easier said than done when the media message is screaming in your ear.
But she ends this section with a challenge. She says, to have more and better sex loves your body. And then she acknowledges the obvious. Yeah, but how?
Yeah, seriously. Just love yourself is great advice for a Hallmark card, but it's not a strategy.
And she gets to the root of it. She says we don't need to learn to love our bodies. We need to unlearn the idea that self-criticism is good for us. She makes a massive claim here. Criticizing yourself equals stress equals reduced sexual pleasure.
It's a literal biological chain reaction.
It is. She says our brains process self-criticism in the same areas linked to behavioral inhibition. It is, quite literally, the brakes. When you say, I'm so stupid or I'm so fat, you're physically slamming the brakes on your own ability to feel pleasure.
Honestly, I need a break from all this biological warfare.
Perfect timing, because the doorbell just rang. The Italian place is here.
All right, let's grab some food and dive back in. Welcome back. Today we're looking at a piece of the software update we've been talking about. We're diving into a section of Emily Nagoski's Come As You Are that deals with the internal glitches, the way self-criticism isn't just a bad habit, but a literal physiological threat.
And it's so heavy, guys. I was reading this part and I kept thinking about how much energy we spend just trying to fix ourselves when the fix is actually the problem.
It's like trying to patch your program by adding more lines of broken code.
Or like my current situation with my ankle. I'm criticizing my lack of grace, which is just adding more inflammation to the injury.
But that's exactly where Nagoski starts. She says, when you get right down to it, self-criticism is yet another form of stress. She takes that evolutionary mechanism we discussed earlier, the I'm at risk response, and applies it to the internal monologue.
Right. She says when you think I am an inadequate person, your body reacts as if you're literally being hunted. Like, I am the lion.
Wait, that's wild. So the brain doesn't distinguish between a predator in the bushes and a nasty thought in your head?
Exactly. Your hormone levels spike. The threat is internal, but the biological response is identical. It's a physiological attack.
Which explains why I can't just think my way out of a bad mood. My body has already declared war on itself.
But look at what she says about the reaction to this. She says women have this two-layered response. We love the idea of being kind to ourselves, but then there's this secondary layer, this fear.
The fear that if we stop the whip, we'll just stop moving?
Precisely. She captures this perfectly. She says we believe that if we stop beating ourselves up, we're admitting we'll never be perfect. That the self-criticism is the only thing keeping hope alive.
It's a hostage situation. I have to torture myself to stay motivated. It sounds so much like a running strategy until you actually look at the mechanics.
She calls it an invasive weed in the garden. We've been taught to treat the thing that's strangling our sexuality like it's a treasured flower.
That hit hard. A treasured flower that's actually killing the rest of the garden.
And she offers a way out that's almost deceptively simple. You don't fight the weed, you just notice it. When the I suck thought pops up, don't attack it, because attacking it is just more criticism. Just notice it's a weed, and then plant a seed.
Plant the thought, I'm okay, or I am safe.
It's such a shift from the fix-it mentality. It's more about reclamation, like her friend Ruth. She didn't find some magical new way to be sexy. She just decided the old way, the shame, was all bullshit.
I love that. It's all bullshit. That's a powerful ritual right there.
But then she takes it even further. She moves from the psychological to the physical, specifically the weight. She says weight is just one of several things people criticize themselves for, and it's certainly among the most dangerous and needless.
And here comes the heavy lifting, the myth-busting.
She goes straight for the jugular. Weight alone tells us almost nothing about health.
Okay, but then she goes into this ridiculous, almost absurd logic to prove it. She says, want to lose 10 pounds without diet or exercise? Cut off your leg at the knee.
It's brilliant. She's using that same absurd energy we love. She says if you want to lose 5 pounds of fat, just remove your brain, because the brain is almost entirely fat.
It's a gotcha moment. She's pointing out how stupid the logic of the scale as health metric actually is. If the metric can be changed by removing a limb, the metric is broken.
It's like a bad piece of software. If the only way to get the ideal result is to delete the core operating system, the software is useless.
Exactly. And she brings in this real-world evidence story about a cardiologist, a doctor date no less. He basically confirms that being slightly underweight can actually carry greater risk than being obese.
Which is so terrifying to hear, because it goes against everything the media message has been screaming at us for decades.
And she ties it back to the person, not the number. She tells the story of Kelly, who lost massive amounts of weight through surgery, only to find that the depression and self-hate just followed her.
Because the hardware changed, but the software, the self-hate, was still running the same program.
It's not about weight or size. It's about living joyfully inside your body, as it is today.
It sounds so simple, doesn't it? Accept your size, trust yourself, adopt healthy habits. But then she ends on this really honest, heavy note. She admits that intellectual awareness isn't enough. You can't just know the shame is fake and expect it to vanish.
Because the shame is deeply embedded. It's more than a surface wound. It's deep tissue.
Right. We've been absorbing these messages since we were toddlers. The software update is running, but the old corrupted files, they're still there lurking in the background.
Well, I guess we'll just have to keep downloading the new version, one noticing at a time.
We're moving from the how of self-criticism to the why of something even more visceral. Nagoski is moving into a new territory here, the anatomy of disgust.
And she starts with this image of a basket of colorful lube packets, like little candies or lip gloss.
I mean, if they're colorful enough, I'd probably poke my finger in there too.
Right, but she notes a split reaction. Half the students are like, cool, and the other half, well, they react like she just offered them a basket of boogers.
Boogers. That is a very specific kind of yuck.
But she uses that to pivot to the real problem. She says, what happens when that same sexual disgust is activated by one's own body?
This is the part that always gets me. She tells the story of a student who's terrified because her partner wants to give her oral sex. And the student isn't worried about the partner, she's worried about herself. She's asking, isn't it dirty down there? The hair, the mucus?
Oof. I can feel the tension in that sentence. The mucus.
It's like she's describing a biological hazard zone instead of the human body.
And Nagoski says you can't just counter that with, no, it's beautiful, because there's this huge resistant knot of beliefs that won't budge. So she brings in the heavy machinery, moral foundations theory.
She calls it her science knife. I love that. She's using Jonathan Haidt's word to slice through the knot.
Specifically, she points to the sanctity degradation foundation. She explains that sanctity is basically an evolutionary mechanism for avoiding contaminants. We're wired to stay away from rotting corpses.
Yeah, that's the disgust reflex. It's a survival feature.
But here's the kicker. We've taken that physical avoidance and turned it into a vertical axis. We label some things as high and pure, and others as low and dirty.
And she points out how much this is tied to certain ethics, specifically the Judeo-existing idea that the spirit is high and the body is low, or that reason is high and animal instinct is low.
And, as she says, very often women are low and men are high.
It's a classic setup. If sex is downward toward the animal, it's automatically degrading.
Exactly. And if you categorize a part of your body as low, you aren't hitting the accelerator, you're hitting the brakes.
She says it so clearly. Disgust hits the brakes. It slows your heart rate, stops your gut, and closes your throat. It's a physiological freeze.
Wait, so it's not a feeling, it's literally a physical shutdown. Your body is physically closing itself off.
It's a parasympathetic freeze response. It's the opposite of the fight or flight we talked about earlier. It's not an attack, it's a withdrawal.
Which explains why you can't just will yourself to be roused if you're feeling disgusted. You're literally paralyzed.
And she brings in this heartbreaking story of Merritt. She was talking to her daughter about sex, and she just couldn't. She couldn't bring herself to talk about pleasure.
Because for her, pleasure was linked to something dirty.
Right. Because her upbringing taught her that sex outside marriage was hell. Her parents couldn't even look at her partner, Carol, in the eye at Christmas.
That is heavy. That's a fundamental fracture in how she views her own existence.
And it's so much more than just one person. She's talking about a generational cycle. The software is being passed down, and the bug is the shame.
But then, she hits us with this fascinating way that we actually learn this. She uses a thought experiment with two twins, Jessica and Teresa.
Okay, I'm ready for the twins. Are they going to be doing something scandalous?
Well, she says imagine they're 5 or 6, and they have a habit of, well, exploring themselves during nap time.
Oh boy. Here we go into the deep end.
But the point isn't the act itself, it's the reaction. She says if you see an adult looking at a child with an expression of disgust, that is how the child learns what is gross.
It's social contagion. We aren't born disgusted by our own bodies, we are taught to be.
So the yuck is a learned language.
Exactly. The software update isn't just about changing your own thoughts. It's about unlearning the entire vocabulary of disgust we've been handed since we were toddlers. So, we were talking about that socially learned disgust, and Nagoski brings it right down to earth with this scenario. 2 kids, Jessica and Teresa. Both are exploring their bodies during nap time.
Okay, even just hearing the setup makes me feel like I'm intruding on a private moment.
Right, but look at the divergence. For Jessica, her caregiver walks in, and this is the key: the parent recoils in an involuntary disgust response. They say, "Stop that."
The recoil. That's the hit. That's the moment the brakes get installed.
And for Teresa, the parent just says they're leaving for the aunt's house in a few minutes and tells her to put her shoes on.
That is such a massive difference in vibe. One is a command to stop a sin, and the other is just a transition in the enough.
And Nagoski says Jessica's brain now associates that sexual arousal, the accelerator, with the shame and distress of being scolded. The brakes in the accelerator are now wired to the same circuit.
So, if you do that enough,
You get the tangled knot. She says if 20 years pass and these patterns are reinforced, Jessica's brain has learned to associate arousal with stress, shame, and even physical pain.
Whereas Teresa's brain just learned pleasure, confidence, and joy.
it's like one kid is running a high-performance engine, and the other is running an engine that's constantly slamming on the emergency brake every time they hit second gear.
But she says one incident might not be enough if it's not reinforced. It's the consistent reinforcement from a sex-negative culture that really embeds it.
And she gives this amazing example of a badass Southern grandma. This woman was a sex educator, and she remembered being a teenager, sitting on a porch making out with her boyfriend.
Let me guess. She went inside and...
Her mother came up with disgust in every line of her face and said, "What you were just doing out of there, that's sex."
Oh man, the disgust in every line. That is a heavy way to label a human connection.
And the grandma says it took her a long time to realize why she felt nauseated, anxious about sex with her husband. She wasn't just nervous. She was literally nauseated.
because the software told her the act itself was degrading.
But then she says something beautiful. His grandma now tells her students at church, "I like sex. I want everyone to know that it's okay."
I love that. Total reclamation.
It really ties back to what we said about the rule for sex educators. Don't yuck anybody's yum.
Exactly. Nagoski says the training for educators is actually quite intense. They use intensive exposure to minimize their own judgment. They even use a range of porn that would surprise most people, just to reach a state of open neutrality.
I can only imagine. Talk about a heavy training module.
But for the rest of us, she says we don't need a seminar. We just need to recognize where that learned disgust is interfering. She tells us to try on the possibility that the smells, the fluids, the stickiness, these are all glorious and beautiful parts of being human.
The stickiness of your own sexual organism. That's a lot to wrap your head around if you've been trained to think it's yucky.
But she's right. She says the research shows disgust is specifically linked to sexual pain disorders. It's literally making people physically hurt.
So, she moves into the how, the practical strategies, and she starts with the big one, self-compassion.
Which, as we discussed earlier, is the antidote to the internal lion.
Right. She brings in Kristen Ness's work. There are 3 pillars: self-kindness, common humanity, and mindfulness.
I like the common humanity bit. It's like, hey, I'm not the only one feeling like a broken piece of code.
Exactly. It's the opposite of isolation. And then there's mindfulness, being present and non-judgmental about what's happening.
Instead of over-identifying with the failure, you just observe it.
She ends this section with this image that I think hits everyone in the room. She says she likes to visualize the lion of body self-criticism as a sweet little kitten that has been treated badly and just needs affection.
That's a much better mental image than the one I have, which is just a heavy weight on my chest.
But she says, whatever works. Some people see it as an enemy to be conquered. The goal is the same, to let your body know that the threat is over. To say, I am safe, I am whole, I am home.
Man, my brain is actually buzzing from all that. I need a second to just breathe.
Let's take 5. My tea is getting cold anyway.
All right, let's get back to it.
All right, everyone, let's settle in. We're diving back into Emily Nagoski's Come As You Are.
And I am so ready. I feel like I'm finally getting my software update in order.
Just don't let the update crash the whole system, Em. I'm still dealing with my skin shedding like a literal snake over here.
Can we please focus? Some of us are trying to maintain a shred of dignity.
Right. So, today we're looking at a really crucial distinction Nagoski makes. She's talking about how we treat ourselves when things go even wrong. She starts by saying, self-compassion is emphatically not self-esteem.
That's such a huge distinction. Because, I used to think being good at loving myself meant having high self-esteem. Like, look how great my yoga practice is.
But he's saying self-esteem is about evaluation. It's contingent on success or how you compare to others. It's that ranking system. Which honestly is exhausting.
Yeah, it's like being a judge in a talent show where you're also the contestant. You're always waiting for the score.
Exactly. But she says self-compassion is unconditional and non-evaluative. It's there when you're winning, and it's there when you're failing.
Which is a relief, because if I had to maintain high self-esteem every time I sprained my ankle like I did this morning, I'd be in a constant state of crisis.
Right? But then she brings up this other thing, self-indulgence. And she's being kind of blunt here. She says self-indulgence is what you do to numb emotional pain instead of actually letting the cycle complete.
Okay, wait. She's calling us out.
She's totally calling us out. She uses the example of binge watching Netflix or eating a pint of Ben & Chuck. I mean, Ben & Jerry's, just to feel instead of actually feeling the feelings.
She calls it a form of freeze, like you're sedating the lion instead of dealing with it.
That's actually a pretty heavy metaphor. Sedating the lion.
It is, but she notes that sometimes you do need to take a break. The key is to not let the sedated lion wake up and maul you later. The cycle has to finish.
Which leads perfectly into this exercise she shares. It's so simple, but honestly, it's kind of heartbreaking when you think about it.
Which one? The one where you write to yourself?
Yeah. You take a situation where you're beating yourself up, maybe about your body or your sex life, or even just a work mistake, and you write down all those nasty, critical thoughts.
And this is the software patch, You write the name of a good friend at the top, and you imagine they are the ones telling you this problem, and you write what you would tell them.
I'd probably tell them to shut up and get some sleep.
But you're supposed to be in your best, most empathic, calmest state.
And the shorthand version is, never say anything to yourself that you wouldn't want to say to your best friend or your daughter.
Man, if I said the stuff I say to myself when I'm looking in the mirror, I'd be a terrible person.
But wait, it gets even more intense. She tells this story about a woman named Olivia. It's a perfect example of the accelerator and brakes we've been talking about.
Right. Olivia's in the middle of finals week, super stressed, and she tries to initiate sex. Her partner, Patrick, says he's too tired.
Classic.
And instead of just, okay, no big deal, this self-doubt flooded through Olivia like a fast-rising river. She starts spiraling. She's asking herself, what if I'm just trying to control people with my sexuality? What if I'm actually a bully?
That is dark. That is heavy-duty shame right there.
It's the cultural brainwashing she mentions. Patrick actually has to turn the light on and tell her, you're holding your breath. He points out that her anxious brain believes all that women who like sex are evil stuff that society feeds us.
It's like her stress triggered a total system override. When she's relaxed, she's confident. When she's stressed, she becomes her own worst enemy.
And she says it's like trying to douse a fire by pouring gasoline on it.
Exactly. The solution she proposes is just to stop adding fuel. Notice you're doing it and let the fire burn itself out.
So don't fight the fire, just stop feeding it. That's actually surprisingly practical.
But then she moves into the physical part of the update. This part actually made me a little nervous to read. She suggests looking at your entire body in a mirror and making a list of everything you like.
Oof, that sounds like a nightmare for anyone with a bit of a critical inner voice.
It is. She admits the brain will immediately fill with criticism and disgust. She uses this term from psychologist Christopher Germer called backdraft.
Like when you open a door to a burning building and the fresh oxygen makes the flames explode outward.
Yes, it hurts. It's like your hands aching when you come in from the cold. You have to allow the hurt to go through the process.
It sounds exhausting.
It is, but then she connects this to the media nutrition part of the book. This is where she gets really tactical.
This is my favorite part. She talks about a study in Fiji. Before American TV arrived, there was a preference for robust forms. But after years of watching 91021 and Melrose Place, eating disorders among teen girls skyrocketed.
From 13% to 29%? That's massive.
It's a direct hit to the culture. And her advice is basically, if a food makes you sick, stop eating it. If media makes you feel worse about your body, stop looking at it.
Stop watering the weeds. I love that.
It's basically saying, vote with your eyeballs and your cash.
Exactly. You don't have to write a letter to the editor. To stop consuming the stuff that triggers your brakes.
So, no more doom scrolling through thirst traps that make me feel like a potato?
Precisely.
It's about creating an environment where the accelerator can actually function without being overridden by a constant flood of shame.
Well, I'm going to go practice not looking at my ankle in the much mirror.
We'll see you next time. So, we've been talking about the brakes and the accelerator. And now, Nagoski moves into what I think is a software patch for the brain. She basically says we are living in a state of constant conflicting data.
Yeah, she calls them the three messages: the moral message, the medical message, and the media message.
Which is basically just a fancy way of saying everyone is lying to you in a different way.
Well, maybe not lying, but definitely contradicting. She says they're layered over each other, so you're never just hearing one. You've got your faith community telling you one thing, the media telling you another, and your doctor. Well, your doctor might be doing their own thing entirely.
And that's exactly where the confusion starts. You can't build a stable identity if the foundation is just a pile of contradictory instructions.
Right. And here is her big provocative claim. She says, the answer is yourself.
I love that. She's basically telling us to develop a bullshit detector. She says to listen to your inner voice because deep down, it will sound an alarm when it notices the nonsense.
It's like when you're listening to a new record and you can tell within 10 seconds if the production is trash. You don't need an expert to tell you. You feel it.
Exactly. But, and here's the part where she gets really interesting, she admits that informational cherry picking is usually considered a bad thing in science or ethics. She says you can't just pick and choose facts to build a logical theory.
But she's not talking about science. She's talking about you.
Precisely. She says, when it comes to investigating and understanding your own individual sexuality, please do cherry pick.
That is so liberating. She's saying you don't need to buy into the whole system. You don't need to believe in hell to decide that waiting for marriage is right for you. And you don't need to believe you're broken just to want to try new toys or different partners.
It's like a buffet. You don't have to eat the whole tray of beets just because they're there.
Yes, she literally uses a salad bar metaphor. Take only the things that appeal to lubricate you. Take only the things that appeal to you and ignore the rest.
It's a powerful way to reclaim agency. But she adds this warning. It only goes wrong when you try to apply your plate to someone else. Like, she shouldn't eat those beets. Beets are disgusting.
Hey, I like beets. Don't judge my plate.
But she moves into something much darker here. She talks about a woman named Lori, and this brings us back to that wall we discussed earlier.
Right, Lori was experiencing massive body shame. And Nagoski says the shame wasn't just about how her body looked, but about what those changes meant about her as a person. She had built this emotional wall to hide the parts of herself she felt ashamed of.
And the tragedy is that wall was also blocking out the love she was starving for.
A wall is a wall. A wall is an indiscriminate barrier. If you block out the shame, you block out the jame.
It's a heavy realization. But then, she pivots to something much more empowering. She says, no girl is born hating her body. You learned that. You learned that you worried about judgment.
Which means we can unlearn it.
Exactly. She uses this beautiful metaphor of a garden. She says, no matter what was planted in your garden, you are the gardener.
Oh, wow. That is stunning.
You didn't choose the plot of land. You didn't choose your biology, your breaks, or your family. But you do choose what stays and what goes. You get to prune what's dead and pull the weeds.
That's a massive shift in perspective. From being a victim of your wiring to being the one in charge of the landscape.
It's a lot of responsibility, but I guess it's the only way to actually grow.
And then, before we wrap up this section, she hits us with a too long didn't read, a summary for the exhausted brain. She reiterates, weight does not predict health. Self-criticism is a brake, and most importantly, sexual disgust hits the brakes. And sexual disgust is learned, not innate, and can be unlearned.
Wait, so the yuck factor isn't just who we are? We can actually deconstruct it?
That's the whole point. The yuck is a learned response, and if you can identify where it's interfering with your pleasure, you can start to dismantle it.
Well, I suppose I have some weeding to do in my own garden.
We all do, Jane. We all do. Let's take a breather before we get too deep into the weeds.
My brain needs a moment to process that heavy lifting.
All right, let's keep rolling.
Welcome back. We're picking up right where we left off, moving deeper into Emily Nagoski's work. Today, we're looking at what happens when the body and the mind simply stop communicating.
Or when they're speaking two completely different languages.
Like a bad breakup where one person thinks everything is fine and the other is already halfway out the door.
Or when you're thinking, this is boring, but your body is apparently doing its own thing.
Exactly. And that's how Nagoski opens this chapter. She shares this story from her college days in the 90s. A friend of hers is experimenting with some pretty intense power play tying wrists, using a bar, basically a very physical setup.
And the friend is just standing there.
Yeah, she's straddling this bar and the partner just leaves her. And she tells us it was totally boring. She wasn't into it. But then the partner comes back, looks at her, and says, and this is the kicker, then why are you wet?
Oh man, the classic, but the evidence says otherwise move. I've used that line on a bad date. It never works.
Because it's a logical fallacy, Paco.
Right, but for the friend, it was a total system error. She'd been taught, and Nagoski says we all have, that wet equals arousal, that it means you're ready. But her body was responding to the stimulus while her mind was completely checked out.
And that is the software bug we've been talking about. This is where she introduces the term arousal nonconcordance.
It sounds like something you'd find in a medical textbook to make people feel even more broken.
But that's the point, Jean. She's not saying it's a defect. She's saying it's a feature of how the hardware is wired. She actually breaks down the science here. She describes these lab experiments where they used strain gauges on men and photoplethysmographs, which, by the way, sounds terrifying, but it's basically just a tiny light to measure blood flow on women.
Okay, so let's look at the data. What's the sync rate?
For men, it's about a 50% overlap. If he feels aroused, his body is likely following suit about half the time. It's a decent correlation.
But then she hits us with the women's data. 10%.
10? Are you kidding me? That's basically random noise.
It's a massive gap. You could be watching a documentary on tectonic plates, and your body might react even if your brain is thinking about what you want for dinner.
Exactly. She says there is no predictive relationship between her feeling aroused and her genitals responding. The genitals are just reacting to sex-related stimuli.
And this is the part that really struck me. She says the genitals are non-discriminating. They see something sex-related, even if it's something weird, like bonobos mating, and they go, okay, sex-related, initiating blood flow. They don't care if you like it.
Wait. So, the genitals are like that one friend who shows up to the party even when they weren't invited and don't even know anyone?
Precisely. They're just reacting to the bell, like Pavlov's dogs.
So you're saying the body is just a machine responding to triggers completely independent of actual desire?
That's the terrifying, liberating truth of it. The genitals say, this is sex-related. The person says, I actually like this. For women, those two things only align 10% of the time.
It's the difference between learning and liking. Your body has learned the cues, but your mind hasn't signed the contract.
That explains so much unnecessary guilt. I mean, imagine the drama in a relationship when one person thinks, well, the physical signs are there, so they must be into it, and the other is just internally screaming.
And Nagoski ties it back to the breaks we discussed earlier. She mentions a woman who was reading 50 Shades of Grey. The book has explicit sex, so it's sex-related, and her body responded. But because she disliked the characters, her brakes slammed on.
So the accelerator is pressing the pedal, but the parking brake is pulled tight.
Exactly. The hardware is responding to the stimulus, but the psychological context is shutting the whole system down.
It really reframes the whole dysfunction narrative, doesn't it? It's not that the engine is broken. It's that the driver is actively trying to avoid the crash.
It makes you wonder, if we can unlearn the shame, can we actually resync the software?
That's the million-dollar question. But first, we have to acknowledge that the disconnect is actually normal, even if it feels like a total glitch in the system. Okay, so we've established that the software and hardware are often out of sync. But Nagoski moves from that high-concept theory into this much more visceral, almost cinematic example. She talks about a couple, Patrick and Olivia.
And it starts with a drug, an aphrodisiac.
Right, and he's feeling this incredible, amplified sensation like his nerve endings have had the volume turned up. It's so intense they can't even finish their ice cream before they have to go back and get her naked.
Now that is a way to end a date. Forget a movie. Just go straight to the point.
It's interesting, though, because she makes a very specific distinction here. She says erectile dysfunction drugs don't do any of that. They don't give you that amplified feeling. They just increase blood flow.
Exactly. She's pointing to the power of the placebo, the psychological expectation of pleasure actually changing the physical perception. And then she shifts the focus to Olivia. This is a beautiful moment in the text.
It's so tender. Because for Olivia, being the one with less interest in that moment was actually revelatory.
Wait, she was actually happy to be the brakes for a second?
In a way, yeah. She's used to being the driver, the one pulling her partner along with her sexual energy. But being the one standing still, being pulled by him, she allowed herself to just receive.
She allowed her arousal to build as slowly as it wanted to, instead of feeling like it was dragging her forward.
That's such a huge shift. It's moving from I have to perform to I can just exist.
And to explain why this happens, she uses this. Honestly, it's one of the most brilliant metaphors I've ever heard in a science book. She says, imagine the brain and the vagina are just two friends on vacation together, wandering down a street, trying to decide where to eat.
Okay, I'm in. Where are we? Paris? Rome?
It doesn't matter. The point is, the genitals are like the friend who is obsessed with finding restaurants. They notice everything. They see a Thai place, a pub, a burger joint, even a fast food stall, and they just go, hey, that's a restaurant. We could eat there.
They're just scanning for food.
They don't care if it's good. They're just identifying the category. But the brain is the picky eater. The brain is looking at the context. Is it clean? Is it too loud? Is it too expensive? Is it even a vibe I'm feeling right now?
So the genitals are basically the accelerator, just pointing at every possible stimulus. And the brain is the brakes, evaluating the quality of the situation.
Precisely. And she even says the genitals might see a hypermarket and go, well, there's pet food in here, I guess. And the brain just rolls its eyes and keeps walking.
That's a perfect description of my brain during a long lecture.
But then she brings it back to the heavy stuff. She says this non-concordance, this disconnect isn't just a sex thing. It's a human thing.
She cites this study about the chills. You know that feeling when a song is so beautiful you get goosebumps?
The shivers, shite.
Yeah, they played My Heart Will Go On. Half the people felt the emotional chills, but only 14% actually got the physical, piloerection, the hair standing up. But then they played Bittersasting Symphony by The Verve, and 60% felt the chills, but 0% had the physical response.
So the software is feeling the music, but the hardware isn't even bothered?
Exactly. The emotional experience is decoupled from the physiological marker.
And she breaks it down into these 3 levels. There's the involuntary physiological heart rate, sweating, and so on. Then there's the expressive response to your body language, the way you smile or lean in. And finally, the subjective experience, the actual I feel this part.
It's a way of saying we aren't just single unified organisms, we're layers.
And that's why it's so easy to feel like a liar or like you're in denial when your body doesn't match your mind. But she says that doesn't make you a liar. It means you're a human being.
Wait, so if my heart is racing because I'm anxious, but I'm telling everyone I'm chill, I'm not actually being fake?
Not at all. Your hardware is responding to a stressor, but your central system, your conscious mind, is managing the narrative. It's the same principle as the genitals noticing a restaurant, even if the brain wants to keep walking.
It really takes the pressure off, doesn't it? To realize that the glitch is actually just the complexity of being alive.
It's a lot to process, but it leads her to this final, beautiful story about a woman named Merritt.
This is the patch for the software. Merritt was struggling with menopause, with pain, with a lack of trust in her own body. And the solution wasn't some complex medical intervention.
It was storytelling.
Exactly. She and her partner used a technique from the Gottman Institute. They sat down, had some wine, and just retold their story of us. They narrated how they met, how they fell in love.
Using the history of the relationship to prime the system.
Right. It activated her partner's accelerator by making him feel loved, but more importantly, it deactivated her brakes. It created the safety needed for her to trust her own sensations again.
It's not about fixing a broken part. It's about creating the right context for the parts to work together.
And that, I think, is the takeaway from this chapter. The update isn't about changing the hardware. It's about changing the environment the hardware lives in. So, we've talked about the disconnect, but I want to look at how people actually try to bridge it. Nagoski gives us this story about a woman named Carol. It's not about a massive psychological breakthrough. It's actually much more tactile.
I love this part. She starts experimenting with different kinds of lube.
Okay, now we're getting into the real science. The lubricative approach.
Exactly. And she realized that by focusing on the sensation, the different textures, it turns sex from a problem to be solved into a form of play.
A problem is a great way to describe anything that involves your brain trying to predict a specific outcome.
Right. She describes moving from what she calls a noisy brain, where every sensation is scanned for a potential threat or failure, to a quiet brain, where everything is just curiosity and pleasure.
It's like she's silencing the background static. It's beautiful, really. She was able to even focus on her partner's pleasure, and in doing that, her own pleasure actually expanded. She was swimming in the water, as the book says.
Wait, hold on.
Paco, you must be cutting out.
I can't.
Great. The software is failing.
Hang on, let me... Okay, Paco, try that again.
Sorry, my headset just decided to go on strike. Think I need to check the battery. I'm back. Where were we? The quiet brain?
We were just getting to the noisy brain being silenced. But Nagoski doesn't stop at just how to relax. She gets much more confrontational here. She starts listing what she calls lubrication errors.
That sounds ominous, like a mechanical failure in a mid-range sedan.
Sort of. Error number 1, the belief that genital response equals desire. She says this is a dangerous cultural myth, actively being perpetuated by porn and mainstream culture, even though the science is literally right there in front of us.
Because it's easier to believe a simple lie than a complex truth, right?
Exactly. And she points to the source. When she asked her students why this myth persists, one student responded with just one word: patriarchy.
Hard to argue with that.
And she agrees. She says for centuries, men's sexuality has been the default. Because men have a 50% overlap between response and desire, the myth assumes everyone should have that. So when women show a different pattern, they are just different. They are labeled broken.
It's that men as default setting. It's like a factory setting that was never meant to be universal.
But then, and this is where she gets really gutsy, she says, I'm going to fight patriarchy with patriarchy.
Oh, I like this. She's going on the offensive.
She does. She says if we want to prove the myth is wrong, let's look at the men. Because men, too, experience non-concordance.
I mean, I've definitely seen guys have an erection while they were clearly in the middle of a very stressful argument.
Exactly. She brings that nocturnal penile tumescence, the whole morning wood phenomenon. It happens during REM sleep. It doesn't mean the guy is having a sexy dream. It's just a physiological reflex. It's non-concordant.
So the hardware is just running a routine check?
Precisely. Or even more intense, she tells this story about a man named Paul. He was at a party and witnessed a friend committing a horrific sexual assault.
Oh no.
Now, listen to this, because it's the most important part. Paul was horrified. He knew what was happening was seriously not okay. But his body responded. He got an erection. He felt torn. He felt like his body was somehow validating something monstrous. He was terrified that his physical response meant he was somehow a part of it.
That sounds like a total nightmare. The guilt must have been crushing.
It was, but Nagoski uses this to drive her point home. If Paul understood non-concordance, if he knew that his penis was just saying, hey, this is a sex-related event, he wouldn't have been paralyzed by shame. He could have focused his energy on the actual problem, the violence.
So, by separating the physical reflex from the moral choice, he actually has the clarity to intervene.
Exactly. The absence of shame creates the space for action. Instead of wondering, am I a monster? He can ask, how do I stop this crime?
Wow. So, by deconstructing the myth, we're actually making the world safer?
That is her ultimate claim. Understanding non-concordance isn't just about fixing sex. It's about reclaiming the ability to act ethically in the face of our own biology.
It's a heavy way to look at a software update.
It is, but it's the only way to move past the broken narrative for good. That's a lot to sit with. Let's take a breath before we get into the heavy stuff.
Just a breath? I need a full system reboot after that logic.
You just need to stop trying to use tarot to explain away your bad habits, Paco. All right, we're back. Today, we're diving into a part of Emily Nagoski's book that is honestly, it's kind of infuriating.
It's the part where she starts calling out the bugs in our collective mental software. Specifically, this massive dangerous glitch where we think physical reactions equal true desire.
Oh man, I know exactly where this is going. We's talking about the "but your body said yes" lie, right?
If you can call it a lie and not a straight-up delusion. It's everywhere.
It is. And Nagoski starts by pointing to this tempting and wrong explanation for why women might experience non-concordance. She says there's this huge cultural myth that women are just lying to themselves. Like, they're in denial about their hidden desires.
Right? Like, oh, you say you don't like that, but your body is reacting, so you're clearly just suppressing your true wild self. It's so patronizing.
Exactly. She brings up Daniel Bergner's book, What Do Women Want?, and shows how he uses lie detector studies to basically conclude that women are lying about their arousal. She highlights how reviewers use words like claimed and admitted as if women are withholding the truth.
That is such a classic move. You say you're not into it, but the machine says you are. It's like a bad magic trick.
It's not even a trick, Paco. It's a way to invalidate what a person is actually feeling.
And here's the breakthrough moment in the text. Look how she phrases this. She says, "Of course you know that women's genitals were just reacting automatically to a sex-related cue, this is a restaurant, which is only a passing acquaintance with what a woman really likes or wants."
I love that metaphor. This is a restaurant?
Wait, explain that. How does a restaurant prove you want to eat there?
Well, it's Pavlovian. If you see a sign for a restaurant, your mouth might water. But that doesn't mean you're hungry, or that you like the food there, or that you want to spend your Friday night in that specific booth. Your body just recognizes, okay, food-related stimulus detected.
It's just learning. She says it so clearly. But genital response isn't liking, it's learning. It's a conditioned reflex.
But people want it to be liking. It's much more dramatic for a story, isn't it?
Exactly. She uses 50 Shades of Grey as this perfect, albeit painful, example. She walks us through the spanking scene. Anastasia is clearly in pain. She's trying to even move away. Her face is tight. She is not enjoying it.
Oh, I've heard about this, the whole "I know I'm not supposed to like it, but I do" trope.
Right, but in this book, Christian Grey looks at her and says, "See how much your body likes this, Anastasia. You're soaking just for me."
That is so toxic. He's literally using her physiological response to override her actual subjective experience. He's telling her that her body is more honest than her mind.
And the worst part? She believes him. She describes herself as feeling demeaned, debased, and abused. But she accepts his version of her reality.
It's because we've been trained to do that. We're taught to trust the evidence of the body more than the subjectivity of the mind.
Wait, so if we follow this logic to its extreme, if a doctor taps my knee and my leg kicks, does that mean I want to kick the doctor?
Precisely, that is exactly her point. She says, if that's true, then when your doctor taps your knee, that must mean you actually want to kick your doctor. Or when you have an allergic reaction to pollen, you must hate flowers.
It's so absurd when you strip the sexual context away. Automatic processes are automatic, not sincere.
But when you keep it in the sexual context, it stops being funny. It becomes the foundation for some of the most dangerous rhetoric in existence.
Yeah, she moves into the heavy stuff. She points out that if we believe the body knows better than the person, then we end up with the "you said no, but your body said yes" myth.
That's the one from the songs. That's the one that shows up in the aftermath of sexual assaults.
Exactly. She quotes Project Unbreakable, where survivors hold signs with those exact phrases used by their attackers or the police. It's a way to use biology to erase consent.
It's terrifying. Because a penis and a vagina is a sex-related stimulus. The body can respond to that even if it is unwanted, unappealing, and unwelcome.
It's just a biological cue. It doesn't carry a vote on whether the person is consenting.
She even takes it back to the 1700s, showing how this isn't new. People used to think that because pregnancy was the goal, if a woman got pregnant, she must have enjoyed the sex. She said no, but her ovaries said yes.
That is incredibly dark.
It's a recurring loop in history. She closes this section by saying we use these metaphors, "I'm so wet," "I'm so hard," as if they are literal descriptions of desire, when they are really just, well, they're just biological markers of a stimulus.
It's like we're trying to use a thermometer to measure how much someone loves a song. The temperature changed, sure, but that doesn't tell you anything about their emotional connection to the lyrics.
We need to stop treating the body like a lie detector and start treating it like a sensory organ.
A sensory organ that needs a much better software update. Okay, we're moving into the next phase of the argument. Nagoski is essentially doing a review of everything she's said so far, and she's being very firm about it. She says, "I hope that by now you know better."
I love that energy. She's basically saying, if you still think you're broken, we need to have a serious talk.
A bit condescending, but after everything we just talked about with the 50 Shades nonsense, I'll take it.
She's laying down the law. She reiterates that men and women have the same parts, just organized differently. And then she adds this crucial point. Sex-related and sexually appealing are not the same thing.
Wait, back up. I need to process that. Like, I can see a picture of a delicious pizza, and my mouth might water, but I don't necessarily want to marry the pizza?
Exactly. It's that Pavlovian response again. The cue is there. The restaurant is visible, but the desire is a whole different layer of the software.
But then, and this is where she gets really clever, she addresses what she calls lubrication error number 3.
Lubrication error. That is such a brutal way to title a chapter.
It is. She's talking about the mistake of thinking non-concordance, that disconnect between body and mind, is actually a symptom of dysfunction.
So, people see the disconnect and think, oh, the engine is misfiring, something is broken?
Exactly, and she uses this brilliant, slightly ridiculous way to debunk it. She brings up the correlation does not imply causation rule. She actually cites the flying spaghetti monster argument about pirates and global warming.
I love that. The idea that fewer pirates causes the planet to heat up. It's so absurd.
But she uses that absurdity to make a serious point. She says just because non-concordance and sexual dysfunction show up together in studies doesn't mean one causes the other. There's a third variable.
And let me guess, the third variable is the context she's been obsessed with since page 1?
Spot on. She says, just as pirates and global temperature can be linked together by the Industrial Revolution, non-concordance and sexual dysfunction are linked together by context.
Okay, so the Industrial Revolution for sex is what? Stress? Work? That weird thing your mother-in-law said at dinner?
Precisely. She explains that in healthy women, the brakes are sensitive to context. They turn off when the environment is right. But in women experiencing what's labeled as dysfunction, the brakes stay on even when the external circumstances change.
She actually cites this incredible study from 2010. Researchers gave women a take-home lab kit. They measured them in a sterile lab, and then they measured them at a home.
And did the home environment change the math?
It changed everything. For the healthy group, their physical response and their subjective arousal more than doubled when they moved from the lab to the comfort of their own home. They felt less inhibited.
But for the low desire group,
for them, the physical response doubled at home too, but the subjective arousal didn't. They didn't feel more at ease. Their brakes stayed stuck.
That's so profound. It shows that the dysfunction isn't that the hardware is broken, it's that the context isn't enough to override the brakes. The software is still reacting to the stress, or the history, or the environment.
It shifts the burden. It's not fix your body, it's change the context.
And she illustrates this with this. Honestly, it's such a great anecdote. She tells a story about a woman named Lori and her husband, Johnny.
Oh, I love a good spouse-to-spouse intervention.
So Lori drags Johnny to her husband, who's a manly fix-it dude, and tells him, tell him what you told me, the arousal thing. Because Johnny, the husband, thinks Lori is just misunderstanding her own body.
I can see it now. The classic you don't know what you want defense.
He's a fix-it guy. He wants to solve the problem. So Nagoski explains it to him using the switches model. She tells him that while men might have a switch for genital sensation, women have switches for stress, attachment, relationship satisfaction, and life.
And for Lori,
all the off switches were being flipped. Her life was throwing every single stop signal her brain could muster. And a look on this guy's face, he realizes he doesn't need a crazy erotic move to fix it. He realizes the sexiest thing he can do is just take away the brakes.
Wait, so the hack isn't more intensity, it's more safety? That's a total reframe.
It's everything. He literally says this really changes everything. Why did no one tell me this before?
Because the intensity narrative sells more movies, Paco. But safety is what actually works.
She ends this section with this incredible piece of advice for women who find themselves in this position. She says if you're experiencing non-concordance, you need to tell your partner, but don't be defensive.
Be calm, joyful, and confident.
Exactly. She even gives you a script. She says you can say, Emily Nagoski is sorry that you didn't already know that genital response isn't a reliable indicator of pleasure or desire. But it's true.
She's literally using her own name as a shield. I love it.
And then the punchline, the part that every partner needs to hear. She says, so please pay attention to my words, not my vagina.
God, if only everyone heard that.
It's a software patch. Ignore the hardware error logs. Look at the user interface.
All right, I need a moment to process that punchline.
Let's take 5, everyone. I need to stretch my hips out.
Okay, we're back. All right, we're back. And if you've been following along, we are deep in the middle of the software update for the female libido. We're looking at the practical, hands-on way to stop treating the body like a broken machine and start treating it like, well, like a living system.
Or at least a system that doesn't need a frantic emergency repair every time things don't go according to the standard plan.
Exactly. I mean, look, I'm still recovering from that tower card moment earlier, but this part of the book, it's kind of beautiful. It's about moving from what's wrong with me to how do I communicate what's actually happening.
It's also about not having to apologize for your own biology, which, let's be honest, is a huge relief.
Right, and Emily, the author, she starts this section with this almost hilarious, very blunt suggestion. She basically says, you don't have to apologize for me. You can just email your partner an apology for the fact that they didn't know about nonconcordance.
I love that. It shifts the burden. It's not, I'm broken, it's your information library is outdated.
Yeah, it's like, hey, your software is running on Windows 95. We need to get you onto the modern OS. But then she gets really practical. She's like, okay, if your genitals are basically just reacting to stimuli like a Pavlovian bell buck, you aren't actually into it. How does your partner know you're actually enjoying yourself?
She gives a list, and it's not about looking for, the obvious physical signs. She says, look at the breath, the respiration rate, the pulse.
I love the phrasing here. She says look for muscle tension in the abdomen, the thighs, even the wrists or feet. She says when the tension moves in a certain way, the body bows and arches.
But then she hits the most important one. She says, your words. Only you can tell your partner what you want. I know, it sounds simple, but she's saying you can just use shortcuts. Yes or more. It's about reducing the friction of communication.
Speaking of friction, she moves right into the lube talk. And honestly, this is where the software update metaphor really hits home. She's basically saying, if you need lube, use lube. It is your friend. It is literally just a tool to prevent injury and increase pleasure.
But she acknowledges the glitch in the social code. She says people feel hesitant because they think using lube means they are inadequate, or because of that sanctity moral foundation where sex-related stuff gets labeled as dirty.
It's that weird cultural baggage, right? Like, why is this bottle of silicone-based liquid a symbol of failure? It's just stuff.
And she tells you how to fix that. You use playfulness, curiosity, and humor. She says it is literally impossible to feel anxious when you approach it with humor.
Easy for you to say, Some of us are more serious and focused during, well, everything.
Hey, but look at her tip for the partner. Make your enough partner feel like a superhero. Instead of saying, hey, this isn't working, you say, you are doing all these amazing things, and I want to add this one more element to make it even more incredible.
It's a brilliant psychological pivot. You aren't criticizing the performance, you're expanding the repertoire. But then, the book introduces this character, Henry, and his question, man, it's the heavy hitter.
Oh, I saw this coming. He's stuck on the how.
He says, I understand that genital response doesn't tell me what turns you on, but what I don't understand is how you get turned on without first wanting the thing that turns you on.
Because that's the logic we've been fed. The desire must precede the act myth.
And here's the patch, the actual code fix. The answer to Henry's question is, pleasure comes first before desire, that is.
Wow, that changes everything. That completely reconfigures how you approach the engine.
It's the distinction between spontaneous and responsive desire. And she illustrates it with this story about Olivia and Patrick. Olivia is the high desire partner. Patrick is the lower desire one. They decided to flip the script. No preparation, just showing up.
And they preheated the oven. Moving from the bedroom to the kitchen, feeding each other, creating context.
And the crazy part, Olivia, the one who usually wants it more, found that by slowing down to his pace, by holding herself back, it was unbelievably better.
It was like I could feel his pleasure in my body. I could even feel my own pleasure inside his body. That's a shared resonance.
And she ends this chapter with this beautiful metaphor about gardening. If you have a desert garden, you know how to handle cacti. Use very little water. But if you try to grow a tomato plant in that same desert, You'll watch it die, and you'll wonder why, because you're following the correct rules for the desert.
You need to realize the tomato plant needs a different climate.
Exactly. The software update isn't about changing the plant, it's about changing the environment to match the biology.
I think I need to go buy some exotic fruit and just sit with that for a minute.
I'll join you, but first let's see if I can figure out why my left eye is still twitching.
It's funny how we just finished that metaphor about the tomato plant, but then the book immediately circles back to the people trying to force it.
Right? She says there are people who look at a plant that needs water and say, no, that's not a plant. That's a broken plant. It should be an aloe.
It's the classic I can fix her energy, but for botany.
Or I can fix this biology. It's exhausting. She says there are gardeners out there who will literally do anything at all to force a tomato plant to thrive in a desert, just because they refuse to accept that the climate has changed.
But the moment you stop fighting the biology and actually, provide the water, the book says you go from why is it dying to wow.
That's the goal, that wow moment. And she transitions right into the meat of it, the standard narrative of desire.
Which, as we've discussed, is basically just waiting for lightning to strike.
Exactly. She calls it spontaneous desire. You're walking on the street, you see someone, pow! Sudden urge. That's Olivia's style. It's like a sudden software launch.
But then there's the pragmatic approach. Like, hey, it's 7 p.m. on Saturday, the calendar says date night, so let's just put our bodies in the bed and see what happens.
And that's where the responsive part comes in. The body wakes up after the skin touches. It's not, I want this. It's, oh, I like this.
It's the slow heater approach. And she is very clear this is not a defect. It's not low desire. It's just a different ignition system.
She uses this person, Camilla, to illustrate it. Camilla doesn't crave sex out of the blue. She doesn't have that spontaneous spark. And the book is so adamant here, she repeats it. Responsive desire is normal and healthy.
But wait, she goes even deeper. She says, and this is the part that blew my mind, that everyone's desire is actually responsive. It just feels more spontaneous for some people.
Because the spontaneous ones just have a much shorter delay between stimulus and desire.
Right. It's all about the organization of the parts. And she gives us these 3 scenarios. This is brilliant, actually. It's like analyzing network traffic.
Scenario 1, the quiet network. You're happy, you're trusting, your partner touches your arm. There's noise in your brain. The signal travels from your arm, up your spine, and your brain just says, hey, this is nice. Let's do more of this.
It's like a clean connection. Low latency.
Exactly. But then, scenario 2, the DDoS attack. Yeah. You're stressed, you're exhausted, your brain is full of heavy traffic, yelling and honking horns from all your responsibilities. Your partner touches your arm, and the signal hits the brain, and the brain just goes, what? I can't. Hurry over, all there's noise.
And then she says something so visceral. She says the sensation is a little bit like a Snapchat. It's gone before you even process it.
Not now, honey. The way to shut down a connection.
But then, the third one, the high-intensity mode. Your partner has been away, you've been texting, it's been escalating, it's all sexy in your head. By the time they touch your arm, you're set to go off like a rocket.
So the stimulation is the same in all 3. The touch is the same.
It's the context that changes the outcome. The software environment determines if the signal leads to desire or just gets ignored.
And this ties back to what we were saying earlier about the broken narrative. If you're in scenario 2, you aren't broken, you just have too much background noise.
So, the fix isn't to change the person, it's to clear the cache, reduce the noise.
Exactly. Look for the context that facilitated it. If you want more spontaneous feeling desire, you look at the worksheets from earlier, the settings, the partners, the ludic or playful factors, and you try to create that quiet or that high-intensity environment.
It's about moving from why is it dying to wow.
I just want that wow.
Me too, Em. Me too. Now, does anyone know if we can apply scenario 3 to a pizza delivery? Because my hunger is definitely responsive.
So, we've been talking about the thresholds, the idea that the engine isn't broken, it just needs enough water pressure to get the spark to catch.
And I love how the author brings it back to Henry and Camilla, because Henry, bless him, he's actually using his own spontaneous system to help her. He sees her walking around, all damp and naked after a shower, and boom, he's turned on.
See, that's the low latency connection we were talking about. For him, the stimulus is right there. No lag.
But for Camilla, the threshold is higher. She needs the buildup. She literally says, "Tease my ticking pilot light. Build up the water pressure."
I mean, that is a hell of a line, but look at what they do with it. They don't try to force the spontaneous explosion. They turn everything into low-key, no pressure, zero expectation foreplay.
Like flowers, cuddling, affection, just a constant, steady stream of reminders.
It's like, instead of trying to launch a massive, heavy software update all at once and crashing the system, they're just doing these tiny little background patches, small, frequent updates.
And it actually works. The book says this is how many couples sustain a strong connection over the long term. It's not about that big dramatic tension you see in movies. It's about the steady stream.
But then, and this is the part where I felt my inner analyst start to perk up, she drops a massive bombshell. She says, "Good news, it's probably not your hormones."
Wait, what? Everyone assumes it's a hormonal imbalance. That's the go-to. Oh, your estrogen is low. Let's fix the chemistry.
Exactly, but she cites this researcher, Lori Brotto. They tested 6 different hormonal factors to see if they predicted low desire in women. And the result? Not one of them was significantly predictive.
So it's not the hardware at all.
No. She says the real predictors are developmental history, psychiatric history, and psychosexual history. Stress, depression, trauma, attachment, all that stuff we've been talking about in the earlier chapters.
That actually feels heavier in a way, because you can't just pop a pill to fix your attachment history or trauma.
Yeah, but it's also more empowering, right? Because it means the fix isn't a chemical change, it's a contextual one. You don't have to fix you just have to change the environment.
And here is the most radical reframe of the whole book. She says we need to stop thinking about sex as a drive, like hunger or thirst.
Because nobody ever died of frustration.
Exactly. She quotes Frank Beach from 1956. "No one has ever suffered tissue damage for lack of sex. You can literally die from lack of sleep, but you won't die from lack of getting laid."
That's a wild way to put it. So if it's not a drive to survive, what is it?
It's an incentive motivation system.
Like curiosity?
Exactly. Like curiosity. A drive pushes you because you're in discomfort. You must eat or you'll die. But an incentive system pulls you towards something attractive.
So, when you hear drive, think survive. When you hear incentive motivation, think thrive.
That changes the whole malfunction narrative. If you don't feel hungry for sex, you're not starving. You're just not currently curious about the snack.
That is so much less shameful. It's not a deficiency, it's just a lack of an attractive stimulus.
But she adds a warning. She says the myth that sex is a drive is actually dangerous. Because if you think it's a need, you might feel entitled to it.
And that's how you get consent issues. If someone thinks you owe them because they have a need.
Yeah, that's heavy. She uses that great metaphor about stealing bread. If you're starving, we might feel sympathy. But if you steal bread just because you're curious what it tastes like, we don't look at it the same way.
It's about boundaries. Sex is an invitation, not an obligation.
Okay, so we've cleared the hormone myth and the drive myth. But now she moves into the big one. The monogamy debate.
Oh, here we go. The is monogamy a natural argument?
And she doesn't take a side on the structure itself. She says it's the context that matters. It doesn't matter if you're monogamous or poly, it matters how you do it.
She brings in the heavy hitters here. Esther Perel versus John Gottman.
The mystery school versus the intimacy school.
Right. Perel says the problem with long-term love is that it kills passion because passion needs distance. It needs the bridge to cross. You need a little bit of that edgy instability.
And Gottman says the opposite. He says the problem is a lack of closeness. He says you need deepening intimacy and building a bridge together.
So, do we need to run away from our partners to want them or run toward them to keep them?
According to the author, you can do both. It just depends on how you define desire. If he's looking for the wanting, the longing you might need Perel's distance. But if you're looking for the liking, the pleasure you might need Gottman's closeness.
It's all just more context. Everything is just more context.
Man, I need to go reevaluate my entire life's context. I think I've been running a very high noise, low pleasure software update for years. I'm gonna go grab a snack before my brain completely crashes.
Good idea. I need to stretch my legs too. All right, everyone, settle in. We're diving back into Emily Nagoski's Come As You Are. Today, we're looking at what I like to call the software update for how we understand desire.
I love that, because honestly, the old software, the way we've been taught to view female sexuality, is so full of bugs and crashes. It's just outdated.
And it's making everyone stressed. I mean, I was looking at my tarot cards earlier, and the tower popped up. Just total upheaval. And honestly, reading this chapter, I feel like that's exactly what Nagoski is doing. She's knocking down the old structures.
If by structures you mean the complete delusion that if you don't feel a sudden lightning bolt urge to have sex, you're medically defective, then yeah, she's definitely bringing the hammer down.
She is. And she starts this section by comparing two very different styles of desire. She uses Gottman and Perel as her benchmarks.
Right, and this is such a beautiful distinction. She says for Gottman, the science of trust guide desire is more about, well, liking. It's about savoring the moment, the togetherness.
Whereas Perel is all about the hunger, the mystery, the mating in captivity vibe.
Exactly, she uses this brilliant metaphor. Perel's style is like the secret sauce that makes a meal delicious. It's that high adrenaline, itch-scratch relief cycle. But Gottman? That's like coming home from work, having a glass of wine, and cooking dinner with your partner.
See? I'm a Perel guy. I like the drama. I like the fire already stoked approach.
But look at what she says next, Paco. She says her personal inclination is more toward Gottman. And she points out that people get so caught up in thinking one way is the true way that they miss the point.
Because the point isn't the type of desire, the point is the mechanics.
Right. She brings it back to her central thesis. It's all about the dual control model. Whether you're seeking space or closeness, the goal is the same, increasing the accelerator and decreasing the brakes.
And she proves it with this story about Johnny and Lori. They bought one of those. What were they? Subscription boxes with prefabricated sexy fantasies?
Oh man, I love those total kitsch.
They were both terrified it would be cheesy. Laurie was literally like, this is just arts and crafts supplies. And Johnny was just like, we already have a vibrator.
But they did it anyway. They changed the context. They went to a hotel, they ate pizza, they talked about work and kids, and then, halfway through a massage, the hey sexy lady mode finally kicked in for Laurie.
This is the aha moment. The software wasn't broken, the hardware was fine, they just had to shift the mental state from mommy mode to me mode.
It's all about the environment. If your brain is stuck in stress, parenting, to-do list mode, the brakes are slammed on. You can't drive the car if the emergency brake is engaged.
And this is where it gets dark. Nagoski drops this bombshell about the FDA and these drugs, flibanserin and others, designed to treat low desire.
This is the most infuriable part of the text. She shows the data, these drugs, they don't actually work. The improvement is practically non-existent compared to a placebo.
But the real kicker? The women in the trials weren't sick. They were literally saying, once we get started, everything is great. It's just getting started that's a lot of work.
That is the definition of responsive desire. They were describing a perfectly healthy, functional system.
It's so predatory. The drug companies are essentially trying to medicate a natural biological rhythm. They're trying to turn responsive into spontaneous via a pill.
And she pulls no punches with the FDA hearing. There's this doctor, Phil Haanaan, can I call you Phil? She asks, if they lack desire, why were they having any sex at all?
And the response from the drug maker was just pure, unadulterated audacity. He basically said, once they engage in activity, it's pleasurable.
Are you kidding me?
That's exactly what she wrote. He was explicitly telling the FDA that they were attempting to treat healthy women. because if you can experience pleasure in a shared consensual moment, you are functioning correctly.
It's like they trying to pathologize the very concept of taking a minute to warm up.
Exactly. The brokenness isn't in the women. The brokenness is in the culture that tells them they should be different.
It's a bug in the social software. We've been programmed to believe that if we aren't constantly hungry, we're starving.
It makes you wonder, if we stopped trying to fix the response and started focusing on fixing the context, how much more activation could we actually find? So, we just left that pretty heavy place. The FDA, the drug companies, the idea that they're trying to medicate away a natural rhythm. But Nagoski isn't done. She moves into the courtroom of the mind. She points out that even the experts, the FDA panelists, were mostly wrong.
Because they were stuck in that same myth. She says only 3 out of 24 panelists were actually researchers or educators. The rest? They were just repeating the old script, the spontaneous desire script.
Which is exactly what I said. It's a closed loop. If the people in charge of the truth don't believe in responsive desire, then anyone experiencing it is automatically labeled defensive or broken.
Look how she handles this. She's practically handing out a syllabus. She says, if your medical provider or therapist thinks desire should be spontaneous, feel free to suggest they read this book. I love that energy. Just read the manual, doc.
It's a bold move. She even says some medical schools are actually assigning it as a text now. But she warns us, you're still going to run into professionals who have an integrated responsive desire.
Because the PR budgets for drug companies are massive. They can shout much louder than a group of sex researchers.
So she just drops this one-liner. This is the part I want everyone listening to tattoo on their brains. If you have responsive desire, you are already normal.
I'm into that. No craving required.
Exactly. She's saying you don't need to change who you are, you just need to change the context. If you want more spontaneous desire just for the fun of it, don't try to rewrite your DNA. Just change the environment.
But she shifts gears here. She moves from the individual to the relationship. And this is where things get messy. She talks about low desire as a relationship issue.
And I hate that term, low desire. It sounds like a battery level.
Right, but she defines it strictly. It's only low if it's infrequent enough to frustrate the other partner. It's not a biological measurement. It's a gap in frequency.
But the gap is where the chasing dynamic lives. And man, she describes this so well. It's like a predator and prey situation, but with more guilt.
Yeah, she lays it out. Partner A, the spontaneous one, is constantly initiating. They feel rejected, rejected, rejected. They start wondering, am I broken? Am I a sex addict?
And partner B, the responsive one, is constantly being pushed. They start feeling judged, so they resist even more. They feel guilty just because they're being asked.
It's a spiral. One person is chasing, the other is running, and the whole relationship is just exhausted.
So, how do you break it? She proposes something that sounds absolutely terrifying to most couples. Take sex entirely off the table.
Wait, what? Like zero contact?
Exactly. No genital contact, no orgasm, no expectation that a kiss has to lead to something more. She suggests doing it for 2 weeks, a month, even 3 months.
That sounds like a nightmare for the person who wants sex.
But look at the logic. The goal is to remove the dread. The moment partner B feels that, ugh, if I kiss him, he's going to try to move south feeling, the brakes are slammed on. By removing the possibility of sex, you remove the pressure. You allow the intimacy to just...
It's like if you're trying to catch a butterfly, and the harder you lung, the faster it flies away. You have to just sit still, let it land.
And she says the solution isn't just behavioral, it's attitudinal. You have to stop seeing the partner as the problem. The dynamic is the problem.
She gets really intense here. She speaks directly to partner B, the one who feels chased. She tells them, you're not broken, you are whole.
That was a heavy moment. She acknowledges the exhaustion, the anxiety, the feeling of having to defend your own body.
It's so validating. She says your sexuality is still there even if you haven't used the words for it lately. It's like a friend who is just waiting for it to be safe enough to come out and play.
That's beautiful. Just because you haven't used the words doesn't mean they aren't available.
But then she turns to partner A, and she doesn't let them off the hook. She tells them, I know it feels like they are withholding. I know it feels awful.
But she tells them their role is to put down their hurts. to be loving to the person who feels like the source of the hurt. That is incredibly difficult work.
It's a test of empathy.
She ends this section with this incredibly simple, almost radical piece of advice for dealing with different levels of desire. Be kind to each other.
It sounds too simple to be true.
But then she brings in this story about a woman named Merritt. Merritt was trying to use a trick from her political organizing days. She tried to connect her behavior to her identity. Don't just run, be a runner.
So she tried on the identity of a woman who loves sex.
And the first thing that happened? She got really, really angry.
Of course she did.
She was like, why should I have to love sex? Why can't I just be a woman who doesn't want sex? She turned her no into her identity.
And that right there, that's the break. When the resistance becomes who you are, you're protecting yourself by building a well. Okay, so we left Merritt in a pretty intense place. She's basically using her anger as a sledgehammer to break down her own internal walls.
And it's such a powerful image, right? She's being angry, she's completing a cycle. She's finally letting that fight response go all the way through instead of just slamming the brakes midstream.
I mean, I get it. If you've spent decades just suppressing, just hitting the emergency brake every time you feel a spark of rage, you're essentially building a landfill inside your own nervous system.
A landfill of resentment. That's exactly what it is. And she did it through writing, which is actually really smart. She didn't take it out on her family. She didn't go on a rampage. She just channeled it.
Right? She used writing to let the anger blow through her like a strong wind. And look at the results she describes. Once the anger finally blew itself out, she was left in this profound silence.
And in that silence, she could finally ask the question, so if I don't want sex, what do I want?
And the answer wasn't some grand, romanticized craving. It was just connection. She wanted to experience pleasure without the defenses.
But man, she says it was so walled up by her self-protection that pleasure could only exist in this tiny, imprisoned little corner of her life.
It's like she had the hardware for pleasure, but the firewall was so high that nothing could get in. And then she hits us with the cliffhanger, orgasm. But that's chapter 8.
Classic Nagoski, just dropping the most important part and then walking away.
But she brings us back to the real world. She tells the story about being out with friends, a young couple, stressed working full-time, and she gives them the standard advice. She tells them, you show up, you put your bodies in the bed, you let your skin touch.
And the response was pure disgust.
That cringe of disgust from the partner. That is a red flag. And Nagoski doesn't let them off easy. She calls them out immediately. She says, the problem isn't that you don't desire sex. The problem is you don't like the sex.
And that is such a massive, necessary distinction. She's saying, stop looking for a biological malfunction and start looking at the quality of the experience.
Because the woman in the story had been feeling ignored for years.
Years. I mean, of course she doesn't want it. If the sex you're offering is just something that makes you feel invisible or unheard, why on earth would your brain ever want to accelerate that?
It ties right back to what we were saying earlier about the software update. You can't run a pleasure program on a neglect operating system.
And she even quotes Peggy Kleinplatz here, which is incredible. She says that what we call disorders and desire are often just healthy responses to dismal and disappointing sex.
That is the most empowering way to reframe it. It's not a dysfunction, it's a rational, biological protest. Your body is saying, I refuse to participate in something that doesn't serve me.
It's like if someone offered you a plate of rotten fruit every night, you'd eventually lose your appetite for dinner altogether. You're not broken, you're just smart.
And then she takes this research on extraordinary sex and basically deconstructs the entire myth of what great sex is supposed to be. She lists these 8 components: presence, connection, intimacy, communication, authenticity, transcendence, exploration, and vulnerability.
It sounds so spiritual, almost shamanic, dissolving boundaries with a trusted partner.
But then she asks us the killer question. She asks, notice anything missing from that list?
The lust, the hunger, the spontaneous urge.
Exactly. She points out that desire wasn't even a major part of the participants' descriptions. Even in the most optimal sexual experiences, the spark or the craving was a minor player.
That is such a relief to hear. So the greatness isn't in how much you want it before it starts, but in how you show up for it once it's happening.
It's all about the context. It's about the safety, the trust, the communication.
It really brings the whole book full circle, doesn't it? We start by trying to fix the drive, and we end by realizing that the drive is secondary to the environment.
So basically, we don't need more engine power. We just need to stop driving through a minefield.
Exactly. Just clear the road, build the trust, and let the pleasure find its own way home. All right, my spine is literally screaming for a quick spinal twist. Let's take 5.
If you start groaning, I'm leaving.
And we are back. All right, everyone, let's settle in. We're diving into the heart of Emily Nagoski's Come As You Are today.
And we are finally here. The software update for the female libido is officially downloading.
I'm still recovering from that tower card from last, so a software update sounds much more stable than my current life situation.
Please, your life is never stable. Anyway, let's get to the text. We're looking at what Nagoski calls magnificent sex.
Right. And she starts by pushing back against this idea of good enough sex. She quotes Kleinplatz and Maynard, saying the goal isn't just to dump the guilt or the shame, but to jettison the entire aspirational package of paint-by-numbers sex.
Oh, I love that, paint by numbers. It's so clinical and hollow.
It's performative. Like those Instagram photos of perfect lives.
Exactly. She's saying that magnificent sex isn't just about showing up and putting your bodies in the bed. That's just physical logistics.
Right, that's just a transaction. Like, here is meat, let's do the thing.
Precisely. She says people who have magnificent sex deliberately cultivate a context that's just safe enough to take leaps of faith into the wild places in their souls.
That is so beautiful. It's not about the mechanics, it's about the safety to be vulnerable.
But then she hits us with a reality check. She says, out of the blue desire has almost nothing to do with it.
Wait, what? What? So if I'm just sitting here, not feeling a sudden spark, I was not doing magnificent sex?
No, Paco, she's reframing it. She says when these people do want sex, they aren't looking for the porn version. They want to be seen and known more fully. She calls this magnificent desire. It's about intimacy rather than an itch.
And she's so validating about the dry spells, too. She mentions Gottman, the relationship expert, and says it's totally normal for sex to drop off when life gets heavy. New babies, dying parents, work stress.
Yeah, life happens. You can't just optimize your way out of a grieving process.
Exactly. And here's the kicker, the part that really connects to her earlier claim about the breaks. She says, if you dread the idea of showing up and putting your body in the bed, lack of desire is not the problem. Lack of pleasure is the problem.
Whoa.
That's a huge distinction. It's not that your drive is broken. It's that the experience has become a chore.
Because if it's a huge chore, your brakes are slamming on automatically. You can't want something that feels like an obligation.
Right, and she moves into this incredible metaphor about sharing your Darden. She says we often trust our partner's opinions about our sexuality more than our own. We believe we're broken because we don't fit the standard narrative.
Like I said, I'm a bit of a wild garden right now.
Well, look at how she phrases the solution. She says, embrace responsive desire. Adore it. It's an invitation to ask your partner to help you create the reasons to be turned on.
In the metaphor, it's so visceral. She says, a potato farmer would be plain old wrong to suggest that your roses should be growing underground. What works for aloe won't work for tomatoes.
I feel like a cactus today, personally.
See, that's the thing. She's saying, you're not broken. You're a tomato plant in the world that expects you to be an aloe.
That's the whole software update thesis right there. The bug isn't in your biology, it's in the mismatched expectations of the environment.
But it gets even more intense when she talks about the how. You have to teach your partner. You have to tell them what activates your accelerators and what hits your brakes.
Good luck with that. Most people can't even talk about the dishes without a fight.
But she gives this example of Olivia and Patrick. They flipped their styles. Patrick, who was more context sensitive, became the initiator, and Olivia, she gave him the space to explore, and it actually increased her intensity.
So, it's not about forcing the engine to start, it's about prepping the road?
Exactly. It's about the context, which leads us to the part that, well, it's a bit heavy. The part about orgasm.
The spectatoring part?
Yes, she introduces Merritt. Merritt was a master practitioner of spectatoring. Instead of feeling the pleasure, her head was full of anxious thoughts. How her breasts were moving, whether she'd orgasmed this time, what her failure meant about her.
The break. Am I doing this right? Is my face making a weird expression?
Precisely. And Nagoski says, worry is the opposite of pleasure. Worry hit the brakes. And when the brakes are on, orgasm doesn't happen.
That's so scientifically sound, actually. You can't be in flight or fight and ecstasy at the same time.
So Merritt does something radical. She stops trying to make the orgasm happen. She says, having sex until I have an orgasm would be like running until I lose weight. It just doesn't work that way.
That is such a powerful shift. Removing the goal.
She and her partner Carol just played. Massages, kisses, no goal-directedness. And Nagoski ends this section with a massive spoiler. And guess what happened? Yup.
Let me guess. The orgasm finally showed up because she stopped chasing it like a lost dog.
Exactly, because when you stop spectatoring and start allowing, the brakes finally release. Okay, we're back. I've got the book open to the chapter on orgasm, and honestly, the way Nagoski starts this, it's so personal. She tells this story about a friend who had never even masturbated, let alone orgasmed.
Oh, wow. That's such a heavy way to start. Like starting from zero.
Yeah, and the friend asks her this incredibly simple, vulnerable question. How do I know when I've had an orgasm?
The million-dollar question. Or, well, the million-dollar lack of a question.
Right, and Nagoski's answer is, it's not scientific. It's almost poetic. She tells her, orgasms are like art. You know it when you see it. She says it might not be what you expect, but it's unmistakable.
I mean, I get that. Like a good punchline. You don't need a manual to know when you've been hit.
Exactly. She talks about this sense of doneness, like you've crossed a threshold and something has finally completed.
I love that word. Doneness. It's so much less, I don't know, performance heavy than the way we usually talk about it.
But then she moves into the actual definition, and this is where she starts stripping everything away. She says if you strip it down to the universal essentials, orgasm is just the sudden involuntary release of sexual tension.
Wait, that's it? That's the whole thing?
That's all she says. No genitals, no muscle contractions, no pleasure mentioned in the core definition. Just the release of tension.
But look at how much she leaves out. She lists all these ways it can happen. Clitoral, vaginal, even mental stimulation with no physical contact at all. She even says it can happen while you're asleep or exercising.
Or in a grocery store line if you're really optimized like we've been talking about.
But she's making a huge point here. She's saying we need to stop looking for a specific physical marker because the physical markers are actually kind of unreliable.
Wait, how unreliable?
She brings up nonconcordance again. Remember when we talked about the breaks earlier? She says there's evidence that the markers doctors use, like pelvic floor contractions, don't actually match what the woman is feeling.
Right. She cites a study where women graded their orgasms from 1 to 5, and there was no relationship between their grade and the actual muscle contractions.
So the body is doing one thing, and the brain is doing another.
Exactly, she says, which makes perfect sense if you recognize that orgasm isn't about what happens in your genitals, it's about what happens in your brain.
Man, that's a lot of pressure on the brain.
It's not pressure, Paco, it's empowerment. It's saying the hardware doesn't define the experience.
Okay, but then she says it's not even a pinnacle of pleasure. She compares it to being tickled.
Hey, I love being tickled.
Yeah, but she says sometimes tickling is fun, and sometimes it's just annoying. She's saying the quality of the orgasm is entirely dependent on the context.
And she provides these, honestly, pretty heavy examples. She mentions a woman who had an orgasm during an exercise class but was too embarrassed to feel any pleasure. Or a friend with major depression whose context was just gray and flat.
That's the breaks again. The context is so heavy that the pleasure can't break through.
And then there's the one that actually made me pause. She mentions a student who turned pale during a lecture about sexual assault because Nagoski mentioned that orgasms can happen as a reflex during rape.
Oh, man, that's dark.
It is, but it's crucial to her point. It proved that the physical response is just a biological reflex. It doesn't mean consent, and it doesn't mean pleasure. It's just the body reacting to tension.
It really underscores that non-concordance idea. The body can do the thing without the person being in the experience.
Which brings us back to the spectatoring problem we were just discussing. How do you stop the brain from watching the body?
Is there a patch for that? A software update for the many?
Actually, she gives a very practical, almost mindfulness-style instruction. She says, notice what you're paying attention to, and then shift your attention to the thing you want to pay attention to.
Like a simple breathing exercise. In, pause, out, pause.
Sounds easy. Just stop worrying about your performance, Jane. It's as simple as breathing.
She admits it's easier said than done at first, but she says the skill is in the noticing. When your mind wanders back to the spectator in your head, the critic, the judge, you just smile at that thought, let it go, and come back to the sensation.
So, it's not about deleting the critic, it's just about not letting the critic drive the car?
Exactly. You just notice the critic is in the back seat and you move your attention back to the road, back to the sensation.
It's all about reclaiming the territory from the brain's anxiety and giving it back to the body.
Well, I'll try it. But if I start smiling at my anxiety while I'm trying to sleep, don't blame me.
We'll take the risk.
If we're going to keep dissecting these mental loops, we're going to need more fuel.
Perfect timing. The Italian place just pulled up.
All right, let's eat. We're back. Welcome back. We're diving back into Come As You Are by Emily Nagoski. If you're new to the show, we're essentially looking at the human experience through a software update lens, trying to patch out all those buggy, outdated social narratives that make us feel like our bodies are malfunctioning.
And today we are tackling the big one, the glitch that so many women think is a broken part of their hardware, the orgasm.
Oh man, we are getting into the good stuff today. I'm already bracing myself for the wait, what?
If you're looking for a wait what, just wait until you hear what the author says about the types of orgasms. It's about to get very unscientific.
Let's just jump in. Nagoski starts this section with a list. It's almost like a menu of, well, possibilities. She lists orgasms from clitoral stimulation, vaginal stimulation, even breast stimulation, or sucking toes.
Okay, the toes are a wild card. I'm with the toes.
Right? But look at the next one, though. She talks about this intense, visceral experience being pinned by the hair, the sensation of a warm palm on the butt cheeks. It's so physical. It's not about some vague romance. It's about specific tactile sensations.
And then she hits this one, an orgasm without any genital stimulation, just because she was so in sync with her partner's pleasure.
Which leads her to the big question. She lists all these: clitoral, vaginal, toe, labia, oral, and then she just shuts the whole thing down. She says, nope.
I love that. She just says nope to the whole categorization.
She actually compares it to the Highlander. She says there can be only one.
There could be only one. That is a killer line.
But she's being serious, though. Her point is that there isn't a G-spot orgasm or a vaginal orgasm as a separate biological species. There's only the sudden release of sexual tension. It's generated in different ways, sure, but the event is the same.
It's such a relief to hear, honestly, because we spend so much time trying to achieve a specific type of orgasm, like we're trying to unlock a specific achievement in a video game.
Yeah, well, the game is rigged because the rules are all about the how instead of the what.
Exactly. She says if we try to categorize them by how they feel, we'd need a new category for every single orgasm a woman has, because they all feel different depending on the partner, the day, the mood.
Pleasure is the measure. That's the line that hit me.
Right. She says the value isn't in the mechanics or the duration or how much your muscles contract. The only measure is, did you like it and did you want it?
That sounds so much better than the performance aspect we see in movies.
But then, and this is a pivot she brings us to Lori. And Lori's story is where the software issue really shows up. She's not having orgasm problems. She's having life problems.
Her stress was like a stone wall.
Yeah, she was managing so much kids, housework, everything. And her partner, Johnny, he tried to help by doing the exact opposite of what she needed. He started chasing.
The chasing dynamic. I hate that.
He started pressing her, asking for it, making it an expectation. And as soon as there's pressure, the brakes, remember our talk about the dual control model? The brakes slam on. Her interest just evaporated.
It's like trying to start a car when the emergency brake is pulled halfway up. You're just going to grind the gears.
And the worst part, she realized she was only trying to want sex because he wanted her to want it. That's not desire. That's just managing someone else's feelings.
But then, she has this moment of clarity. She's cleaning up after her son's bath, and she realizes she loves the pleasure of bath time. It makes her a better parent. And she asks herself, why can I give myself permission to enjoy that but not sexual pleasure?
That is such a powerful realization that permission is the missing piece of the software.
She starts to wonder if sex could be for her pleasure too, instead of a task for Johnny. And then she tackles the biggest myth of all, the standard way. The idea that vaginal penetration is the correct way to orgasm.
Oh, here we go. The size of the boat talk.
She literally uses that old cliche to debunk it. She says, it ain't the size of the boat, it's the motion of the ocean. But then she corrects it. She says, actually, it's not the size and it's not even the motion.
She's ruthless.
Because the reality is, less than a third of women are reliably orgasmic from penetration alone. The rest, they might be rare or never. And it's not a defect, it's just anatomical engineering. The distance between the clitoris and the urethra varies. People vary.
And the reason we think it's wrong if it doesn't happen?
Ugh, patriarchy.
She really just dropped the hammer there.
She points out that for centuries, male doctors Freud being the poster child labeled clitoral orgasms as immature and vaginal ones as the real kind.
It's so wild to think that we've been taught to view our own anatomy as lesser just because it doesn't match the male default.
Exactly. She concludes by saying that telling women they should orgasm from penetration is like telling men they should orgasm from prostate stimulation.
I mean, a lot of guys might enjoy it, but nobody's calling them broken if they don't.
Exactly. The bug isn't in the anatomy, the bug is in the narrative. Alright, let's pick up where we left off with the software and the hardware. We just finished talking about how the patriarchy tried to rewrite the manual, but now Nagoski moves into a real-world case study. She introduces us to Camilla and Henry.
Oh, I love this part. It's not just theory anymore. It's a relationship. And honestly, Camilla's logic, it's impeccable.
It really is. She's dealing with what we talked about earlier, that spontaneous versus responsive thing. She says, according to cultural myth, women are supposed to be just like men, full of spontaneous desire, right up until the moment of intercourse. And then, suddenly we switch to this exclusively female mode.
As if we can just flip a biological switch the second the clothes come off.
Exactly. And she describes Camilla as having a relatively insensitive sexual accelerator. She's not chasing orgasms. They aren't even that high on her priority list. She's just fine.
I feel that. Sometimes you just want the pizza, you know. You don't need a 5-course meal with a grand finale.
Right, and that's exactly where the friction starts. Because Henry, bless him, he's a gentleman, he's looking for the proof. He asks her, if you don't have an orgasm, how can I tell that I satisfied you?
And Camilla's rebuttal is absolute gold. She uses these perfect everyday analogies. She's like, if I eat less pizza than you and say I'm full, do you doubt me? If I drink 2 glasses of wine and feel tipsy, do I need to increase my tolerance?
I mean, she's got a point. It's a matter of autonomy. Don't tell me how full I am based on how much you ate.
But Henry is stuck in this loop of needing a physiological reflex to validate his performance. He's looking for that external signal to confirm the mission was a success.
It's like he needs a receipt for the transaction. No receipt, no proof of purchase.
But look how Nagoski handles this. This is my favorite part of the passage. She says their solution was, they literally switched places. They swapped seats.
That is such a beautiful, visceral way to resolve a conflict. You're literally embodying the other person's perspective instead of just arguing.
They literally swapped roles. Camilla argued for Henry, and he argued for her. He had to argue that if I don't have an orgasm, all that means is I had as much pizza as I wanted, it was great, and now I'm all set.
That's the best argument for a one-slice night ever.
And then they both hit this realization. They both just said, oh.
That O is heavy. It's that moment when the bug in the communication is identified.
right, because the tension wasn't about the orgasm itself. It was about the fear of failure. Henry felt like if there was no climax, he failed her. And Camilla felt like his need for the climax was a rejection of her actual experience.
It's so much deeper than just not orgasming. It's about the fear that if you can't accept me as I am, then you're failing me.
Which brings us to the more clinical side of the chapter. She moves away from Camilla and talks about a classmate, someone who could orgasm alone, but somehow when he's with me, I can't get there.
The classic broken narrative. The shame, the anxiety, the I'm failing my partner spiral.
And it's not a random thing, right? She gives the stats. It's actually incredibly common.
Yeah, she says distress about orgasm is the second most common reason people seek help, between 5 to 15% of women. And she even mentions that some women might not experience it until their 70s.
70, that changes the whole timeline of normalcy.
It does, and she uses this brilliant metaphor. Orgasm is like riding a bicycle. It comes more naturally to some, and if you don't keep trying, you won't learn.
A bit of a pull yourself up by your bootstraps vibe there, isn't it?
Well, she qualifies it. She says the real problem isn't a lack of skill, it's too much stimulation to the brakes. Too much stress, too much shame, too much anxiety about the orgasm itself.
So the harder you pedal to get there, the more you're actually slamming on the brakes?
Precisely. And then, and this is the part that always makes my students' jaws drop, she introduces the little monitor.
Oh, I've been waiting for this. The internal referee.
She describes this tiny monitor sitting next to your brain's emotional center. It has two jobs: making sure the world meets your expectations and investigating when it doesn't.
It's the personification of our inner critic.
Exactly. And it tracks something she calls criterion velocity. It's the ratio of effort you're putting into the progress you're actually making. If the monitor sees you working hard investing energy, time, and attention, but you aren't seeing the progress of an orgasm, she doesn't just get disappointed, she gets angry.
Wait, so my internal sex referee is actually a rage-filled official?
She becomes enraged, and if the gap doesn't close, she pushes you off an emotional cliff into the pit of despair, where you just give up because the goal feels unattainable.
That explains so much. That's not a sexual dysfunction. That's just a highly efficient, highly stressed out internal monitor trying to manage a failure.
Right. She says this monitor is the foundation of everything road rage, winning a race, even just being frustrated by a slow website. But in the bedroom, when that monitor is hyper-focused on oughting an orgasm, it's a total break.
So the software update isn't about learning a new technique. It's about retraining the referee to stop being a critic.
Exactly. It's about lowering the criterion velocity so the brakes can finally let go.
My internal monitor is currently judging my choice of snacks.
Let's just step away before I start critiquing the way Seth breathes.
All right, we're back. All right, everyone is here. We're diving back into Emily Nagoski's Come As You Are.
And I am feeling so ready. Honestly, after that massage this week, my body feels like it's finally back in the game.
Well, if your body is the game, I'm just here for the snacks. But seriously, Seth, we're looking at the software update today, right?
Exactly. We're moving past the biological hardware and looking at the bugs in the programming. Specifically, this idea of the impatient little monitor.
I have one of those. It's currently monitoring exactly how much I regret walking too fast in those sneakers earlier.
See, that's the perfect lead-in. Look at how Nagoski phrases this. She says our culture absolutely teaches us to have impatient little monitors, and she uses this phrase criterion velocities.
Criterion velocities. That sounds so mathematical. Like we're tracking a car on a highway.
It is. It's the speed we expect ourselves to reach a goal. And she says we set these speeds as small as possible, which leads to frustration, rage, and eventually...
Despair. Great. Now I'm despairing about my ankle and my internal monitor.
Wait. She makes a huge claim here. She says this monitor is a gremlin of irony.
Because the very thing you're doing to try and fix the problem, the monitoring, the checking the clock, is actually what's killing the vibe?
Exactly, she asks. And does that frustration make it easier for the brakes to release? Quite the opposite.
Of course not. You can't yell at a person to relax. You can't yell at a brake to let go.
Right. And here is the patch for the software. This is the core of her thesis for this section. She says, the central approach to orgasm difficulties is to change the goal by making pleasure the goal, not orgasm.
Wait, that's a massive reframe. It's like, if you're playing a video game and you're obsessed with the high score, you stop noticing the actual gameplay.
Yeah, she literally says, orgasm isn't the goal. Pleasure is the goal. That's so liberating. If it takes 30 minutes, hooray. If it takes 5, hooray.
I'll celebrate my 30 minutes of pleasure with a very large glass of red wine, thanks.
But then she moves into something a bit more controversial, or at least something people get stuck on, the vibrators section.
Oh, here we go. The is this cheating panic?
Exactly. She notes that while many women feel this initial resistance, this idea that they should be able to do it without a tool, the actual data shows that using a vibrator is linked to better arousal and desire.
And she tackles that unnatural miss head on. She connects it back to that sanctity moral foundation we talked about earlier. The idea that there's a pure way and a bad way.
It's just more cultural pigeonholing. Am I cheating on him with it? It's ridiculous.
But she points out the trap, though. She says people don't get addicted, but they do get caught in a new loop. They get so used to the high intensity of the vibrator that they forget how long it takes without it.
And then the monitor comes back. The frustration returns because the criterion velocity has shifted.
It's a never-ending cycle of self-optimization.
It gets even weirder, though. She brings up this anecdote about socks.
Wait, what? Socks? Are we discussing footwear now?
She's telling a story about students Brittany and Tiffany who thought they read that socks make it easier to orgasm, and surprisingly, it was true.
I mean, if the brain is scanning for threats, a cold foot is a threat.
Precisely. It's not some deep foot fetish. It was just the participants were uncomfortable because they had cold feet. It's a simple physiological fix.
This ties into her concept of integration. This is where it gets really beautiful. She says all our internal states, hunger, thirst, sleepiness, even how much you like your socks, interact in the brain.
She calls it subtractive integration when something like cold feet interferes with arousal. But then she shows the flip side, additive integration, where one positive state reinforces another.
Like when you're feeling that closeness with a partner, and that feeling actually boosts the physical drive.
Exactly. But, and this is a heavy moment, she warns that additive integration can be unhealthy too. She gives the example of someone using sex to cope with stress, or even the terrifying example of women using sex to bond with an EVU-SIVA partner, because the threat to attachment forces a biological drive to seek closeness.
That's heavy. That's more than a software bug. That's a survival mechanism.
It is. And to explain how all this chaos works, she uses this incredible metaphor. She says, you can visualize the effect of integration if you think of your brain as a flock of birds.
I love this. There's no leader, no one shouting orders. Just individual birds following simple rules, avoid predators, stay near your neighbor.
So yourself, the person you think you are, is just a flock? A composite self made of all these competing drives?
A hologram, she calls it. A noisy, messy, multi-directional tug-of-war of hunger, sex, fear, and curiosity.
So there was no master controller to fix the monitor. We're just a bunch of birds trying not to crash into each other.
Exactly. And maybe the goal isn't to command the flock, but to just fly. Okay, we're back. We just finished talking about the flock, this idea that your brain isn't a single commander, but a collection of different, often competing drives.
It's such a beautiful image. But I want to look closer at how she defines the actual feeling of pleasure within that flock.
Right? Because she makes this distinction. She says if the brain is the flock, then orgasm is this magnetic pole, a destination but sexual pleasure? That's the flock itself.
So orgasm is the finish line, but pleasure is the actual running.
Exactly. And look at how she explains the mechanics. She says the more birds flying toward orgasm, the greater the pleasure. But, and here's the kicker, if some birds are trying to hit the goal, but others are, well, distracted by, say, cold feet.
There it is, the socks. We're back to the socks.
Right. She says if some birds are focused on the goal and others are focused on warmth, the flock won't move in the same direction. The subtracted integration of those cold feet pulls the whole group apart.
But then she gives us the additive version. This is the part that gives me chills. She says when you have an attachment object like a partner you love, Those birds tug their neighbors to fly faster and more enthusiastically.
So, falling in love is basically just a massive sudden boost to your flight speed?
Precisely. It's all about coordination. She uses this heavy technical term here. Sexual pleasure is an emergent property of a complex dynamical system.
Emergent property. Every time a scientist wants to sound fancy.
But wait, Jane, look at what she actually means by that. She's saying peak pleasure happens only when the entire collective is tuned to the same environment. When you turn on all the ons and turn off all the offs, all the motivators, curiosity, attachment, pleasure, all hitting that same magnetic pole.
It's about total alignment.
It sounds exhausting, though, like trying to coordinate a protest of 10,000 people.
It is, and she actually uses a real-life example to show how hard it is. She introduces us to Olivia.
Oh, I like an underdog story. What's Olivia's deal?
She's a marathon runner type. Intense, driven, a total perfectionist, and she says, and this is a huge quote, "I'm my own lion all the time."
I feel that. I feel that in my very soul.
She felt this, out of control, pressure because of the cultural brainwashing we talked about earlier. But then, she tried an experiment. She used an erotic massage to practice, well, not hitting the brakes, but just taking her foot off the accelerator.
Oh, wow. That's such a subtle shift.
She used the massage to keep her mind quiet. Every time her internal monitor got impatient and tried to rush toward the goal, she just took a deep, slow breath and returned to the sensation of the skin.
So she wasn't fighting the monitor, she was just ignoring his frantic shouting?
Exactly, and the result? She had an orgasm that lasted minutes. It shuddered and rolled, and she described it as feeling like being out in the center of the ocean rather than just surfing on the shore.
The center of the ocean. That's so much more vast.
But she also says it was scarier because she had to let go of all control.
That's the part that hits home. She realized her greatest erotic power didn't come from how often she could orgasm, but from allowing pleasure to be still inside her.
Wait, I think I just found the most important patch in the whole book.
Which is?
She says science can tell you how to move the birds, but it cannot give you permission to experience ecstasy. Only you can do that.
Well, thank God. I was really waiting for a peer-reviewed study to tell me I'm allowed to enjoy myself.
It's a profound point. She ends this section by saying that science can explain the mechanics how shame shrinks the experience and joy expands it. But the entitlement to pleasure, that's yours alone.
You were born entitled to all the pleasure your body can feel. I need to sit with that for a second.
Me too. She leaves us with one final question. Not a scientific one, but a personal one. If you wanted to, how would you find your enough way to ecstasy?
Man, I think I need to go check if my socks are warm.
And I'm gonna go find some more red wine for the additive integration of my evening.
Fair enough. We'll be back next time. All right, we're at the finish line, the final stretch of Nagoski's manual. We've covered the hardware, the software, the birds in the flock. Now she's getting into the actual maintenance schedule.
And honestly, it feels so much more practical. Like I was reading this part earlier and I was just like, yes, finally, a solution that doesn't involve a PhD in neurobiology.
Because it's literally just put on socks.
She really does lean into that. She says the offs, the things dragging your flock away, need to be respected and treated like the sleepy hedgehog from chapter 4.
A sleepy hedgehog. That is the most non-threatening way I have ever heard someone describe a biological stress response.
I love that. It's like, don't fight the hedgehog. Just give it a leaf or something.
Exactly. She says you have to be kind and gentle with each of the offs. And she's being incredibly pragmatic here. She lists things like chronically stressed, complete the cycle with a good cry, a brisk walk, or a primal scream.
Or a massage, or just a nap. She actually says, tired, take a nap. It's so easy to forget that our sexual capacity is tied to our basic human needs.
I'm currently completing the cycle with a heavy dose of resentment toward my ankle, so I'm clearly doing the primal scream part wrong.
But look at how she bridges the gap between the small stuff and the big stuff. She says the small off the grid on the sheets. The cold feet are straightforward. But then she moves into the heavy hitters: body image, trauma, lack of trust. And she says, and this is vital, it took decades of planting and cultivation to create the garden you currently have. It won't change overnight.
That's a heavy way to put it. Like, don't expect a sudden forest fire to fix a desert.
Right. But then she hits on the most insidious off of all, the one that ties back to everything we've been saying about the impatient monitor. She says the most important practice is self-kindness.
Because of the shoulds.
Exactly. She says women get stuck because they believe something shouldn't hit their brakes. Like, it shouldn't turn me off to have the lights on.
And then you're just sitting there in the dark, judging yourself for being afraid of the dark.
Precisely. And she drops this pop quiz right in the text. She asks, does a belief that you're doing something wrong with sex hit the accelerator or the brakes?
The brakes. Definitely the brakes.
She just says, yeah. She doesn't even argue. It's just a fact.
But I love her solution for the light problem. She suggests a gradual approach. Start with unlit candles, then 1 tea light, then 2. It's like a slow software rollout.
I can get behind that. No sudden system updates.
And then we get to this beautiful story about Merit. She was raised religious, had this huge struggle with orgasm, and she decided to just stop comparing her experience with her expectations.
She simply allowed her experience to be what it is. That's powerful.
And she ends up sharing this hymn. It's about finding a piece of the center and core of yourself that resonates like a bell. She says that's what happens when you turn off the offs and allow the ons to focus on one goal: pleasure.
It's so much bigger than just biology. It's spiritual. Even if she's using the language of mesolimbic pathways.
Speaking of which, she brings up this woman, Lori. She went to a retreat, did some yoga, ate mindfully, and basically slept 9 hours a night.
If sleeping 9 hours a night is the secret to sexual ecstasy, I'm moving into a nap clinic tomorrow.
But Lori says, I can't be a source of joy in the lives of the people I love if I can't even be a source of joy for myself.
That's the software update right there. It's not about fixing a defect. It's about reclaiming the capacity for joy.
So, to wrap up this whole journey, she gives us this TLDR, the too long, didn't read version.
Let's hear it. Give us the highlights.
Number 1, orgasms happen in your brain, not your genitals.
Check.
Number 2, less than a third of women are reliably orgasmic from penetration alone, and that's totally normal.
We are all normal.
And finally, to have bigger, better orgasms, turn off more of the offs and turn on the ons more gradually.
Slow and steady wins the race, or in this case, the flock.
Exactly. She leaves us with this idea of confidence and joy, and she's been working on defining those for years.
Well, don't leave us hanging, Seth. What's the definition?
Well, that's a conversation for the next episode.
Oh, you are such a tease.
All right, I'm out. I got some socks to find.
And I've got some wine to consume. For integration.
Thanks for walking through this with us, everyone. See you next time.
That's a wrap on the first half, folks. Time to reset the energy.
Yes, let's do a quick little ritual of the sun before we lose the vibe.
All right, let's get back into it. Welcome back, everyone. We're picking up right where we left off with Emily Nagoski's Come As You Are.
And I am feeling so much more centered today. The salt bath last night really did the trick for my back. I'm ready to dive into some heavy lifting.
Heavy lifting? Is that a metaphor for the physics of sex? Or are we just getting into the dense stuff again? Because my brain is still trying to recover from that tower card I pulled yesterday. Total chaos.
Your life is always a tower card, Paco. Anyway, I was moving from the what of the biology to the how of the psyche. We're looking at this idea of software updates for the libido.
Exactly. We've spent the book learning the hardware that breaks, the accelerators, the anatomy. Now, we're looking at the operating system, the part where you actually have to live with the facts.
So look at how she starts this section. She defines confidence and joy as 2 separate stages. She says, confidence is knowing what is true about your body, mind, sexuality, and life. like knowing the anatomy, knowing the breaks.
But then she adds, knowing what's really true, even when it's not what you were taught should be true. That's the kicker.
Right? It's the difference between reading a manual and actually trusting the machine. And then she defines joy as, well, loving what is true.
That is a heavy distinction. Knowing is just data. Loving that's the actual work.
And she mentions a student in her class who said, joy is the hard part. And honestly, everyone in the workshops agrees.
Because it's easy to acknowledge a fact. It's much harder to not hate yourself for the way that fact manifests in your life.
She brings in this case study, Ms. B. She's in her mid-40s, and she says sex has become more about smoke and mirrors than thunder and lightning. She isn't initiating, and she isn't climaxing during intercourse.
Ouch. That's a bleak way to put it. Smoke and mirrors.
But look at what Nagoski does there. She immediately pulls us back to the thesis we've been talking about all episode. She says both of these put her squarely in the majority. She's saying, hey, you aren't broken. You're just typical.
But Ms. B doesn't feel typical. She feels broken, she says, and she wishes it were otherwise.
And that wishing is the problem. Nagoski asks a brilliant question here. Does that wish, that desire for a different reality, activate the accelerator or hit the brakes?
It's definitely the brakes. If you're wishing you were someone else, you're basically slamming on the emergency brake of your own identity.
And it's even worse. She says Ms. B describes herself, as sexually dead. That is such a visceral, terrifying phrase.
And here's the wait what moment. Nagoski says that even when you have the knowledge, the confidence, it often falls short. She gives 3 ways it fails.
The first one is my favorite because it's so subtle. She mentions a reader who learned about responsive desire, but basically said, I think you're glossing over the fact that responsive desire is a lesser desire than spontaneous desire.
Lesser? That's a total value judgment. Like, oh, your engine starts, but it's a hybrid, so it doesn't count.
Exactly. And that thought, I shouldn't have to put all this effort in, is a massive break. It's the I'm inadequate loop.
And the second way? It's the external pressure. You can love your body in the mirror, but then some misogynistic asshat or even a partner or a doctor says you're wrong.
That's the integration concept we talked about earlier. If the external context is attacking your internal truth, the whole system collapses.
And the third way is the internal one. The internalized messages. The moral, the media, the medical.
It's like we've spent decades downloading malware that tells us we're diseased or damaged. Even if you know it's not true, that little part of you, cowering in a corner of your psyche, just can't be convinced by science alone.
Which brings us to the core of this chapter. You need joy too. You need to love what's true.
She talks about this little monitor in charge of frustration. If there's a gap between what you expect and what you experience, the monitor gets angry. And eventually it just shuts everything down. It pushes you into the pit of despair.
Man, I feel that. I've definitely been in that pit.
But she offers a way out. She calls it a reality check. You have to look at your goals, your effort, and your expectations.
She references other people from the book Lori, Olivia, Merritt, who used these checks to bridge the gap. They didn't change the goal. They changed the effort or the expectation.
Like Ms. B, she knows she can orgasm through clitoral stimulation. The knowledge is there. But she's still frustrated about the intercourse part. The knowledge is hitting the brakes because of the shame and the expectation.
So, the software update isn't just about new data. It's about updating the way we feel about the data.
Exactly. It's moving from, I know this is normal, to, I can love that this is normal.
Okay, so we're moving into the how-to of the software update. This is where it gets really interesting, because Nagoski starts talking about where these bugs actually come from. She says we aren't born with these ideas. We absorb them from our culture in the form of sexual scripts.
And these scripts aren't just polite suggestions, right? She says they provide the structure for the beliefs through which we interpret the sexual world. Like, they're the very lens we're looking through.
And let's be real, most of these lenses are filthy. She lists them. Men's sexuality is simple and women's is complex. Or, women don't have as strong a sex drive as men.
I mean, I've heard that one in comedy clubs. Women are complicated, men are, well, men. It's a classic lazy trope.
but here's the profound part. She says these scripts aren't just things we believe intellectually. They act as a template for our emotional one ring and our little monitor.
Emotional One Ring? That's a bit dramatic, isn't it, Seth? A little too much Tolkien for a science book?
Maybe, but look at the point she's making. She says you can disagree with a script with your brain, but you'll still find yourself behaving according to it. It's deeper than logic.
She uses this technical term, probabilistic generative model, which sounds like something I'd hear in one of your data science lectures, Seth.
It is, but she brings it down to earth. She says your brain takes everything smells, touches, even how much you like lemons, and runs it through this filter of prior learning and your current state, like stress or self-criticism.
So, your brain is basically making a best guess about what's happening based on old, potentially garbage data.
Exactly. And that's why she uses this incredible metaphor. She compares it to maps versus terrains.
And this is the part where you have to pay attention, because this is the actual tool for the reality check we were talking about.
Right. A map is just an abstract representation. It's a simplified picture. A place does not look like the map.
This is so important. If you're trying to navigate your own body, but you're using a map that's fundamentally wrong,
then you're just lost.
And she gets even more pointed here. She says, if the map doesn't match the terrain, is the terrain wrong?
No, the map is the problem.
Exactly. The map makers made a mistake, or they lied to you, or they just copied an old broken map.
She even uses a movie reference, Blast from the Past. That character grew up in a bomb shelter, thinking the nuclear war happened in 1962. He steps out into the world and he's totally lost because his map has zero connection to the actual terrain.
And most of us are living in that bomb shelter. We're navigating our sex lives using maps that are decades, even centuries out of date.
But here is the most dangerous part of the whole book. When the map and the terrain don't match, our brains try to make the map true, forcing our experience into the shape of the map.
Wait, that's why I do that. I'll be in the middle of something, and when it doesn't feel perfect, I start thinking, no, this is the trail. The map says it should feel like this.
And you just end up stumbling through the thicket, getting frustrated and exhausted.
She gives this heart-wrenching example of a young woman who learned everything from porn. She thought orgasms would be easy, that clitoral stimulation would always make her see stars.
And when it didn't happen exactly like the video, she didn't think, oh, the video is a bad map. She thought, I must be broken.
That is so heavy. The dissonance between expectation and reality, it's enough to make anyone want to shut down.
But Nagoski brings it back to that context idea we discussed. She tells this woman, if it doesn't feel good, that just means you haven't got the right context yet. Like tickling. If someone tickles you and it doesn't feel good, it's not because you're broken. It's because the context, the mood, the closeness, the arousal isn't there yet.
That's the software update right there. Stop fixing the hardware and start adjusting the environment.
And she ends this section with this. This incredible story about Olivia and Patrick.
Wait, I remember Olivia. She was the one big yes person, right?
Yeah, but her yes was a bit chaotic. Her accelerator was so sensitive it was almost out of control.
But Patrick, he knew how to clear the path. He used the sensual treasure hunt idea. Toys, lube, blindfolds, even involving friends.
Okay, that sounds like a wild night, but it's actually a brilliant way to illustrate the point. No pressure, no performing, just exploring the terrain.
It's a reality check. The instruction is, slow down, stay still, don't push or pull, allow sensation to take over.
Slow down, stay still. Man, I wish I could apply that to my next tarot reading.
But it's the core of it, isn't it? The most reliable source of knowledge is your own internal experience. If the experience and the expectation don't match,
always assume the experience is right. The map is wrong. Period.
The terrain is always right. We're back, and we're moving from the theory of maps and terrains into something much more visceral. Nagoski is sharing her own history now.
And it is heavy. She starts by talking about her own medium message. She describes this ideal sexual woman she had in her head.
Let me guess, she was a goddess of pure, unadulterated passion?
Not exactly. She says she believed this woman was adventurous, noisy, and easily orgasmic from penetration. She thought the ideal woman just happened. Spontaneous desire, instant wetness, the whole works.
But look at the fine print she adds. She says, the ideal sexual woman does not necessarily enjoy a great deal of pleasure. She just appears to experience pleasure.
Wow, that is chilling.
It's performance art. She's saying she wasn't actually having sex, she was acting out a script.
And she goes even deeper, she says. By the time I started my first sexual relationship, I was a sexual product, processed and packaged for the pleasure of others.
That is so incredibly bleak. Processed and packaged, it's like she's talking about a piece of meat, not a human being.
And the most terrifying part isn't just the performance, it's the consequence. She tells a story about her first relationship with a man who later became her stalker, and she says she would dream that he was hurting her, and in the dream, she would laugh.
Jesus.
She says, I would laugh until even I didn't know if I liked being hurt.
That's the break, isn't it? When the math is so distorted that you can't even tell if you're experiencing pain or pleasure anymore, you've lost the ability to distinguish the terrain because you're so focused on playing the part.
It's like that tower card again. The structure is completely gone. There's no ground left to stand on.
But then she pivots. She starts to show how the software update actually happened for her. She was training to be a sex educator at the same time she was leaving that abusive relationship.
She describes this massive shift in her map. She says she learned that a woman's body and her pleasure belong to her and no one else.
That's the core of it, the reclaiming of agency. She realized she could say no to intercourse without saying no to everything else. The love, the play, the affection.
I love that. It's like you can close one door without locking the whole house.
And she introduces a contrast. She talks about Amelia. While Nagoski had the media message, this idea of being a high-performing, loud, adventurous, sexual being Amelia had the moral message.
Let me guess. The smart girl script?
Exactly. Smart women didn't want sex, she believed. She thought being interested in bodies was base and animalistic. That only stupid girls did that.
So her map was the exact opposite of Nagoski's. Where Nagoski was pressured to be too much, Amelia was pressured to be not enough.
So one's navigating a jungle, and the other's navigating a desert.
And yet, Nagoski says they both ended up in the same place, realizing how poorly prepared they were and learning to redraw their maps.
But wait, there's a really interesting point here about how these different messages interact with who we are. She says they are like genetically identical gardens that grow into different terrains because of the seeds and the soil.
She's saying the media message might have actually fit Nagoski's natural temperament better, and the moral message fit Amelia's.
Right? It's about how that external pressure takes root in our existing biology. One had a more sensitive accelerator, the other had more sensitive brakes.
So the software and the hardware are constantly negotiating.
Which leads us to the most important part of this section, the part that actually explains how to fix the bugs. She says that while learning the science is great, the real hard part is welcoming your sexuality as it is, without judgment or shame.
Because knowing the facts doesn't stop the shame. You can know you're normal and still feel like a failure.
She introduces this concept of the box. She says when we feel anxious, angry, or ashamed about our sexuality, we tend to put that feeling in a box and hide it deep inside.
And we think it's gone. But it's just waiting.
Exactly. It's on hold, but it's waiting to complete its cycle. It's still part of the system, still pressing on the brakes.
So what's the alternative? She suggests we don't hide the box. Instead, we treat these feelings with gentle affection, like we would toward a tearful newborn or a sad, shy kitten.
I mean, I've definitely had a tearful newborn moment with a taro spread, but applying that to your own shame, that is a massive level up.
It's the non-judging part. She cites research showing that just observing your feelings, noticing them, isn't actually the biggest predictor of well-being.
Wait, really? Just observing isn't enough?
No, the key is non-judging. The people who thrive are the ones who can have a distressing thought and say, oh, there's that thought, without labeling it as good or bad or right or wrong.
So it's not about trying to stop the uncomfortable feelings. It's about changing how you feel about the feelings.
With non-judging, it doesn't matter how you feel. What matters is how you feel about how you feel. And the most wellness-promoting way to feel is neutral.
Neutral. No drama, no judgment, just letting the system run.
It's the patch for the software. Stop fighting the data and just start observing the process.
Let's take a breather before we start debugging our own psyches.
Yeah, because clearly your neutrality is just a fancy word for being boring, Seth.
It's called equilibrium, Paco. You should try it sometime instead of chaos.
All right, let's get back into it.
All right, everyone, let's settle in. We're back.
And I am so ready. I feel like I've finally shaken off that perfect girl energy I ran into earlier today. I just want to get into the real stuff.
Well, you've come to the right place. We're talking about the software update for your libido today. Deleting the bugs, patching the glitches.
If by bugs you mean all that internalized shame we've been lugging around since puberty, then yeah, let's do it.
We're picking up in Come As You Are. We were talking about how we monitor ourselves, and Emily Nagoski is about to drop a truth bomb about how we monitor. She says, and I quote, "It isn't the symptoms that predict how much anxiety disrupts a person's life, it's how a person feels about those symptoms."
Wait, hold on. So it's not even the amount of anxiety?
No, she says, it's not how you feel. It's not even being aware of how you feel. It's how you feel about how you feel.
That sounds like a classic psychological trap. Like, oh, you're stressed? Well, are you judging yourself for being stressed? Because that's the real problem.
Exactly. She's pointing to this non-judging factor. She mentions that just being aware of your body, the observe factor, doesn't actually change the impact of the symptoms. You can be perfectly aware that you're aroused, but if you're judging that arousal, you're hitting the brakes.
I mean, I do that with my tarot pulls all the time. I'll see the tower and think, oh man, I'm such a disaster for pulling this. The tower isn't the problem. My reaction to it is the problem.
But look how she applies this to sex. She says sexual mindfulness non-judgmental awareness is what actually predicts satisfaction. It's about knowing your body without being afraid or ashamed or frustrated with what you find.
It's the difference between looking at a bruise and saying, look at this ugly bruise, versus saying, okay, there's a bruise. It's part of the healing process.
Right, and she gives this, honestly, it's a wild example. She talks about a couple, Camilla and Henry. They tried this rule to take the pressure off.
Oh, I love a good rule. Is it a rule about not eating pizza?
Not quite. They made a rule where Camilla was not allowed to have an orgasm.
Wait, what? No way. That sounds like it would just make her obsess over it.
That's exactly what she says. She says the monitor in Camilla's brain would keep checking her arousal level, comparing it to the goal of not having an equality, which actually keeps the thought of orgasm front and center. She says, embedded in the thought don't have an orgasm is have an orgasm.
It's the don't think about a bear effect.
Exactly. But, and here's the twist, the rule actually worked because it took away the performance pressure. It allowed them to just be.
But then, Henry the gentleman here starts playing with the brakes. You get her so close, right at the edge, and then he just stop.
No, that's torture.
He was using a vibrator, getting her right to the brink, and then he'd back off. He was essentially testing the limits of that non-judging space.
And because there was no goal of orgasm, the pressure was gone, and eventually she got so close that she literally couldn't stop herself. She bypassed the monitor entirely.
It's fascinating because it's about creating a space where the on switches can actually function without the off switches panicking.
She transitions into this really heavy, beautiful part about why we need this non-judgment for things that don't even have a solution, like emotions that happen for no good reason.
Like when you're just angry for no reason?
Exactly. She tells this story about a colleague, John, who got incredibly angry about losing a postage stamp. It turned out the anger was actually a delayed reaction to a movie she saw about a misogynary jerk, which triggered a memory from 20 years ago.
I get that. That's the software running old code in the background.
Right. And Jan's instinct was to hit the brakes. She told herself, I don't need to feel angry, that guy is gone. But Nagoski says, don't hit the brakes. Just let the feeling complete its cycle. Let it blow through you like a hot desert wind.
That's heavy. It's like you're not fighting the storm, you're just letting it pass through the house.
And she takes it even deeper into trauma. She uses this metaphor of a wonderful garden. Trauma is like someone sneaking into your garden and ripping out everything you've worked to grow.
That's devastating.
It is. And she says the healing isn't about making the garden look exactly like it did before. It's about feeling okay with feeling not okay. She says if you break your leg, there is no stage in the healing process where your leg feels better than it does after it is healed.
That's a grim way to put it.
It's a realistic one. There is pain, there is itching, there is loss of strength. She warns that if we try to numb the emotional pain, we might get a break from the hurting, but the healing goes on pause too.
So you have to let the not okay stay?
You have to. She ends this section with a story of a survivor of sexual violence. This woman was stuck in a loop of panic and freezing. She wanted to know how to fix it, how to make it stop. And Nagoski's only advice was, everything you're experiencing is a normal part of the healing process. It sucks for a while, and then gradually it gets better.
Man, no magic wand, just endurance.
Just showing up for the mess.
Precisely. The update isn't about deleting the pain, it's about updating the way we relate to it. There's this image she uses right after talking about that survivor. It's so visceral. She describes a woman sitting in silence, just trying to even trust that her body can heal. And she says, it's like, I'm sitting with a stunned bird in the palm of my hand. If I get tense and try to hurry it, it will just stay frozen. But if I'm still and patient long enough, the bird will wake up and fly away.
Oh, wow. That is such a beautiful way to frame patience.
It sounds poetic, but let's be real, trying to be still and patient when you're in pain is incredibly hard.
And that's exactly where she pivots. She moves from the healing from trauma part into a very clear, very bold definition of what is and isn't normal. She says, and I quote, "There are only two sexual experiences I'm enough to call abnormal: lack of consent and unwanted pain."
That's a high bar. Basically, if everyone's happy and nobody's being forced, it's all normal.
Right. If you're glad to be there and free to leave, anything goes. But, and here's the kicker, she says, unwanted pain is not normal.
Wait, but she just spent the last few minutes talking about how we have to accept pain as part of the healing process. Aren't those two things fighting each other?
That's the software update right there. She says the key to treating that pain is nonjudgmental awareness. But then she admits, and this is where it gets messy, that women have been told their whole lives that sexual pain is normal. Just have a glass of wine, why are you complaining?
The classic just ignore it strategy. I've heard that one in every doctor's office in history.
It's like when I have a bad tarot reading and my friend is like, oh, don't worry, it's just the energy of the day, have a taco.
Exactly. But she brings in this expert, Caroline Pukal, who says women tolerate pain just because they have this belief that, I guess some pain is to be expected.
So we literally programmed ourselves to endure things that shouldn't be endured?
Precisely. She says women tolerate pain because they think it's the only option, or that the hassle of seeking treatment isn't worth it. And then, and this is the part that gets me, she says medical professionals often reinforce this by assuming that if there's no injury, the pain is all in her head.
That is the absolute worst. The it's all in your head gaslighting is a staple of the female experience.
Is that yours, Paco?
Oh, hey, no, I'm in the middle of something. Look, the cards are fine, just stay away from the tower for an hour, okay? I'll call you back.
Was that your unstable universe calling?
Probably. Anyway, back to the revolution.
He's back. And he's right, the revolution is about changing our criterion velocity. She says if men had the same standard for their genital pain that women have for theirs, they wouldn't hesitate to seek help.
So it's a learned tolerance. We've learned to be brave in a way that's actually just harmful.
Yeah, she tells this story that really made my blood boil. A woman in a wheelchair approached her after a talk. She told her that this presentation was the first time she'd ever heard that conditions like vaginismus, which makes penetration painful or impossible, were actually treatable. Her doctors had never even mentioned it.
Because they didn't want to deal with the awkwardness of a woman in a wheelchair having a sex life?
That's exactly what she's asking. She wonders if the doctors were uncomfortable, or if they just assumed it wasn't worth the conversation. She points out that a man in a wheelchair wouldn't be ignored if he complained of the same thing.
That is infuriating.
It is, but she brings it back to the biology. She says all pain is created in the brain in response to the body's signals that there is some kind of threat. The brain is sending a signal. Hey, we need help.
And if we use our internal experience as the guide, rather than the cultural map, we can actually hear that signal.
Right? Non-judgment doesn't mean resignation, it means turning toward the truth with kindness. But, and this is the part I think we all struggle with, she says the hardest thing to accept isn't pain, it's pleasure.
No way. How is pleasure harder than pain?
I mean, think about it. We're so used to duty or performance.
She uses this amazing metaphor, the salad bar. You're at a salad bar and you're making a plate. But instead of picking what you like, you're picking what you think your partner likes or what you think is appropriate. You skip the candied pecans because you think they're too much.
So you're eating a plate of plain kale and sadness because you're afraid of being judged at the buffet.
Exactly. You preemptively deny yourself the things that bring you pleasure. And she says, if you suffer as a consequence, well, raise your hand if your family or culture taught you that suffering is somehow a virtue.
I think I'm raising my hand. My entire comedy career is based on the virtue of suffering.
But she's serious. Suffering is not a virtue and pleasure is not a sin. We've been lied to all our in our lives.
She tells this story about a student of hers. This woman was coming out of a deep depression. She was starting to even feel joy again, sunshine, friends, but she told the author it feels wrong. It doesn't seem right to feel good when so much of the world is such a mess.
The guilt of the happy syndrome. I feel that in my bones.
So the author tells her, don't judge the pleasure. Don't worry about whether it's right. Just say he to it and let it be. And the student comes back weeks later with tears in her eyes and says, if you don't judge it, it grows.
Whoa.
It's the strange truth of non-judgment. When you turn toward suffering, the suffering diminishes as the wound heals. But when you turn toward pleasure with non-judgment, it expands to fill the space judgment once filled.
That's a massive software patch. You aren't just deleting the off switches, you're actually upgrading the on switches.
It's about realizing that the shoulds were just bad code all along.
She ends this section with a beautiful note on permission. You are allowed to like pleasure. And the first step toward that is simply to even notice it with non-judgment.
I need a minute to let that sink in. My brain is looping.
Let's just settle the rhythm for a second, Jane. Follow my breath, just observing the expansion without labeling it.
All right, tea is refilled. I'm sufficiently caffeinated. Let's keep moving.
All right, everyone, settle in. We're back into the heavy lifting today.
Heavy lifting is an understatement. My muscles are still recovering from that yoga session yesterday, but my brain is ready to be dismantled.
As long as there's no actual physical wrestling involved, I'm in. I've got my tea, I've got my cards, though I should probably avoid looking at them for a bit. The tower is still looming over my breakfast.
Can we please focus? We're tackling the software update part of the book today. We're looking at why we can't just accept the truth when the science tells us we're fine.
Right. We're moving into the section on mourning the shoulds. It's a beautiful, brutal look at the gap between knowing the truth and actually feeling it.
It's about the map versus the terrain, isn't it? We've talked about how the map is often just a lie we've been fed.
Exactly. And Emily starts this section with a little bit of levity. She tells this story about a couple, Merritt and Carol, and their daughter. The daughter basically gives them a date night kit for their bridal shower.
I love that. It's not like I'm giving you a dildo and a whip. That is the energy we need in this studio.
It's a bold way to start a conversation about sexual identity. But look at what the daughter says next. She tells them, "You're here, you're queer, you get naked together sometimes because you're in love with each other. Get used to it."
It's so refreshing. She's basically saying, the biology is happening, the love is happening, so stop overthinking the rules.
Wait, look at how she phrases the direction for our frustration. She says, rage not against yourself, but against the culture that lied to you.
Oof. Yeah, I feel that. Like when you know a certain habit is bad for you, but your body just refuses to let go of the comfort of it.
But it's deeper than habit, Paco. She's talking about identity. She says, we tie our identities to our sexuality, our sense of whether we're a good woman or a good girl.
And that's the core of the software bug. If you don't meet the map, if you don't have spontaneous desire or easy orgasms, the map tells you that you are broken, a freak, diseased.
And she uses such heavy words there. Inadequate, disgusting.
And here's the kicker, the part that actually made me pause. She says that letting go of these false goals feels like failure.
Wait, what?
Think about it. If you've spent 40 years striving to be a certain kind of sexual being, and then you realize that being is a myth, you haven't just learned something new. You've lost the person you were trying to even become.
Wow. So to update the software, you have to actually let the old OS crash. You have to go through the, what does she call it? The pit of despair.
The pit of despair. She says it requires a kind of mourning. You have to grieve for the map that was wrong and all the places you missed because you were following it.
That's so heavy. It's more than, oh, I'm different, cool. I've been lost my entire life because I was following a fake compass.
It's a massive realization, and she ties it back to what we discussed earlier about the monitor, that internal critic. She says the only way through the pit is to stay very still, to notice the anger, to notice the grief of being lied to.
And not to judge the grief.
Right. Notice all of these with non-judgment. Don't try to bypass the pain. She calls emotions twos. You have to go through the darkness to get to the light.
But then she brings it back to this concept of normal. This is the part that hits everyone. She looks at this person, Miss B, and asks, what is her actual goal? Is it pleasure? Is it connection?
No. According to the text, her goal is just to feel normal.
The most dangerous word in the English language.
But she makes such a profound point here. She says there is no such thing as normal because we are all just unique configurations of the same parts. But we want to feel normal because we want to belong.
That's the breakthrough. When people ask me, am I normal? They're asking, do I belong?
The answer is yes. You belong in your body. You belong in the world.
That's actually really beautiful. It shifts the whole paradigm from fixing a defect to finding your place.
She ends with this image of a Buddhist monk, an old monk saying to a young one, nothing happens next. This is it.
What if the sexuality you have right now is the sexuality you get? What if this is it?
That sounds like a nightmare to some people. A wave of sobbing despair.
Because if this is it, then the version of you that was perfect is officially dead.
But the version of you that is finally home.
Man, I need to go sit in a huge dark room and process that.
We all do, Paco. We all do. Okay, we've reached the end of the path. We've gone through the anatomy, the dual control model, the brakes, and the accelerators. And now we're at the heart of the matter, the author's closing manifesto.
And honestly, I feel like I need a moment. I've been sitting here thinking about that software update metaphor all day, but the way she writes this, it's so much more than just fixing a bug.
It's heavy, man. She's saying the world lied to you.
And she's pissed. I love that. She doesn't use this soft therapeutic language to sugarcoat it. She says, I am pissed on your behalf at the world for that lie.
It's a powerful shift. She moves the blame. She says, I can't change the injury that the world inflicted on you. What you can do is heal.
It's so liberating. Instead of looking at your body and saying, why am I like this? She's saying, why were you taught to hate this?
Wait, look at how she phrases the direction for our frustration. She says, rage not against yourself, but against the culture that lied to you.
That's the part that hits. It's not about self-help. It's about social justice. She's calling it an act of oppression and violence. That's a huge escalation from just talking about misunderstandable maps.
But she links it back to the mechanics we've been discussing. She talks about discharging the grief. She says you have to feel these things so they can create space for something new inside you.
It's like when I was doing those deep asanas yesterday, I realized if I just hold the tension, I'm not actually stretching. I'm just bracing. You have to let the muscle release.
Exactly. She says that by letting go of that phantom self, the person you were supposedly supposed to be, you finally make room for the person you actually are.
I love this image she uses later, though. She talks about the gardener. She says, I don't know how at home you feel in your sexuality, your own private garden, but I know that you are the gardener.
That's such a beautiful way to frame the context we talked about earlier. It's not about the soil being perfect, it's about how you work with the innate characteristics of the ground you have.
But then she gives us this real concrete example, this woman, Lori. And she's not some magical enlightened being. She still gets sucked into exhaustion and overwhelm.
Thank God. I was worried for a second we were getting into a purely spiritual territory where nothing ever goes wrong.
No, it's practical. She lists 3 things that changed for Lori. 1. She practiced nonjudgmental attention to sensations. She learned to celebrate pleasure.
And 2, this is my favorite part, the stress response cycle. She talks about how Lori didn't necessarily change her life, but she changed how she processed it. She slowed down her shower. She actually noticed the water.
That's so simple, but so hard. I do that all the time, slapping on lotion like I'm greasing a loaf pan, as the book says. It's such a gross, funny image, but it's so true. We're just rushing to get to the next task.
And she mentions visualizing the stress as that orange monster from Bugs Bunny. You know, the one he just gives a manicure?
Yes, that's brilliant. You don't fight the monster, you just acknowledge it's there and move through it.
And the 3rd thing, it's about the partner, Johnny. He didn't just sit there and watch her struggle. He clicked onto the idea of turning off her offs.
That's the software update in action. He started doing the dishes, wiping the counters, creating a context where the brakes could release.
But he wasn't just fixing her. He brought wonder and awe to it. He saw her sexuality as something that could spring and blossom from fallow winter ground.
It's a heavy way to end, though. The idea of joy. She admits that even writing about joy was the hardest part.
Because joy isn't a destination. It's not a place you arrive at. She says, joy is what happens when you jump off the edge of what is known into the adventure of what is true.
That is the most terrifying and beautiful thing I've ever heard. Trust your body so completely you're willing to jump with it into the unknown. That jump is joy.
That's it. That's the whole book. The jump.
It's a long way down if you don't trust your parachute.
But the book argues the parachute is already built into you. All you have to do is stop trying to use a different, broken one.
The sexuality you have right now is it. And it's beautiful, even especially if it's not what you were taught it should be.
All right. I think we're done for today. I need to go, I don't know, go look at a garden or something.
I'm going to go find some red wine and contemplate my own phantom selves.
We'll see you all next time. Be kind to your gardens. We've reached the end of the path. We've gone through the anatomy, the dual control model, the brakes and the accelerators, and now we're at the heart of the matter, the author's closing manifesto.
It's heavy, man. She's saying the world lied to you.
And she's pissed. I love that. She doesn't use the soft therapeutic language to sugarcoat it. She says, I am done living in a moving world where women are lied to about their bodies, where women are objects of sexual desire rather than subjects of sexual pleasure.
She's identifying the systemic nature of it. She says she's done with a world where women are trained from birth to treat their bodies as the enemy.
It's a declaration of independence. She says, I wrote this book to teach women to live with confidence and joy. And then she gets almost humble. She says, if you remember even one idea, the brakes, the accelerator, responsive desire, and use it to help yourself, you're helping her achieve that goal.
I love that she doesn't try to solve the climate crisis or world peace here. She's focused. She says, I'm just trying to help people live with confidence and joy inside their bodies.
But then she makes this huge, almost wild leap. She says if enough people learn to live with joy inside their bodies, then maybe we can live in a world where everyone's autonomy is respected. She actually thinks this small, personal thing could prevent cancer or solve the climate crisis.
And she admits it. She says, do I think that could play a role? Yes, actually, but that's another story.
She's got that don't interrupt me, I'm on a roll energy. But look at what she says next. She admits she doesn't have all the answers. The science is still growing.
Right, it's an ongoing process. She uses that gardener metaphor again. We're all digging out weeds and nurturing plants. Sometimes it's joyful, sometimes it's painful.
And she points out that we're all looking outward for confirmation. We look to community, to experts. We're all just asking, am I okay? Am I doing this right?
But she warns us about where we're looking. She says we live in a world of top 5 tips where there are 12 new techniques for, well, you know, every month. A world of entertainment and sexy new positions.
Yeah, the how-to culture. It's also loud and flashy.
But she says the truth is quieter, slower, more personal. It lives in the quiet moments of joy or the jarring moments of worry.
That's so beautiful. She says, when you notice something unexpected inside yourself and you want to look outward to check if it's normal, remember me saying this. You are okay.
Let this book be a mirror. When you look up, see yourself, and you are beautiful.
Man. But then she gets practical. She tells us to listen to that small, quiet voice, the one that says, yes, more, or no, stop.
Especially when it says both at once. That's the part where you have to be compassionate and go slow.
And she brings us back to the secret ingredient. She asks if we're looking for that one magic thing that will fix the chaos of our sex lives.
And then she hits us with the Kung Fu Panda reference.
I didn't see that coming.
She talks about Po the panda, looking at the dragon scroll, expecting to even find the secret to limitless power, and finding nothing but his own reflection.
There is no secret ingredient. It's just you.
And then she just lets it out. She says, yes, you are normal. In fact, you're amazing. Beguiling, courageous, delectable, all the way down to yopping and zesty.
Yopping and zesty. I am officially adding zesty to my personal brand.
Your body is beautiful, and your desires are perfect, just as they are. The secret ingredient is you. The science says so, and now you can prove it.
It's a heavy way to end a book. It's a lot of pressure to prove it.
But it's also a permission slip to stop looking for the fix and start looking at the self.
Well, I think we've done enough for one day. My brain is officially in post-panda mode.
Me too. Let's wrap this up.
Fine. But if anyone calls me zesty on the way out, I'm leaving.
We'll see you all next time. Keep tending those gardens.
All right, I'm out. My brain is officially a pile of mush.
That's just the lack of structure, Paco. You need a syllabus.
Oh, here we go. The professor is lecturing again.
All right, let's get back into it. All right, everyone, let's settle in. We're closing out this deep dive into Come As You Are.
A manual that frankly sounds more like a meditation guide than a biology textbook.
That's the beauty of it, though. Look at how she starts this section. She's giving physical instructions. Flick upward from just under the head of the clitoris. But then she immediately pivots to the mind. She says, don't try to make it change.
That's the core of it. Notice and observe what happens to your body. Don't try to make it change. It's so anti-performance. It's the opposite of that perfect girl vibe I was mentioning earlier.
It's basically saying, if your brain starts worrying away at anxieties, notice that too. She's basically telling you to treat your intrusive thoughts like annoying pop-up ads. Just acknowledge them and close the tab.
Exactly. You can worry about all that some other time. But man, the part about the breathing, she says, periodically check to see how your breathing is, relax your abdominal muscles. It's so physical. It's a somatic trick.
It ties back perfectly to what you discussed regarding the dual control model. If you're holding your breath, you're unintentionally slamming on the brakes. You're signaling stress to the system.
And then she gets into this graduated exposure thing. It's almost like social anxiety therapy.
Yeah, look at this. If you're learning to orgasm with a partner, do all of this alone for a week, then do it with a photo, then a phone call, then in the room but far away.
That is a bold strategy, Cotton.
It's bold and systematic. She's literally deconstructing the threat of the partner's presence. She's training the nervous system to expand its comfort zone in increments.
It's smart. It prevents the system crash that happens when you try to jump straight into the deep end without the proper driver updates.
But wait, this part in the appendix? This is where it gets truly esoteric. She calls extended orgasm a kind of meditation.
A meditation? I thought we were talking about sex, not sitting on a cushion in a monastery.
No, listen, she lays out this exact scale. You start at 0, no arousal. You go up to 5, then back down to 1, then up to 6, back to 2.
It's a rhythmic oscillation. It's like modulating a signal.
Exactly, and then she hits the 9.5. She calls 9.5 the bittersweet, screaming edge of orgasm.
Well, that's certainly a way to put it.
But look at the skill she's teaching. Taking your foot off the accelerator without putting it on the brakes. You have to ease the tension away, without triggering the off switch.
That is high-level stuff. That's like trying to balance a spinning plate on a stick while walking a tightrope.
Is actually very much like the directed attention I've been trying to even practice lately. You aren't trying to stop the movement, you're just regulating the intensity. She uses this beautiful metaphor. She says you become like a bathtub where the tension is trickling in at the exact same rate it's draining out.
And if it drains too fast, you drift away. If it trickles too fast, you overflow.
I mean, if that's the definition of success, I'm in. There is no such thing as failure here, only different kinds of success. That's a punchline for my next set.
But it's so much more than that. Look at her final claim. She says practicing this ecstasy is as good for you as vegetables, jogging, sleep, and breathing. She's framing pleasure as a fundamental pillar of health, not a luxury or a bonus feature.
It's the final patch for the software. The idea that we don't need to fix our bodies, we just need to learn how to inhabit them without the buggy narratives of shame and fear.
Even if I'm still limping like a Victorian orphan, I can respect the science.
The bathtub. May we all overflow eventually.
On that note, we'll leave you there. Thanks for walking through this with us. And we are officially done. The book is closed.
I don't know if I'm ready to let it go. I feel like I'm still processing that final thank you from her. It was so raw.
A swollen feeling around your heart. That's a heavy way to describe gratitude. It's more than a polite note. It's almost like she's overwhelmed by the weight of all the people who helped her build this truth.
Or she just didn't want to deal with the awkwardness of getting on her knees in front of her mentors. I'll just write a list instead. Relatable.
But look at that list of names, though. It's a lineage. And then you flip to the About the Author, and you see the credentials of PhD, the Kinsey Institute, the clinical training. It's this incredible bridge between hard empirical data and, well, what Emily was saying about the heart.
It's because she's a researcher and a practitioner. She's teaching people to live with confidence and joy inside their bodies. And then wait, I'm looking at the notes now. Even in the citations, she's still fighting the same battle.
Is she? I mean, it's just footnotes, right?
No, Paco, look at no 1 under anatomy. She literally calls out a copy editor.
Oh, I love this. A copy editor in 2014 writes, "So which is better? Bigger distance or smaller?"
And that is exactly the bugly software we've been talking about. Even the people trying to document the science are still accidentally using that old, comparative, judgmental language. They're trying to turn a myth into a measurement.
It's so frustrating. She says, far from helping women live with confidence and joy, such misdirected analysis only makes people worry that their genitals are wrong. It's like the error is embedded in the very way we try to be accurate.
It's like when I'm trying to learn a new magic trick and I keep focusing on the wrong finger, and I end up just making myself look stupid.
But she catches herself, too. She admits that even she sometimes gets too caught up in the science and loses sight of the person. That's a huge moment of vulnerability. It's like she's saying, I'm still debugging my own brain.
Speaking of debugging, look at note 10, the part about intersex surgeries. This is this is heavy.
Yeah. She links the UN Special Rapporteur's report, calling these normalizing surgeries torture.
Torture? I mean, I knew the medical field could be intense, but that's a massive claim.
But it's more than her claim, Paco. She's citing the United Nations. She's pointing to the loss of sexual sensation, pain, incontinence, and lifelong depression. It's an example of what we discussed earlier, the idea that the problem isn't the body itself, but a broken, violent attempt by the world to force the body into a standard that doesn't exist.
It's the broken world theory taken to its most literal, most terrifying extreme.
It makes that whole software update metaphor feel so much more urgent. It's about how do I orgasm better? And how do we stop the world from physically mutilating anyone who doesn't fit a narrow, arbitrary script?
Man, that's a lot to carry into a Tuesday.
It's a lot. But then, look at the very end of the notes. Note 7, she comes back to the accelerator and the brakes. She talks about asexuality.
And she says it again, the most important thing, there is nothing broken or wrong.
Right. Even if the accelerator is just less responsive, it's just a different organization of the same parts.
Well, if the universe is just a series of different organizations of the same parts, I guess I can stop worrying about my crooked ankle.
See, everything is fine. We're all just varying configurations of the same cosmic code.
I think that's a beautiful way to end it.
I think it is. We'll see you all next time. So, we've moved past the how-to and into the actual citations. This is where the author, Emily, really lays out the architecture of her argument.
It's a heavy list. I mean, looking at all these names, it's like a bibliography for a dissertation on why the world is exhausting.
Hey, it's exhausting and scientifically backed. Look at note 13 Gottman, Science of Trust. She's pulling in the heavy hitters of relationship science.
It's more than that, though. Look at note 14. This is the one that really tripped me up when I first read it. She's talking about how context changes how the midbrain responds to stimuli.
Yeah, she brings up this study on chronic back pain. It's fascinating. She says that when people with chronic pain directed their attention to the burning sensation on their skin, it hurt. But when they directed their attention to the pain in their muscles, the heat actually felt good.
Wait, what? So the sensation didn't change, just where you were looking.
Exactly. Where we focus our attention is part of context.
That is so powerful. It's like if you're stuck in your head, criticizing your body, you're literally changing the sensory input of your own skin. You're making the burn more painful just by the way you're observing it.
That actually reminds me of something I read recently. There's this whole thing about the neuromechanics of pain, how the brain doesn't just receive a signal, it interprets it. If the brain has a history of pain, it can turn a simple sensation into a full-blown alarm.
So my dramatic reaction to this morning's coffee being too hot is just my brain being functionally efficient?
Exactly. But look, she uses this to bridge into the vagal brake in note 6. She's talking about the neomemmeline vagus nerve. She says that in a healthy system, the brake is linked to the accelerator. When life hits the gas, the brake disengages.
Which is why we can't just relax when we're under stress. If life is slamming the gas on responsibilities and deadlines, the body cannot release the brake. It's biologically impossible.
So the software update isn't just about changing your mindset, it's about trying to convince your nervous system that the gas pedal of life isn't actually a threat.
It's like trying to tell a tiger that the car chase is actually just a fun game of tag.
But she gets even more granular with the emotions. Look at note 16. She's pulling from Pangsep and Bevan. She lists these primal categories: seeking, rage, fear, lust, care, panic/grief, and play.
See, that's the software I'm talking about. It's more than I feel good or I feel bad. It's these deep archetypal drives. It's like she's looking at the code of our limbic system.
And then she admits she doesn't even know if we have a universal definition for them. Nor is there a universally agreed on definition of what an emotion or a motivation is.
Well, that's a relief. I was worried I'd have to study for a test to understand my own feelings.
No, but she does make a distinction that I think is crucial for the update. Look at note 18. She uses a shortcut metaphor. She says, when I talk about a person's experience, I say, you want, know, or feel. But when I talk about affective motivation, I say, your brain wants, knows, or feels.
That is such a smart way to keep the subject and the hardware separate. It's the difference between you choosing to eat a snack and your brain craving the dopamine hit.
It's the distinction between the user and the operating system.
I think I'm finally starting to understand this code.
It's a lot to take in, but it all leads back to that one central idea. The context, the way we focus, the way we breathe, the way we view our own biology is what determines whether the system is functioning or just crashing.
Yeah, it's about moving from being a victim of the buggy code to being the programmer.
Just don't expect me to write any Python for this.
We don't need Python, Jane. We just need to learn how to breathe through the 9.5.
On that note, we'll see you all next time.
Let's take 5 before my brain officially hits a 404 error.
I'll help you reboot. Let's just jam for a second.
All right, we're diving back in. All right, we can't diving back in. We've been talking about the idea of software updates, how we need to patch these old buggy cultural narratives about our bodies.
And today's patch is a big one. We're looking at how the very idea of beautiful is actually just a fancy way of displaying social status.
Great. So instead of being broken, we're just fashionable. That's a comforting thought.
Hey, at least it's not a permanent hardware defect. It's just seasonal. Like, oh, this year I'm opting for the Industrial Revolution look. slightly weak, and unable to work.
Exactly. Look at what Nagoski says here in section 14. She's tracing the thin ideal back to the 17th century. She says it's all about social status men's social status.
Right. She points out that back then the ideal was actually soft, round, plump, like Rubens's paintings.
Yeah, because being plump meant you were rich enough to eat buttery, floury food and live a sedimented lifestyle. You didn't have to move.
So being healthy was actually a sign of being poor.
Exactly, but then she hits this pivot point. The Industrial Revolution happens, the middle class rises, and suddenly the fashion flips.
And it's brutal. She says it became fashionable for a man to advertise how rich he was by marrying a woman who was too weak to work.
Wow. So, the goal wasn't health, it was showing off that your wife is basically a very expensive, very fragile ornament?
Yeah, it was a status symbol. To have a wife who was small, thin, and weak, barely able to totter daintily around the house.
And she notes, and this is the kicker, that this is the exact opposite of what evolution actually wants. She says evolution wants women to be robust, healthy, strong, tall, and able to handle the actual physical reality of pregnancy and breastfeeding.
It's so wild. We've literally trained ourselves to value the opposite of our biological strengths, just to prove we have enough money to avoid labor.
And she brings it right into the 21st century. She says body shape is still a marker of status. Rich women can afford real food and the leisure time for exercise.
So, the thin ideal is just the modern version of, I have enough money to buy organic kale and a gym membership.
It's a way of saying, I'm not part of the masses eating processed crap. It's class warfare, disguised as a skincare routine.
It makes you wonder if the ideal is just a moving target for social class.
And how much of what we think is normal for our bodies is actually just
a very expensive, very outdated trend.
She asks it directly. So can you trust what your culture taught you about what your body should look like?
Honestly, based on the last 10 minutes, I don't trust much of anything.
I don't even trust my left eye right now. It's still twitching from that tower card I pulled.
Let's stay focused, because she's setting us up for the next part, the actual mechanics. She's moving from the why we look this way to the how we actually respond.
And this is where it gets really scientific. She starts talking about arousal lubrication is not causation.
Okay, now that is a headline.
It's a heavy hitter. She's looking at the preparation hypothesis. The idea that female genitals might respond to almost any sex-related stimuli just to prepare for the possibility of activity, to prevent injury.
So it's like a security system? Just in case there's a breach? Let's deploy the floodgates?
Sort of. It's a reactive mechanism, while the male response to the erection is much more specific.
And the crazy part is the data. She mentions studies using fMRI brain scans, and they found that genital response does not overlap with women's brain activity.
Wait, what? You're saying the body can be turned on physically, but the brain is just not there?
Exactly. That's the arousal nonconcordance we talked about earlier. The hardware is running a program that the software hasn't even downloaded yet.
That sounds like a major system error. No wonder everyone's so stressed out.
But it's not an error. It's just a different way of being organized.
I guess if the software is being constantly attacked by status-seeking and thin ideal bugs, it's no wonder the brain is trying to disconnect.
Okay, let's pivot. We've been talking about how much of this is just social noise. But Nagoski is getting into the weeds now, looking at the actual research, and she's being pretty scathing about how we measure desire.
Yeah, she's basically saying scientists are using the wrong yardsticks. She mentions this study by Felton and others, and she says it's unlikely to lead to clear insight, because it's based on this outdated idea of mating tactics.
Mating tactics? That sounds like something out of a bad spy novel.
It's that old primatology vibe viewing women as just reacting to certain cycles. But look, she contrasts that with the second line of research, the Mark and Laszlo stuff. That's more about relationships. It's not about who has what style, it's about what makes sex satisfying in the long term.
So, less who's winning the mating game, and more, how do we not kill each other after 10 years of marriage?
Exactly. But here's where she gets really bold. She says, and I love this, that even with the flaws in the research, we should probably just set the whole concept of desion aside as a marginal factor.
Wait. Set desire aside? How can you have a book about sexuality without talking about desire? That's like a book about cooking that says, let's just ignore hunger.
I'm with Emily. That sounds like a massive leap.
But listen to her why. She says her goal isn't to count how many people have spontaneous versus responsive desire. She says, and I'm quoting here, it is not predictive of any domain of sexual satisfaction. It only shows who conforms with a culturally constructed ideal.
Oh, so she's saying the desire style debate is just another way of checking if you're normal. According to the status quo?
Precisely. It's like asking what proportion of people have. Well, she uses the labia minora example. It's just a way to track how much you're conforming to a standard.
Okay, so the measurement is the problem, not the feeling. I can get behind that.
But then she admits she used to use different language. She used to say arousal first, then desire. And she says, it caused some serious problems.
Yeah, this is a heavy moment. She says journalists, and more importantly, partners, got confused. The arousal first phrasing sounds way too much like the rape myth, the idea that if you just start the physical stuff, the woman won't be able to help herself.
That is terrifying.
It really is. She even shares the story of a man who thought because she was physically responding, he could just stick his hands down her pants because she would be turned on.
That is the literal opposite of consent. That's just predatory.
It is, and that's why she changed the software update for the second edition. She moved from arousal first, then desire, to pleasure first, then desire.
Pleasure first. That actually makes sense. It puts the focus back on the sensation, not the expectation.
It's much more active. It's not waiting for a spark to hit a fuse. It's about building the heat through the sensation itself.
Right, and she brings it back to the hardware and software we've been discussing. She says the general process is the same for everyone. Pleasure plus the right context equals desire.
So it's not a bug, it's just the system needs the right environment to run the program.
I guess that's a bit more optimistic than my everything is a disaster outlook.
But wait, she doesn't let us off the hook entirely. She does address the hormone question, because let's be real, everyone blames the pill or menopause.
Right? Because if it's hormones, it's medical. And if it's medical, it's not your fault.
Exactly. She says, yeah, if you've had your ovaries removed, or if you're specifically sensitive to testosterone changes while on the pill, there's a biological component. She actually gives stats about a third of women see a decrease in interest on the pill, but a fifth see an increase.
So it's a roll of the dice. Will I be horny or depressed this month? Let's check the package.
Pretty much. But here's the software takeaway. She says hormones can help with peripheral issues like dryness or pain, but desire is a brain issue.
Of course it is, because the brain is where all the status-seeking and socially constructed nonsense lives.
It's much harder to fix a brain issue with a pill than it is to fix dryness with a lubricant.
And that's the crux of it. She's saying, stop looking for a magic pill to fix your drive and start looking at the context. Is the context safe? Is it pleasurable? Is it
connection? Because she says later on, and I saw this in the notes, that it's not sexual drive. That makes people panic when they're deprived. It's loneliness.
Connection is a drive.
That actually hits pretty hard.
It changes the whole game, doesn't it? It's not about fixing a broken libido. It's about cultivating a space where you actually feel seen enough to want to be present.
Okay, we're moving into the heavy science now. We've been talking about the why and the how, but Nagoski is about to get into the what, and specifically what we think an orgasm is versus what it actually is.
Please tell me she's about to debunk something else. I am ready for more deconstruction.
She's looking at these massive mouthfuls of consensus definitions. You know, the ones that say an orgasm is this transient peak of intense pleasure with rhythmic contractions of the pelvic muscles and all those other anatomical fancy words.
The medicalized version. It's always so clinical, like describing a sunset by measuring the refraction of light, the rarefaction of light of particulates.
Exactly. And she points out that this official definition actually contradicts the research on non-concentration, the very thing we were just talking about, and the fact that sometimes there is no pleasure present at all.
Wait, so the official manual is just...
She's saying it's fundamentally flawed. She brings up researcher Nicole Prowse, who actually measured orgasm in a lab, and she found something wild. Half of the women who reported having an orgasm weren't actually showing any physiological signs of it.
So you're saying people are just hallucinating?
Not hallucinating, Jane, but she quotes Prance saying, "This is real. A lot of women think they're having orgasms when they're not."
Ouch. That's gotta sting.
But here's the pivot, and this is where I really love her. Nagoski says, and I'm quoting her closely here, that instead of gaslighting women and telling them they don't know their own bodies, we should ask ourselves what an orgasm actually is.
Yes, stop telling women their experience is invalid just because it doesn't match a laboratory readout.
Right, because her own conclusion, the software patch for this whole mess is that orgasm is simply the spontaneous, involuntary release of sexual tension.
That's it? No rhythmic contractions required? Just the release?
Just the release. It's much more organic. It's not a performance for a sensor, it's a physiological reset.
I love that. It's like when a computer finally finishes a massive update and just exhales.
And it ties back to everything. If orgasm is just the release of tension, then the brokenness isn't about the climax itself. It's about whether or not the tension was allowed to build in the first place.
And she backs this up with some incredible anatomical data. She talks about how different parts of the brain light up depending on whether it's vaginal or clitoral stimulation.
I mean, obviously, different nerves, different maps.
Right, but she makes this point that we shouldn't label them as vaginal orgasms or clitoral orgasms, as if they're different species of event. She mentions women with spinal cord injuries who can bypass the spine entirely and generate orgasm through a cranial nerve connection between the cervix and the brain.
No way. So the hardware can literally reroute itself?
It can. It's incredibly adaptable. It's not a fixed circuit, it's a dynamic network.
It's like neuroplasticity, but for pleasure.
Exactly, but then she gets into the manual labor aspect of masturbation. She looks at the stats on vibrator use.
Here we go. The stats part of the lecture.
She notes that while there's a lot of talk about vaginal versus clitoral stimulation, the vast majority, 79% of women using a vibrator during solo play, find that clitoral stimulation usually or always results in orgasm. Only 30% find that vaginal stimulation does the trick.
So, the vaginal myth is largely a myth?
Largely. She even cites the old Kinsey and Height reports to show that the idea of penetrative masturbation being the standard is actually a tiny, tiny fraction of what women actually do.
It's all that standardized imagery again. The official way to do it.
Precisely. And it leads her to this massive warning. She says, and this is the most important thing in this whole chapter, when you read studies about anatomy, beware of language that equates particular anatomical morphology with health, dysfunction, or success.
Because success is just a value judgment, isn't it?
It is. Unless you're talking about treating an infection or actual pain, success is a social construct.
So if my system is running but it's not following the standardized protocol, I'm still a success?
According to Nagoski, absolutely. You're just running a different, much more interesting version of the software.
I feel like I need to go do some yoga just to celebrate that. My internal context is officially feeling much more validated.
Don't get too ahead of yourself, Em. We still haven't addressed the socks thing.
Ooh, the socks? What about the socks?
She mentions a study where the orgasm rate jumped from 50% to 80% just by keeping their socks on.
Okay, now I really don't trust the science.
It's a wild world, Paco. A very wild, very unstandardized world.
All right, I'm done with the socks debate for enough. Let's take 5.
Perfect. Emily, grab the incense. Let's do a quick lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram to clear this energy.
All right, let's dive back in. Welcome back. Today we're looking at the footnotes and the heavy lifting behind Emily Nagoski's argument in Come As You Are. We're talking about why just paying attention might actually be making things worse.
Oh, I love that, because for a long time, the advice has been be more mindful. And I'm here to say, maybe stop, or at least change how you're doing it.
Yeah, because my mindfulness usually just involves me wondering if I left the stove on, or if that person at the grocery store was judging my shirt.
Which is exactly the point. We're looking at this section where she's citing studies on anxiety and depression. She points to this study by Hoge and colleagues. It's a big one, where they compared mindfulness to self-compassion.
Right, and the finding is killer. They found that self-compassion was a better predictor of quality of life than just being aware. Awareness alone wasn't the magic fix.
See, this is the software update I keep talking about. We think awareness is this neutral, empty vessel, but Nagoski is arguing that the quality of that awareness is everything.
She gets really specific here. Look at what she says about women who are already struggling with sexual functioning. She cites Velton and others. She's saying these women might actually be too aware.
Wait, so they're hyper-focusing?
Exactly. They're intensely monitoring their own bodies, worrying more about their genital sensations.
And here's the physiological kicker. She notes that this intense, worried focus could actually reduce both subjective arousal and physical genital blood flow.
That is so wild. So the more you're checking, is it happening? Is it working? Am I doing this right? The more you're literally choking off the physical response.
It's like the body is sensing the audit and deciding to shut down the factory. It ties back perfectly to her dual control model we discussed earlier. The brakes are being slammed on by the very act of checking the brakes.
It's like when I'm trying to sleep, but I suddenly think, wait, am I breathing too shallowly? And then suddenly I'm gasping for air like I'm running a marathon.
Exactly. But she offers a way out. She says, we can't change the sensitivity of the brakes, but we can change the context.
This is the most important pivot in the whole chapter. She's saying we can shift from worried awareness to non-judgmental awareness.
It's the difference between being a critic in the front row of your own sex life and just being present.
Right? Because the critic is the one triggering the brakes.
She even links this to the study from Chapter 6, that greater awareness in women who weren't in distress was actually linked to more concordance.
So, the hardware is fine, the sensors are working, it's just the software, the interpretation layer that's glitching.
It really is. It's not that you're broken, it's just that your attention is currently running a very stressful program.
And looking at these references, man, the sheer amount of data she's pulling from neuroscience, sociology, even studies on how pain works, she's building a massive wall of evidence to back up this one simple idea. Be kind to yourself.
It's a much more stable foundation than just trying harder. Okay, let's pull back the curtain a little. We've been talking about the software and the brakes, but if you look at this bibliography, Nagoski isn't just throwing around vibes. She is standing on a mountain of actual empirical data.
It's a lot, isn't it? I mean, I'm looking at these titles and it's like, it's heavy. All these studies on vaginismus, dyspareunia, attachment styles, it's a lot of clinical weight.
It's like she's presenting a legal brief for the defense. Your Honor, Exhibit A, a study on how disgust literally weakens sexual arousal.
That's actually a really good way to put it, Paco. Look, she cites Bork and De Jong here. They studied how feelings of disgust and contamination sensitivity can actually act as a massive physical barrier.
And it connects to what we were saying about the brakes. If your brain perceives a stimulus as disgusting or unsafe, the brakes aren't just tapped, they are slammed on. It's a physiological reflex.
But wait, look at this one from Bradford and Meston. The impact of anxiety on sexual arousal in women. It's right there in the title. Anxiety makes you worried, and anxiety changes the physical outcome.
Exactly. And it's more than just being nervous. She's pulling from studies like Britton and others, looking at predictors of sexual desire disorders. She's showing that the disorder isn't some mysterious, unfixable brokenness in the woman's biology.
So it's more like the environment is buggy?
Exactly. Like we said earlier about the software update. If the environment, the context, is full of anxiety or shame or fat talk, which she also cites, looking at how women self-degrade, then the biological hardware is being fed bad data.
I just saw something else in here. She cites Adam ruins everything.
Well, it's a meta moment. Even pop culture is used to debunking the myths of sexual health.
But look at the contrast. On one hand, you have these heavy clinical papers on pelvic contractions and spinal reflexes, the pure, low-level biology. And on the other, she's citing social studies on body image and fat talk.
It's the bridge. That's the bridge she's building. She's connecting the way we talk to ourselves and even the mirror to the way our actual blood flow responds in the bedroom.
Man, if I could find a study that proves my left eye twitching is actually a sign of imminent greatness, I'd cite it every time I was mid-argument with Seth.
See, that's the worried awareness we were talking about. You're turning a random muscle spasm into a cosmic omen.
But seriously, look at the sheer range. She's citing everything from the International Society for the Study of Women's Sexual Health to studies on how attachment styles, how we bond with our parents, impact how we show up in adult intimacy.
It's all one system. The biological, the psychological, the social.
And she's using all of it to say the problem isn't that the hardware is faulty. The problem is that the operating system is being overwhelmed by a massive unoptimized influx of stress, shame, and bad data.
So, basically, we just need to clean up the cache and stop running so many background apps like selfcriticism.exe.
Precisely. It's time for a system reboot. Okay, so we've looked at the software and the brakes, but I want to pivot to something in this bibliography that feels even more foundational.
Like the hardware?
Exactly. I was looking at the citation for Anne Fausto Sterling. She wrote, "Sexing the body."
Oh, I know that one. That's the heavy hitter for understanding how we construct what's natural.
Right. She's essentially arguing that even our most basic biological categories are shaped by politics and social meaning. So, when we talk about female sexual response, we aren't just talking about anatomy. We're talking about a version of anatomy that has been culturally sculpted.
So you're saying the standard body is just a social edit?
Precisely. And it ties back to that idea of the broken version of male sexuality we mentioned at the start. If the standard is built around a specific male-centric idea of how sex should work, then anything else is immediately flagged as a bug.
Which is so exhausting. It's like if you don't fit the template, the system sends an error message.
And look, she even cites papers on the myths of virginity, like this piece in The Atlantic. It's about how these myths create a literal, physical expectation of what a body should do or be after a certain event.
Wait, so even the idea of losing something is a piece of bad code?
Yeah. It's a narrative we've programmed into the biological reality.
And it gets even more intense when you look at the clinical side. I was just scrolling through the references for sexual obsessions in OCD.
That sounds incredibly heavy.
It is. It shows how, when the awareness we talked about earlier, that wordy awareness, becomes pathological, it moves from checking the brakes to a total system hijack.
So the brakes aren't just being tapped. They've become the only thing the engine knows how to do.
Exactly. And then you have studies like this one by Adams, or even the piece in Cosmopolitan about the one little pill to save desire.
God, I love how she puts Cosmopolitan right next to heavy clinical neurology. It's like she's saying, yes, the pop culture hype is there, but let's look at the actual neurons.
Right? Because a pill the quick fix software patch doesn't address the underlying context problem. If the context is still, I am anxious and my body is failing, the pill is just putting a new skin on a broken process.
So, we're back to the same point. We can't just patch the hardware. We have to fix the environment.
Or at least stop letting the environment run a malware attack on our own self-image.
Which, looking at this massive list of studies on stress and cortisol, is a pretty massive undertaking.
But it's the only way to actually get the system running smoothly. No more error messages, just flow.
Okay, we've covered the big psychological shifts, the move from worried awareness to self-compassion. But I want to dive back into the sheer technical precision of this bibliography.
You mean the part where it stops being a vibe and starts being a roadmap?
Exactly. Because look at this. Jansen and colleagues. They aren't just theorizing about feeling good. They're citing the specific sexual inhibition, sexual excitation scales. They're talking about the literal measurement of the accelerator and the brakes.
Instead of I feel stressed, it's the data shows a quantifiable shift in the inhibition response. It makes the argument much harder to dismiss as just empowerment talk.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with a scale. You can't just say, no, I think the brakes are fine, when there's a standardized metric right there in front of you.
But look at how she uses that precision to tackle the really messy stuff. Like, she cites Komisaruk, and man, this is intense.
You mean the fMRI studies?
Yeah, she's looking at brain activation during cell stimulation, even in women with complete spinal cord injuries. She's proving that the nervous system, the actual neural pathways for pleasure, can function even when the external physical hardware is severely compromised.
That's a huge point for the software argument. If the brain can still map pleasure through the vagus nerve, then the brokenness isn't in the nerves, it's in the signals being sent.
Wait, so the wiring is actually incredibly resilient?
It is. She used that to dismantle the idea that certain physical limitations or dysfunctions are permanent dead ends. If the brain is still mapping the sensory cortex, the potential for response is still there.
It's so beautiful and terrifying at the same time. It's like the spark is almost impossible to extinguish as long as the signal can get through.
But then she pivots, and it gets much more grounded. She cites Drazkowski, looking at how women perceive things like lubricant use or vaginal wetness.
Beckley, is it working check-in?
Exactly. And a study shows that the perception of these things, how much wetness a woman thinks is happening, is a huge factor in her own experience.
Which brings us back to the audit we talked about earlier. If you are hyper-focused on the lubrication levels or the texture, you are essentially running a diagnostic scan in the middle of a performance.
And a diagnostic scan is the opposite of intimacy. It's clinical. It's cold.
It's like trying to enjoy a movie while you're sitting there analyzing the frame rate and the color grading. You're missing the plot.
And she uses that to bridge into the social side. She cites Sue Johnson, the Hold Me Tight author. She's bringing in attachment theory.
Right. Because you can't talk about the context of sexual response without talking about the context of the relationship. If the attachment is insecure, the brakes are permanently engaged.
It all circles back. The biological hardware, the psychological software, and the social environment.
Even the pop elements. She cites the Kinsey report as the foundation of all this, but she also puts them alongside studies on how the thin ideal, or fat talk, impacts body esteem.
It's like she's saying, here's the 1940s data, and here's the 2020s Instagram data. They are both part of the same struggle to define what a normal body is.
And it's a struggle that is clearly winning. The bad data is everywhere.
But looking at this list, it feels like she's finally giving us the tools to fight back, to debug the system,
to rewrite the code, one study at a time.
Seriously, my brain needs a reboot after all that data.
Let's just jam for a second and clear the cache.
Okay, let's get back into the thick of it.
Welcome back to the studio. We're diving into something heavy today, but also incredibly liberating. We get looking at the source code of Come As You Are by Emily Nagoski.
And I am so ready for this. We aren't just talking about biology. We're talking about a software update for the female libido. We're looking at how to patch all those outdated, buggy narratives we've been programmed to believe.
If by buggy you mean the absolute disaster of social conditioning, then yeah, let's get into it. I've already got my wine, so I'm prepared for the heavy lifting.
And I've got my tambourine ready to keep the vibes from getting too clinical. Though, looking at this bibliography, man, this is a lot of heavy academic weight.
It really is. We're talking about neurobiology, polyvagal theory, and longitudinal studies. But before we get to the meat of the arguments, I wanted to look at the foundation. Look at this first entry here. Meston and Stanton, 2018. They're looking at the desynchrony between subjective and genital arousal in women.
That's a huge one, Seth. That's what I call arousal nonconcordance. The idea that your body might be doing one thing physical response while your brain is like, wait, I am not mentally present here.
Which most people just call being broken.
Exactly. And that's the bug in the software. We've been taught that if the physical response doesn't match the mental desire, something is fundamentally wrong with the hardware.
Right, like the system is crashing. But look, the very next thing in the list, it's a survey from 1994. Sex in America is a classic. It shows that these aren't just new woke ideas. People have been trying to map this landscape for decades.
It's important to see the lineage. but I noticed something interesting while I was looking through the references earlier. There's a thread here of moving from the what to the how. Like, look at this Mizza in Ayan Tafi, 2013. They're talking about the place of mindfulness in sensory motor psychotherapy.
As if mindfulness is a magic wand. I mean, I do my breathing exercises, but if I see a tourist eating a hot dog with way too much mustard, the transcendence is gone.
But Jean, that's the point. The context matters. The book argues that the quality of your awareness, whether you're in a state of worried awareness or a non-judgmental one, is what changes the physiological response.
It's like the difference between debugging code while you're panicking about a deadline versus running a clean simulation.
Speaking of panicking, I saw this one in the list, More, 2012. It's a report on Representative Todd Akin's, his legitimate rape comments.
Don't. That is an example of the broken world the author talks about. When the external social context is literally hostile or dehumanizing, you can't expect the accelerator to just work perfectly.
Exactly. It ties back to the thesis. The dysfunction isn't in the woman's biology. It's often the biological response functioning appropriately within an inappropriate, broken social structure. The brakes are slamming on because the environment is unsafe.
It's a shift from my body is failing me to my environment is triggering my brakes.
Which is a massive rearm. We usually think of sexual dysfunction as a lack of drive, like the engine is dead. But what if the engine is fine, and you just got the emergency brake pulled because the road is covered in gravel?
Yes, that is the most perfect way to put it, Paco.
It actually makes a lot of sense. If you look at Porges's work on polyvagal theory, which is also in here, the whole point is that our nervous system is constantly scanning for safety. If there's no safety, there's no way the sexual accelerator is going to engage.
It's all connected. The biology, the psychology, the social politics. We're looking at a map of how to find our way back to ourselves.
Well, let's keep walking the map then. I think I see a heavy hitter coming up in the next section. Something about the G-spot?
Oh, buckle up. It's about to get scientific.
Okay, so we've talked about the brakes and the accelerator, but I want to look at a specific piece of the puzzle in this bibliography. There's this paper by Shenhove and Mendez from 2013. It's titled, Aiming for the Stomach and Hitting the Heart.
That sounds like a bad breakup story.
It actually isn't. They're talking about disgust. Specifically, how disgust can be triggered by things that target the stomach like rotten food, but can also hit the heart through social or moral triggers.
Oh great, so even our visceral gut reactions are being hijacked by social stuff.
Exactly. And if you apply that to what we were just saying about the brakes, it means the thing that turns off your sexual arousal might not even be a sexual thought. It could be a flash of disgust or a sense of social unease triggered by something completely unrelated to the bedroom.
That is so important. Because we think, oh, I'm not turned on because I'm not attracted to my partner. But maybe the brake was actually slammed by a sense of visceral disgust or a social judgment we didn't even realize we were processing.
So the software is picking up background noise and mistaking it for a command to shut down?
Precisely. It's like a sensor error.
It's exhausting. Imagine trying to enjoy a moment and your brain is just scanning for anything vaguely gross or wrong in the environment, and then boom, the lights go out.
Well, look at the next one, Seth. There's this study by Silverstein and her team from 2011. They're looking at mindfulness training and body awareness.
Right. They're specifically looking at the implications for female sexual dysfunction.
And it's so hopeful. They're suggesting that increasing your awareness of your own body actually being present with the physical sensations can actually help mitigate those issues. It's about tuning the sensors so they don't just freak out at every little movement.
As long as we're not talking about the mindfulness that involves staring at a wall and ignoring the fact that the world is on fire.
Well, the bibliography actually leans into that. Look at Van Dam, 2011. He argues that self-compassion is actually a better predictor of quality of life and symptom reduction than just mindfulness or awareness alone.
Wait till just noticing the problem isn't enough?
No. You can notice you're anxious, but if you're judging yourself for being anxious, you're just adding more fuel to the fire. You need the compassion piece to actually lower the brakes.
That's such a software patch. You stop detecting the bug and start changing your relationship to the bug so you stop obsessing over it.
I mean, if I could apply that to my back pain, I'd be a saint. But for everything else, it's a massive shift.
It's like, instead of saying, Why is the engine making this noise? You say the engine is making a noise because it's working hard, and that's okay.
That's a beautiful way to frame it, Paco.
It really is. It moves us away from this idea of fixing ourselves and toward a way of supporting ourselves.
Don't get too sappy on me. We still have a whole list of studies on pill-induced pleasure and attachment styles to get through.
All right, let's keep the gears turning then. What's next on the docket?
Okay, let's get our hands dirty. I was scrolling through the index of this book, which, by the way, is an absolute goldmine if you know how to use it, and I kept seeing these two terms popping up everywhere: anatomy and clitoris.
I mean, obviously, it's the hardware. But I love how she doesn't just list parts like a textbook. She's talking about the variation in them.
Right, because if you look at the index entries for anatomy, she covers everything from the clitoral hood on page 22 to the Bartholin's glands on page 30. It's very precise.
Precision is good. It's better than the alternative. I was reading a snippet of some old lecture the other day about medieval beliefs on female anatomy. Let's just say they thought the whole system was basically a mystery wrapped in a riddle, often tied to these weird, moralistic ideas about purity.
Yeah, the purity thing, the freshness seal myth.
Exactly, and that's where the software update starts. Look at how she handles the anatomy section, pages 15 to 41. She isn't just giving us a map, she's correcting the corrupted biles. She explicitly addresses errors about arousal on page 200.
And she talks about the importance of appreciating variation on page 34. That's such a huge part of this. Like, there's no standard model for what a vulva should look like.
Thank God. Because the standard we see in media is usually just highly edited, airbrushed, and frankly, anatomically impossible for most humans.
And she uses the index to point us to the clitoris as a primary focus pages 17, 20 to 23. She's making sure we understand the actual structures, like the crura and the clitoral hood.
It's like she's saying, before we talk about the software, let's make sure you actually know what the hardware is.
And it's more than the parts. Look at the connection she makes between anatomy and body self-criticism on page 163.
That's the kicker. You can know every anatomical term. You can know exactly where the urethra is in relation to the clitoris, which she notes on page 16. But if your internal context is full of judgment, that knowledge is useless.
Right. You can have the most advanced, state-of-the-art sensors in the world, but if the software is running a threat detection program 24/7, the system is never going to engage.
It's like I was saying about my eye twitching the other day. The hardware is physically fine, the eye is working perfectly, but the system is just receiving a weird signal from the brain.
Exactly. She's linking a physical to genital swelling on page 19 to the psychological. It's all one integrated system.
And she's even addressing the intersex variations on page 32. She's expanding the definition of normal to include the full spectrum of human biology.
It's a lot of work, unlearning all that broken terminology.
But it's necessary. If we don't fix the foundation the way we view our very own anatomy, we can't ever hope to fix the way we experience pleasure. All right, so we've been looking at the anatomy of the hardware, but I want to pivot. I was flipping through the index and I noticed this fascinating cluster of terms. It's about how we care for them, too. There's an even entry for grooming and self-care, pages 120 to 121.
Oh, I love that. It's so much more than just a beauty routine. It's about ritual, isn't it?
Exactly. And it's linked right next to intrusive thoughts on page 122.
See, there it is, the glitch in the system. You're trying to have a nice, relaxing ritual, and suddenly your brain decides to replay that one embarrassing thing you said in 2014.
But look at what she connects it to. She links grooming to stress relief and even trauma relief by researchers like Kristen Neff and Stashi Haynes. It's this idea that these small, tactile, physical acts things, like journaling, which she mentions on page 118, are actually part of the patch for the nervous system.
It's like you're using the physical to soothe the psychological. It's vanity as maintenance for the brakes.
It's like when I'm tuning my tambourine. I'm fixing the instrument and preparing myself to be in the even right headspace to play.
If only it were that simple. But look at this, hormones, desire, and pages 221 to 226, she's tackling the big myth head on.
Yeah, she's looking at the hormone myth. The idea that your libido is just a fluctuating tide controlled by your ovaries.
and she's basically saying, hold on, let's look at the data, because she lists desire and alongside context and stress.
Right. She's decentering the hormones. She's saying that while they're part of the biological architecture, they aren't the sole programmers of your desire.
Which is a huge relief for anyone who's ever blamed their entire personality on their menstrual cycle.
Right, like, sorry I'm grumpy, my estrogen is just doing a bit of a system reboot.
But it goes deeper. She links hormones to masculinizing effects on page 18, and then later she brings in this massive, heavy-hitting concept, the incentive motivation system on page 226.
The reward system?
Exactly. It's the neurobiology of wanting instead of do I feel pleasure. It's is my brain primed to seek this out?
So we're moving from how do I feel to how is my brain wired to react to rewards?
Precisely. And she ties it all back to this beautiful, almost spiritual idea of loving what's true, which takes up a massive chunk of the index pages, 278 to 310.
That's the goal, isn't it? To love what's true about the way you actually function, rather than fixing the desire.
Even if what's true is that you currently have zero interest in anything more strenuous than a nap and a glass of wine.
Hey, even the software needs a downtime mode.
True, but as we see in the index, the downtime is where the non-judging happens. Pages 292 to 305. That's the real update. Changing the way we observe the system so we can finally stop fighting the hardware and start working with it.
Speaking of working with the hardware, the delivery driver is literally ringing the doorbell right now.
Oh, thank God. The Italian feast has arrived.
All right, everyone settled? Good. Today, we're diving into something that feels less like a new book and more like a system upgrade.
Oh, I love that. A patch for the bugs in our biological programming.
Or a complete factory reset. Honestly, after the week I've had with my skin literally peeling off, a reset sounds pretty divine.
If you're looking for a way to escape your own biology, Paco, use talking to the wrong people. We're here to unpack Come As You Are by Emily Nagoski.
Exactly. And the angle we're taking today is exactly what it says on the tin, the software update for the female libido. We're looking at how the wrong story has been written about women's bodies and how we can debug the social and psychological layers that keep the hardware from running smoothly.
And I am so ready for this. I mean, looking at the index here, there's so much heavy lifting. Stress, trauma, shame, but also things like turning off the offs.
That's a great place to start. I was looking through the references earlier, and Nagoski points to this massive concept, the dual control model.
You know what? Sounds like a security system for a museum?
In a way, it is. She talks about a sexual accelerator and a sexual brake. It's not just about turning on the excitement, it's about the brakes.
Right. It's the idea that we focus so much on the ons, the stimuli, the romance, the accelerator, that we completely ignore the offs, all the things that trigger the brakes.
Like stress. Or, being hyper aware of how much you're sweating or if your lighting is bad.
Exactly, Jane. Look, the index mentions body self-criticism right alongside the sexual brake. It's all connected. If the software is running a program called Am I Doing This Right or Do I Look Weird? That's a massive brake. It's overriding the accelerator.
So, it's not that the car doesn't have an engine, it's just that you're riding with the emergency brake pulled all the way up?
Precisely.
And that's such a massive shift in perspective. Because for so long, the wrong story, as she calls it, has been that if women don't respond, they're just broken, like the hardware is defective.
Which is such a lie. The book actually argues that many of these dysfunctions are actually just a healthy mechanism responding to an inappropriate or broken world.
Yeah, that's a huge claim. It's not I can't get aroused because my body is broken, it's my sexual brake is working perfectly to protect me from a stressful, judgmental environment.
Wait, so the dysfunction is actually the system working correctly?
Exactly. It's a feature, not a bug.
That is such a reframe. We spend so much time trying to fix ourselves. But what if the goal isn't to fix the engine, but to just stop hitting the brakes?
It's about turning off the offs.
It's about changing the context.
Man, if I could apply that to my current skin situation, I'd be a much happier man.
Focus, Paco. We're talking about neurobiology, not your shedding epidermis.
Okay, so we've established the software update vibe. Now, I've been looking at the actual roadmap of the book, The Table of Contents, and it's it's incredibly structured. It's a systematic deconstruction.
It really is. And I love the very first thing you see in the introduction. The title of that first section, Yes, You Are Normal.
A bit blunt, isn't it? Like a doctor walking into the room and just shouting, "You's not dying."
But that's exactly the point, Jane. The very first claim she's making is a direct rebuttal to that broken narrative we were just talking about. She starts with the true story of sex. She's not even starting with anatomy, she's starting with the narrative.
I mean, look at chapter 1. Anatomy, no two alike. It sounds like a catalog for a very specific type of boutique.
But look at the subheaders, Paco. The clit, the whole clit, and nothing but the clit. She is clearly not interested in the polite, sanitized version of science. She's getting into the sticky bits and hymen truths.
And intersex parts. I appreciate that she isn't just ignoring the complexity to make a standard model. She's actually expanding the map.
Right, and that ties back to what we said earlier about the wrong story. The wrong story relies on a new edited version of what a body should look and act like. But look at how she transitions from anatomy into the dual control model in chapter 2. She moves from the hardware, the lips, both great and small, to the actual processing unit.
And then it gets psychological. Chapter 3, context and the one ring in your emotional brain.
That is such a dramatic way to put it, but it makes sense, doesn't it? The emotional brain is the central authority.
It is, and she uses this wild example, sex, rats, and rock and roll. She's looking at how sensation only matters when the context is right.
Which brings us to the heavy stuff. Chapter 4, Emotional Context, Sex in a Monkey Brain. This is where the software update gets intense. She's talking about the stress response cycle, fight, flight, freeze.
Yeah, and how that broken culture leads to broken stress response cycles. That's a heavy hitter.
It's exactly what we were discussing about the brakes. If your brain is stuck in a freeze or fight mode because of external stress, you can't just turn on the accelerator. The system is literally too busy trying to survive to care about pleasure.
And it gets even deeper. She starts linking attachment styles to sexual response. Managing attachment, your feels as a sleepy hedgehog. I don't even know if I should laugh or cry at that one.
It's adorable, but also terrifyingly accurate. If your attachment is unstable, your software is constantly running background checks on your safety.
So, if we're looking at the update as a way to debug this, we have to look at Chapter 5, Cultural Context. She talks about when somebody yucks your yum.
Oh, I felt that in my soul. Criticizing yourself equals stress equals reduced sexual pleasure. It's a direct loop. You judge your body, you trigger the brake, you kill the pleasure. It's a closed circuit of self-sabotage.
But look at her solution in that same chapter, maximizing yum with science. Instead of just be happy, she gives us media nutrition and self-compassion. She's giving us actual tools to patch the code.
It's almost like she's saying, stop trying to change the hardware and start cleaning up the environment the hardware lives in.
Exactly. Which leads us into the action parts of the book, the stuff that actually happens in the bedroom or the lack thereof.
Like Chapter 6, Lubrication is not causation. Now that is a provocative claim.
It's a huge one. She's challenging the idea that if there's physical lubrication, there must be desire. She's calling out lubrication error number 1, number 2, and number 3. She's literally debugging the most common misconceptions in the field.
It's like she's saying just because the headlights are on doesn't mean the car is actually moving toward the destination.
Spoken like a man who's spent too much time looking at car manuals.
But it's true. She's separating the physical response from the subjective experience. She calls it arousal nonconcordance.
And that leads to the desire chapter, spontaneous, responsive, and magnificent. She's validating that you don't need to feel that sudden lightning bolt desire every time. Responsive desire is just as valid.
So, the software doesn't need to be on all the time. It just needs to be able to respond when the right inputs arrive.
Precisely. And we end the book with Chapter 9, Love What's True. The goal is non-judging rather than just confidence.
Mourning the shoulds. That's the part that hits me. We have to grieve the version of ourselves we thought we should be to actually inhabit the version of ourselves that is.
It's a heavy roadmap. But looking at it all together, it's not about fixing a defect, it's about reclaiming the truth of the system.
You know, looking back at where we started this episode, we've gone from dissecting anatomy and debugging the physical hardware to navigating the complex, often turbulent waters of emotional context and cultural yucking.
It really has been a journey of reclamation. We started with the what and ended with the how to actually inhabit our own skin without that constant nagging threat detection running in the background.
And we did it without anyone actually having to perform a factory reset. Though after seeing the stress response chapter, I might still need a little downtime and a lot of snacks.
If only it were that easy, Paco. But the point remains, the book doesn't ask us to become different people. It just asks us to stop fighting the reality of who we already are. There's a certain dignity in that.
There is. We closed the book on Come As You Are, but the software update is ongoing. It's a process of unlearning the shoulds and finally, as Nagoski says, loving what's true. Whether it's through a change in perspective, a moment of self-compassion, or just learning to turn off the brakes, the work is in the noticing.
I think I'm walking away with a much lighter load. Less fixing, more being.
And I'm walking away with a much better understanding of why my eye is still twitching. Probably just a minor glitch in the emotional brain.
Likely. Well, that's our time for today. Thank you for joining us in this deep dive.
Thank you for listening, everyone. Go easy on your brakes this week.
And for heaven's sakes, stop judging the hardware.
Goodbye, everyone. We'll see you in the next episode.